Hey guys, this is 𝐏𝐿𝐴 from Team Bliss, and I'm ready to smash the Thailand Quiz 101.
Hello, I'm Sophia from Interforce 36 team, and today I'm gonna play Thai language 101. Yeah, let's go. Maybe 𝐏𝐿𝐴 final answer. Oh. Pie chap Xiang. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Number one. Cha long cut Xiang. Oh. Yeah. Okay. I think Pyran net. Yeah, Pyran net. Oh. Okay. Sat Mon Ko Pong. いや、ナンバー3、リップって書いてあったから、ちょっとやばいかなと思って。RIP。Yeah, final answer. Sat Mon Ko Pong. Yeah, okay. Tom Yum Kai. Maybe noodle? No? Noodle? Okay. I think 𝐿𝐴 Oh no! 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 Chance.
I have to say it like this. Okay, to prepare myself, I would 𝐿𝐴 kick for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh wait. Chatting with your part-time lover. Oh yeah. Yeah, but also my teammates are sometimes my part-time lovers too. Well, normally I'd just flush them. I'd kill them. So I would make sure that they never did that again. So I take them out of the game. So I'm gonna Ying Sam Fuyen.
Huh?
How did I say that? Yeah, Ying Sam Fuyen them is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna flush them, kill them. Barry, you dead? Oh! Yeah, no, they're okay with it. They're okay with it. It's okay. They like it. If your team gets winner chicken dinner, what will you do? I like to sing. I like to sing a lot. So when I win chicken dinner, I always sing. So sing is this middle one. It's To Hai Mia. To Ha Mia. For your girlfriend or wife. Yeah, that's singing. That's it. Yeah, maybe. Well, I see, after a tournament ends, we go down to our local bottle-o and we celebrate. That's what we like to do after our tournament, because we always win. We always win at the end of the tournament, yeah. So we always like to go celebrate. So I'm gonna go, oh my God. Pai Tam Bun is what we do. We celebrate. What is that? Oh. Sometimes we like the Pyranuet. How do you say that? We do that to each other at the end of the tournament. I quit the game. Rip Kai Wong, rip Kai Wong, and leave the game. Gone, exit. I uninstall the game. No more PUBG. Oh, what? No, I don't do that. Yakinki, yeah, that's like a yak. Yak's an animal. That's a cow. That's like a cow. Yeah, I'll try some yak. Yeah, yakinki. Yeah. I should try that. Yeah. That's okay. Nah, it tastes nice. No, trust. Oh, 100%.
Please come to watch and support us in this PGS APAC qualifiers 2024.
Hey guys, I'm 𝐏𝐿𝐴 from Team Bliss. I hope you support us, and I hope we take out the dub. I hope we win.
welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi, I'm Akita from Team Bliss, and today I'm going to be playing Thailand Questions 101. Fighting!
Hello, I'm Tài Con from Team Cerberus PUBG. I will play APAC qualifier for PGN. Today, I'm gonna play a Thailand Quest 111. Let's go!
Rongfa Yaban. 33% chance. Rongfa Yaban. No. I need to get my eyes checked, you know? I like the sound of cowboy. That sounds fun. But Safan Kwai sounds very traditional. Yeah, it sounds pretty nice. I like the word paragon. I'll choose number 3, Safan Kwai. Yeah, it definitely sounds fun. Yeah, I'll bring Monty with me. I think A. Yeah. Yep, first one. The Nong. Okay. Nong Mi Fine Ru. Nong Mi Fine Ru Yang. All right. Okay. Oh, that one's hard. There's so many W's. I'm gonna have to choose the middle one. Dai Champ Lai. But I'm gonna gamble. Well, the bottom one kind of looks like it would be a slow word. Pai Fek Mamai. Mai Tao Rai. Nikon Rukai. Pai Fek Mamai. Yeah, you gotta tell them off after you beat them. They all work. You could say all of them. Team Fom Chump Nai. Team Fom Chump Wow. Team Fom Nang Sao. 90? I'll take it. I choose the bottom one. Team Fom Nang Sao. No. Yeah, I respect my enemies. We're all friends on the battlegrounds.
I think Gông phá giả bản. Gông
lại là
go fire back. Yes. I'm from Thailand, bro. Xá phạt khoải à. Nhưng mà ta là cái câu được. Nón khó tan nổi. Nông khó tan nổi. Oh, what the hai sắc đi. Nó khó tan nổi. Đã chập leo. Yeah. Đã chập leo. Em sẽ nói là bái phục mấy đại. Câu số 3 nè. Bái phục mấy đại. Bái phục mà mày. I'm the best. Tem 100 nè. Tem 100 nè.
Thank you for cheering Team Bliss on. We're gonna qual, I promise. We're gonna do our best. And we're gonna beat them all. Fighting.
Please join in watching the APAC Qualifier tournament and cheer on the Cerberus PUBG team. Thank you. Love you guys.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 School will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PGS APAC qualifiers. 2 weeks of action, and it all comes down to our final 6 games, where it will all conclude by the end of the day. Of course, joining me here is Extreme. My name's Contra, as we bring you through all of the journey of all the teams that are on board, and I am just so excited to see what will be the outcome of our remaining match.
Months of qualifiers, right? Months of qualifiers, months of practice and scrims, official matches, finding the perfect roster. ironing out all the mistakes, making sure that your game plan is as solid as it can be. And yes, it all comes down to these final 6 games. It's the ultimate night of PUBG APAC. And if anything at all, I think tonight, Contra, should be a celebration of what APAC can bring to the table when it comes to PUBG Esports. What these teams and players can bring to the table when it comes to PUBG Esports. Internationally, we know that they show up, but tonight, not everyone can make it through. So what better night to celebrate those teams that put on a fantastic performance, but just fell short. Yeah, no better night to do that tonight. Of course, we will celebrate the teams that make it, but yes, just a reminder that there have been months of work that have gone into this, and so it's time to really put on a show for everyone involved. This was the schedule, not really anymore. You just have to know that it's the final night. That day break is kind of irrelevant at this point. April 1st, it was that day to reset and kind of make sure that everything was in order, but now we've passed that period. And of course, this is kind of the format of the tournament. We had those top 8 seeded teams from their respective regions that went straight through to the finals, and we had the playoffs as well that Contra and I went through. 3 days of action for them. And of course, we created the ultimate 16-team APAC lobby from there. And of course, the top 4 from here go through to PGS 3 and 4.
Yeah, and of course, we have to say goodbye to 8 teams through the playoffs, and here we have the best 16 teams possible. And of course, they still could basically pat themselves in the back and for making it through into these APAC qualifier rounds, as they are definitely amongst the best here in Asia. And of course, these are the participating teams that have been seeded, as well as those that have made it through the playoffs so far. Everybody has been looking phenomenal, and we've seen a lot of incredible wins from the playoffs all the way here in the finals. And we're definitely going to see some really great games, as we've had a lot of amazing highlights throughout the span of the finals. So it definitely will be an extremely tight race till the very end.
Yeah, it'll be very tight, and there's a lot of pressure on all the teams involved. All the names that are on your screen right now, the amount of pressure on a lot of these rosters is quite insurmountable some of the time. But we've seen some miraculous things, especially yesterday. As we go through the highlights here, the narrative of yesterday was essentially the teams that didn't quite perform on day 1 and day 2 having a resurgence. We saw Valee, Thai, Magnetic, Roy, among so many other different teams, start to just exceed expectations and perform to a level that we hadn't previously seen. Bliss, another one of those teams that had a massive day of points that put them right in contention. Cerberus, obviously, they probably had one of the best days. I think the games that they had were quite exceptional. This was one of those kind of extraordinary highlights where they were just pulling off 1v2s and 1v3s like it was absolutely nothing. If you want to talk about the teams that kind of fell off as well, then eArena, who we just saw in that highlight, is probably one of those teams. Daytrade didn't have a good a day yesterday as they did on day 2. FTF still remain in the fight for it. Certainly saw some highlights from them yesterday, but of course, it's hot and cold as it always is for those guys. And yeah, more Cerberus highlights as expected. Unicorn Cyber too, probably not the best day that they would have wanted.
Yeah, and I believe this to be one of the biggest rounds that Cerberus Esports have been able to churn up, especially getting, free real estate over onto 𝐏𝐿 and have managed to close out the game with a total of 15 kills or so. And on top of that, of course, you've mentioned big winners from yesterday's run like Valee Esports and so many more. And with Roy Esports also securing that final chicken dinner of day 3, they get themselves a shot here in this final 6 games. So it could be anybody out there, but we take a look at some of the top performers throughout the course of the finals. And to no surprise, 𝐏𝐆𝐒 so far has been in incredible shape.
Yeah, 𝐏𝐆𝐒 and Tycon there, 2 members from Cerberus in the top 4 for Twire points. Makes sense to me. Norrens is there as well. Norrens has had some really good highlights in this tournament. I feel like individually he's been performing quite well. And Flocky seems to be that consistent kind of rock for Magnetic. So it makes sense that these guys are all up here in the top 4 of Twire score. Again, it's a combination of everything that makes PUBG Esports valuable. Your damage, kills, assists, revives, nade damage, utility usage, things like that, right? It all comes together. It's going to obviously fall off throughout the tournament, but there you go. These are also the longest kills in the tournament. Kind of not something super important, but it's something you can look at. I'm looking at Suspect's picture there as well. What an absolute beast. It seems like Panic as well. They're always getting those long-range kills, maybe with bolts, maybe with DMRs, who knows. Either way, Leo is your top longest kill at 700 meters, essentially. We'll round it up, to be fair to Leo. That's quite a distance to be able to get a kill. Whether it was a steal or not, who knows? And then, of course, Belmoth rounds that out. Again, not a stat you look at all the time, but I can't take my eyes off Suspect, man. It's so clearly photoshopped like Beard, but oh well, it is what it is. Those are your longest kills for the moment.
Well, I definitely would be very impressive if that's his real Beard. And of course, we got Megaloff so far dealing a lot of damage through frag grenades being tossed, and of course, with Molotovs also being accountable for that. And we definitely see some really good representation coming from all the teams out there when it comes down to putting those utility in great effect. And of course, in top 3, we also do have Monty. So far, Team Bliss definitely would have a fair shot for today's run, as well as they are currently positioned within the top 9. So we'll see what would they be able to actually put on the field later on. And first, to sum it all up, we also do have the top 4 medics, with JM being able to keep the rest of Armory Gaming alive in most of all these chaos. So good job on him. Armory Gaming are currently positioned in 5th, and we definitely do want to see more coming out of the Thai squad.
It makes sense that one of Armory Gaming is up there in terms of revives, because they always seem to go for early fights. They're never afraid to get into it. So at some point, someone's going to get a buttload of revives, and it's James, of course. Probably one of the more support-based players on that team. Unsure who the IGL is. It's clear that, you know, Dynasty and Riz are the highlights. Shanks has obviously had some good highlights too. But yeah, I guess James may be more of the support. Either way, currently, these are your top 4 teams qualifying through to PGS 3 and 4. It's FTF, Valee Thai, Armory Gaming, and Magnetic. And the 4 teams below them are the ones in contention, closest to that top 6. 100 points for both Roy and eArena, very close. 10 points behind is incredibly doable. Team Bliss just 15 points behind. Unicorn Cyber, maybe a bit more of a gap, something a little bit more considerable in 22 points. But again, that's a 12 kill win. You know, Unicorn Cyber is certainly capable of it, so they can obviously put themselves up there. And that completely excludes all of the other teams below Unicorn Cyber as well. And if we know anything about APAC, we know that often things are turned on their heads. So the teams below Unicorn Cyber certainly with a shot. We continue that streak of Miramar as well, Contra. So it's been 4 in total after we finish these first couple games. Then of course Vikendi Tego, and we finish on everyone's favorite Erangel.
That's right. And yesterday's run, we see a lot of all these highlights coming from the Vietnamese side, and there definitely was a little bit more struggle for all the other teams that were battling in some of all these urban terrains. So let's see who will be able to well, I've been choking on my words because I'm getting nervous for these guys as well, where we'll see who will be able to set the right foot forward from the get-go in order to really run the last hurdle of this marathon. So I'm definitely very, very excited to what's about to come. But looking at what we have so far, I think, of course, even with certain teams that may seem to have their point gap to be a little bit too far off from getting themselves those qualification spots, I would still say they've been able to put up a really good showing from yesterday's run, where we see a little bit more of a proactiveness coming in from even Enter Force 36. Yeah, E36 was certainly a highlight of yesterday, and unfortunately they are one of those teams that are probably out of it. Obviously you never want to count teams out, but they are so down low, and they started off this grand finals run with a hot drop in Yasnaya as well, up against FTF, and FTF seemed to be the consistent victors of that hot drop, and then eventually E36 just decided to leave, go towards Nova when it comes to Erangel, or you know, whatever other alt drop they want to opt for, and it's kind of just halted their momentum entirely. They haven't really been able to recover since the start of the tournament. It's very unfortunate because while Xenox was here, he seemed to tell me that he didn't really believe in E36, and he thought E36 was kind of destined to not really perform in this tournament. And I tried to shut him up. I tried to say, look, man, the players on E36 have been around for years, and obviously they are very capable fraggers. They are very capable players within the region of Japan, and we've seen them internationally as well. So no reason that E36 can't perform well in this tournament. It's just
so happens that the kind of momentum they had off the start with those hot drops in Yasnaya didn't really do them any favors. And it, of course, has led to them being on the bottom of the leaderboard, which is unfortunate, again, because I would love to see a team like E36 really show what they're capable of in a lobby of this stature.
Yeah, and I do believe that they do have a lot to offer when they do play on LAN. But of course, with that being said, we'll kickstart our run here in Miramar as we go for our first run of day 4.
Hell yeah. Miramar, baby. Harsh map to start it off, but at least you're getting one of those maps that maybe you're not so comfortable on out of the way, right? You might be more comfortable on Erangel, you know, something like that, but you got to be able to perform on Miramar as well. Last couple flyovers, obviously, maybe hinting at a southern circle, maybe.
Ooh,
just maybe
I
a couple
hope so.
bridges you can use to cross now as well. Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen a Partona circle since it came into the map. But yes, in fact, honestly, Contra, I haven't even got the map stream up. I've got to open up my VLC, make sure I know what I'm talking about, make sure I've got points to waffle on about. But that's the playing path right now. Obviously, I don't think we're going to see any hot drops maybe throughout the entire night. Every time we get to this point in the qualification, I always think that we're going to see some sort of hot drop or intentional rotate camp, and we never do. Everyone is always kind of close enough to where they just want to play to their absolute best, so I have no reason to believe that during this final night of games, we're going to see any hot drops for position on the leaderboard, you know, trying to mess over another team so you can actually climb up there into the qualification spots. Don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, of course, they want a really clean run heading into these final 6 games, and I'm just basically seeing how interesting that eArena opens up the southern corner of the map by having a widespread coming into Valdemar as well as covering Partona, as we do have a potential Partona circle. So you might actually get what you asked for. And as to what you did mention, you know, certain teams, they may not favor Miramar as much, but with so many days of play, especially for those that came into this competition through the playoffs, I don't think they have any excuse at all. They should be pretty much well accustomed to how things will run. And most often than not, we've seen so many sound circles already, so they will be able to figure out ways to be able to cut through the valleys. But it is definitely a very difficult situation here for those that usually drops very far off, especially for Magnetic that has been moving into Campo Militar. So with them needing to go for that long travel distance, they probably would still look for alternative ways to get through, like a parachute or something.
Yeah, probably an emergency parachute, right? For most teams, that might be the play. Probably one of those circles where you can find space no matter what, even if you are late to that emergency parachute and the center of the zone is kind of contested. There's obviously tons of hills and high ground terrain that you can utilize. And I suppose worst comes to worst, you can just hop off at the prison island, just hop off on that southern island. Probably not going to be super contested phase 1. So if you can't find a spot in the center, you've always got that option all the way to the south. Armory Gaming here in San Martin. Obviously, they've been quite a highlight for me ever since they won the Super Cup a little while ago. Obviously, Dynasty, Riz, those are the two standout players. The Expendables, another team that yesterday had a bit of a resurgence. And I think, unfortunately, it might be a little bit too late, but they are still same points as Unicorn Cyber. So certainly doable. And obviously the Expendables, well, their peak. The Expendables peak is something of legend. So hopefully the Expendables can pick it up and find some form going into tonight, because they are certainly one of those teams that if you had asked me before this tournament started, I would have put them in that top 6. Just on paper, I would have put them up there, but haven't really lived up to that expectation. Hopefully tonight they can do just that. Cerberus, well, I think they're good. I don't think they're going to fall out of it. I think it's time to practice and limit test for them, see what they can kind of get away with in a lobby like this, and figure out some strategies, I suppose, for the upcoming PGS. Of course, they are a GPT team along with Daytrade, so no worries for them in terms of qualification, but it is very important for Cerberus to stay first to beat Daytrade in terms of PGC points.
Yeah, so all they have to do is to maintain these numbers for the moment, and with those big rounds that have been created back in day 3, there is more than 20 over points that Daytrade will have to recover in order to overtake Cerberus once again. At a certain point of day 3, they've been able to do so, and then they have 2 back-to-back rough rounds inside of Miramar, which see them crash out a little bit early on. So we'll see whether if Daytrade's up for that form of challenge. Other than that, no pressure at all. These teams are just trying to stack up as much of the PGC points as possible, while Magnetic starting to actually make their journey across the map, but probably still searching for their emergency parachute. That could be what they are currently plotting out for the moment. I'll definitely want to keep my eyes onto the Expendables. Like you said, this is a team that is a legacy squad hailing in from Vietnam. From the get-go of the PUBG Esports history, we've been seeing them a whole lot. So definitely a lot of expectation online. With a good chicken dinner for them, or even Unicorn Cyber, then all of the floodgates will potentially open up, and we might actually see them to be really close to that top 6.
Then anything becomes possible, right? And in fact, you make a good point beforehand. Everyone in this lobby is going to get PGC points. I believe 16th is 10 PGC points, and then it goes up from there. So even if you can't qualify for PGS 3 and 4, every position is going to grant you a little bit more PGC points. And we've seen in years gone by that it can be those small amounts that mean PGC or not, right? So even if you're down there in 16th as E36R, they will certainly be wanting to make it up to 15, 14, 13, 12 potentially, just to make sure they get as many PGC points as possible. So going into even game 6 of the night, when usually things are pretty determined, usually things are wrapped up apart from a few extremities here and there, you often see teams not really trying anymore, or maybe they're, trying to get it done for the night, things like that, right, when there's nothing to play for. But in a lobby like this, yeah, there's certainly things to play for, even going into game 6, as chaotic as that game usually is. So yeah, you actually reminded me that there's a lot of PGC points on the line, even for those that aren't up there in that top 5.
Yeah, and on top of that, with the experience of really playing a high-quality lobby, as compared to scrims, maybe certain teams may not be as serious when it comes down to those form of practices, and this is basically the perfect opportunity on how they will be able to fare against some of the top dogs in international tournaments. So they definitely want to squeeze in their best effort as much as they can, on top of course securing those PGC points. Now we're taking a look at Unicorn Cyber. Yesterday, of course, having a couple of hiccups for the entirety of the squad, but they've been able to still pull off some incredible rounds in between. So it's all about finding that consistency once more, which Unicorn Cyber Esports have been able to do so back in the playoffs, but it's been pretty challenging so far.
Yeah, very surprising to see Unicorn Cyber drop off as much as they have. Again, their playstyle to me that they brought on day 1 is the kind of playstyle that just nets you consistent game after consistent game. No matter what, you're going to be up there in the placement points. You're always going to have an opportunity to get a bunch of kills, but it hasn't really been the case for Unicorn Cyber. And it's one of those teams that I should probably look back in the twires and just try to understand exactly how they're positioning themselves and what their kind of game plan is going into each night of competition here, because I've started to build, I suppose, this theory that one of the reasons they are falling short is because they're not being aggressive enough. They're not taking initiative enough. And I could be totally wrong on that, but that's kind of the theory I've started to build when it comes to Unicorn Cyber. Because again, seeing them play as a unit plenty of times, but sometimes that restriction of always having to play as 4, always having to be as a unit can actually bite you in the back quite often, because you don't get as much space as you want. You don't get all the info you want. You're limiting your kill opportunity. So yeah, one of those things I'm going to have to look up when it comes to Unicorn Cyber, just see kind of what went wrong. But again, they're not out of the picture as same thing with the Expendables, same thing with X-Men as well. In fact, X-Men, you want to talk about them, that's a real resurgence. They were, I think, 14th, 15th, 16th after the first couple nights, or after night 1 at least, and then finally at the end of night 2, they had a win that really sparked some inspiration in them, and they put themselves right up there to maybe make a run for PGS 3 and 4. Obviously, we know the caliber of talent on that team, so it makes sense that they're up there at some point, or at least in contention. So it's good to finally see that coming to fruition.
Yeah, and on top of that, yesterday we've seen them having a incredible run inside of Erangel, and after that, of course, having a few runs which didn't really see them turn up with those huge numbers, and still trying to actually find back that form of rhythm that they've been known and loved for from the Masters region overall. While Roy Esports, I think that their huge games coming into Miramar have definitely given them a little bit more confidence heading into our final day of play here. And looks like we do have a huge potential for that Southern ending, with this basically having a river that cuts in between the mainland. But majority of the teams are still located over onto the hillside, so we'll see how this one will pan out for now. Panic's still within the distance of the blue zone, and it will basically pull all the way back into the territory where Roy is currently at. So good job for the side of the Vietnamese squad. While there is going to be some traits going on, members of the side of RS getting some pot shots fired by Delvin, some huge damage being done. I believe that to be a hit shot. Not dropping any members so far, so Reluctant Squad will survive to tell the tale. But the Expendables definitely will be able to hold on to that position for some time until they have to make a move eventually.
This circle is deadly for a lot of teams. Lots of barricades that these guys are going to have to bust down if they want to get to that west side. Too many high ground locations for them to justifiably fight through. Maybe wide rotations to the north of the play here. Maybe some emergency parachutes will be brought out. A little bit of a brawl here between Armory and 𝐒36. 𝐒36, I think they've seen the emergency parachute from Armory and they thought maybe they could capitalize on Armory Gaming, catch them sleeping, but that's just not the case. Armory Gaming fully ready for it. I think that was even a bait maybe from Armory Gaming. They probably let that go. No time to commit to it maybe when 𝐒36 are putting up as much of a fight as they are. So I think that's an emergency parachute either wasted or used correctly for Armory. Unsure, we didn't really get the full context of this. Either way, Reluctant Squad, they've lost 3 to Unicorn Cyber very quickly. That kill feed lit up by the Vietnamese squad. And that's incredibly unfortunate for Reluctant Squad, who are certainly looking to make a run for it tonight. But it's great for Unicorn Cyber, who are, again, just on the cusp of qualifying.
Yeah, that's another 3 points added to the block. And for Unicorn Cyber, they've always been setting up some of all these choke points on that southern terrain and have managed to capitalize it so efficiently in the early game. RS couldn't really find that open spacing to work with, because that region through the valleys, we've seen Daytrade and a few others to be camping up over onto the top of these hills. Wang F trying his luck there with the Panzer, not finding anything at all, as he will be left out all alone, trying to hold on for the longest time. But I'm not too sure where exactly he's going to be saved through these valleys, because Valee Esports is just right ahead of him.
Yeah, this should be a pretty easy cleanup for Valee Thai. Huang comes through, a couple of headshots. Megalos takes him down. I believe Megalos is the top fragger for Valee Thai at the moment. And so certainly inspired by Latte's playoffs performance. And another battle. Armory Gaming and Roy Esports going at it at the top of Chumacera. Roy with the high ground. Armory Gaming kind of trapped inside this gym here.
Oh boy.
Roy, they've got the positional advantage. Whether or not that actually pans out for them is an entirely different question. Everything goes awry when you verse Armory Gaming. That Molotov never went through that window. Dynasty is saved. And utility will be the name of the game until one of these teams gets a knock. Then maybe they can make a push off of it. Roy, they're going to leave Duckmai up on the hill. They've brought a third member down here to finally get this fight started. Maybe start to engage in the phase 2 fight, sorry. But I think I'm wrong, actually. That car might be put in a spot to allow Roy to leave. Allow players to leave out that kind of eastern side and hop in that car and focus on this next circle. Maybe it's not a fight either of these teams really want to be in, but Armory don't have a choice. It's Roy. The onus is on them. Essentially, Simon T's gone down, though. Riz opens it up with a second one as well. Who else but Riz to destroy Roy in phase 1? And the other 2 members have no choice but to just back off. This is Armory Gaming on top right now.
That was peak performance coming from the side of Riz, managing to catch out these 2 members, and there was not much of a choice for even Roy to disengage. And like you said, that could basically be a really good plan, whether if Roy wanted to funnel them inside of the factory area of Chumacera, but it kind of backfired a little bit with them not really having the option to even pull back. And now Roy being left with only 2 members and having Cerberus over the hill, trying to actually catch them on. They might actually crash out the game very early into this matchup with shots being fired from all corners of the map. So Lolzy also taking a couple of tags coming from across the hill. This area is becoming a lot more dangerous for teams to cross. Valee Esports hoping to connect some towards on moving targets, and it seems like that will be pretty much a safe route for the rest of X-Men to cut through. That will be able to spot out the captain of Team Bliss, makes quick work of it, and the 𝐏𝐵𝐒 Esports have got that full area around these hills covered.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the eastern side of Chumacera, it's 𝐷𝐿 decimating Bliss. A couple members already knocked and flushed. Cerberus in a spot that we saw them yesterday where they had a pretty big game from here, eventually losing out to Dynasty. I believe I was corrected in Twitch chat, actually. That Dynasty 1v3 from yesterday apparently was a 1v4, and we just didn't notice. So Dynasty doing better than we thought. But yeah, still a fantastic game for Cerberus from this spot yesterday. Shanks and the rest of Armory now tested again by 𝐸36. 𝐸36 ahead of them this time round. Riz on the high ground. Saw what he can do. He's already started it off well, and I shudder at the thought of what Riz can do when he's got momentum backing him. The kind of shots that he's able to hit. Panic, a breach onto the last two remaining members of Roy. Lightwork's gone down to start it off. Dusky now has to recover this. He's the closest one here. Backside of the double white, moving into the building. Suspect is mollied out. Pippy's knocked his teammate. It's a disaster for Panic. A TK that will probably cost them this 2v4. But Pippy's at least got one. Are you serious?
Oh,
Roy,
no.
with an incredible 2v4, helped out by the team they were versing. Absolute chaos. And 𝐷𝐿 and the rest of Roy come out on top. Yeah, they lost 3. Oh my, what a way to start off game 1.
Yeah, what a way to kick things off. And 𝐷𝐿 just basically adding salt to the injury there, just capitalizing on the right moment. And that is that form of risk to take when these close compound with you are utilizing a Panzerfaust. So Piffy, he's definitely going to be learning this the hard way. But with the update of the circle pulling into Cerberus' favor, it won't be them budging off all too far off from their current farmhouse. Well, we still have Armory over on the northern point, as they will have to take on the rest of 𝐏𝐵𝐒 Esports pushing through. Armory Gaming already soaking up some damage here, as James shouldn't be worrying all too much about that. A couple of death blades now dropped in towards the side of Fab, as Tanan somehow sneaks his way through the back, looking for this flank angle. We'll be able to catch a ruse. That's an opening, but not enough. That 1-for-1 will go through, and Dynasty has got them all covered. It's only down to Fab and 𝐷𝐿.
Such a wide spread on these ridges. Armory Gaming kind of accounting for any peak that 𝐷𝐿 make. They can, peak as close as they want, but there's always going to be someone that's wider than the peak that 𝐷𝐿 made. But now, not the last one standing. Daytrade is on the side. He could certainly have some impact in this fight, but you can see Cerberus off in the distance trying to potentially third party this as well. Fap's gotten out of here, though. He's going to have to find safety at that shack, or that rock, sorry. Maybe something else. James actually put himself in a bit of strife. If Fap can hit these shots and hit them cleanly, then James might go down and get flushed. Daytrade still hasn't had an impact in this. He's had to back off now as well, because that's Cerberus shooting at him from the background. So 𝐷𝐿 may be in with a shot to deal some more damage to Armory, but not yet. They're going to have to wait, bide their time, wait for an opportunity. Meanwhile, Magnetic, they've lost 3, only down to Flucky right now. He was up there in terms of Twire score, but in a situation like this, how much more can you really gain? Look at the minimap, actually. Caught in between X-Men, Roy, the Expendables, and Cerberus. And he has to prone on this unplayable. I don't think Flucky's going to survive for too much longer, especially when this circle starts to get smaller and smaller and everyone is eventually going to tread over him. So Flucky has to do it all for Magnetic right now. Expendables, well, they've got 4 up. Delwyn kind of isolated, a little bit alone, but this is all part of the Expendables' massive wide split on this western side. They are accounting for everything right now, all in spots where they are hopefully close to their cars to make plays based off the information that either one of them gained. But back over to this Armory fight. Fap, how much can you really do? Caught in the open. It's a nice spray from James. It's just 𝐷𝐿 left.
Yeah, just caught out in the open and looking for 𝐷𝐿's. Well, I think he caught a little bit of a glimpse, but nonetheless, we'll be able to actually secure the point onto 𝐷𝐿. Just hunting out for 𝐷𝐿. I believe he saw a little bit of a glimpse, as James will try to actually get a little bit more coverage done. Well, we have beautiful shots coming from inside of CZ to take them off the wheels, and Larix just makes clean work out of Valee Esports. Another shift going into the zone as we see Xavage men securing all of these numbers, while 𝐏𝐵𝐒 Esports down for the count already. Well, we have Daytrade focus fire onto the rest of Unicorn Cyber, trying to make their way through the blue zone into the southeast corner of the map. But everywhere they turn, they just get straight through. Unicorn Cyber doesn't stand a chance at all with eArena bagging all the points away.
Damn. eArena onto Valee Thai as well. Probably a little bit of a micro storyline. The fact that yesterday Valee Thai were able to rise to the occasion and eArena seemed to drop off a little bit, now falling out of that top 6. So something to think about, certainly. And Unicorn Cyber too started off well this game, but that rotation, I mean, you could look on the minimap. Where were they meant to go to have a good game, right? That's kind of one of those games where you look at, you know, what were you doing in the circle earlier? What kind of spot could we put ourselves in to account for this kind of shift and not get torn apart on entry? So Unicorn Cyber starting off well, very abruptly losing it out. Pain now down. They'll win the Expendables, looking to group up from that massive spread that they had, finally consolidate all of their resources into a better position, a more direct position to look at the center of the zone, look at all the action happening in front of them. They might remain with a couple members here and there kind of on the extremities, but the focus for the Expendables right now is looking into the center of the zone, and this center is one we don't really get to see too often. It's Cerberus with a massive feed, but every single ridge around them will be occupied. Yes, team fights will occur. Armory Gaming versus Daytrade, certainly one of them, but Cerberus have to be very careful, pick their angles and timings correctly, or they could get caught out.
Yeah, this is definitely one battle that everybody wants to see. Daytrade versus Armory Gaming, the two titans of Thailand, potentially clashing this early on. While Magnetic finally gets spotted out with Fluky with nowhere to go. He's turtling there for the longest of time, and the Expendables just claims that one for free. Now they will have the entire western section all to themselves, so the Expendables, they could safely journey their way through without any form of hesitation. But of course, they still need to gather a little bit more of that intel. They do know that FTF is over on that south side, so they have to be extremely careful with that. Now, Solozzi's got some angles against the rest of the Expendables, but of course, with some of all these ridges as well as creases for them to hide out, it's going to be a little bit tough, but he's still going to try nonetheless. Not going to be able to hit it, though. Rest of eArena slowly tugging it really closely towards where Cerberus is at, but of course, so them being safe in the farmhouse, they won't be loitering around these corners to catch out eArena anytime soon. As we see a little bit of that update, which will basically squeeze all the teams a little bit closer. And E36, they're making their way pretty safely into the center, and so far not caught up by any teams at all, as we had the rest of Armory Gaming so far occupied with the rest of Daytrade. And oh boy, this is shifting towards E36 favor, and Cerberus, they will basically need to just leave that section of the farmhouse and might be having some certain angles to cover, because a lot of teams will be coming through from the east as well as the south.
Yeah, Cerberus's spot is kind of double-edged, right? You can kind of defend your back, but a lot of teams are going to be able to maneuver around you and actually get in front of you and stop you from leaving that compound. So good and bad for Cerberus. Their job right now essentially is just to weaken the teams around them to make their job much easier later on. Not sure how viable that actually is. FTF now have to leave their compound as well, push themselves up towards the Expendables. This fight between Armory Gaming and Daytrade, it has to happen eventually. And Dynasty opens it up. Nuren's tried to prone on the edge. He got knocked for it. The rest of Daytrade now throwing over some utility, seeing if they can get a cheeky knock. Flash has been knocked low. Riz again onto Poochills. Flash already 50 HP, could never even get involved in that fight. 𝐿𝐵𝐿moth is on the side of this, the widest angle, but look at Cerberus now as well. They're trying to get involved. It's a three-way fight between arguably three of the strongest teams in the lobby. Cerberus being pushed back a little bit, but not by much. How scared are Cerberus really of a solo in 𝐿𝐵𝐿moth? Not scared at all is probably the answer to that question. FTF in the kill feed as well, getting a couple members knocked to basically everyone in the zone. Armory now up to 9. E36, Kine, Sylphia, they want to get a little bit closer to this too. Daytrade still on the peak of this hill. 2 members survive, but for how much longer? Armory, they might have to go down this hill now. I don't think they can really push up, but they're doing it anyway. Nice shots. Riz knocked very quickly. Shanks trades it back, but he's got one more to find, and he won't. Armory Gaming lose it out to Daytrade, who open it up pretty cleanly. Up to 5 kills now, but how much longer can 𝐿𝐵𝐿moth live for?
Yeah, but throughout that fight, it was all down to Belmont. He managed to pick up all 3 of these members, but will be shot down. And that will be very, very quick shots coming in from Hisaki to close it all out. So that sums it all up. But Armory Gaming definitely have found that form of momentum from the start of that fight that we had between them as well as a few teams around that Masera region. What at this moment?
That was
no way.
No.
Leo.
Oh no.
He just came at the right time to punish the rest of them, and Tigger, he's going to be able to just claim all of these free pointers, and eArena will still have to work out what the rest of Cerberus Esports bring to the table. So 𝐏𝐿𝐶 just capitalize on that while we see so many happenstances coming true. But here we are, only 5 more teams remain as they battle through the hills. The Expendables would have all the information that they need, but not the angles to work against the rest of Cerberus.
I really hope that Jacob was looking at the map and wasn't actually looking at where 𝐿𝐿𝐶 was running, because that is inexcusable otherwise. He's so clearly out in the front of the road. That is an absolute disaster. And then to lose it out like that, every member falling one by one as soon as you get that team knock, that is devastating for the mentality of eArena. Tanvu knocked to the blue as well. Not sure why that happened. Maybe he found himself stuck underneath the unplayables. Quick disconnect, maybe game crash, who knows. Either way, I think he's going to get rezzed, or they're going to steal Tanvu's resources at the minimum. 𝐿36, what a fantastic spot for them. Look at that ridge that they have. This is a fantastic flyover. That is a ton of control. A ton of very dominant control. Certainly not the game that 𝐿36 want to throw away. Again, I remind you of the PGC points up for grab. Everyone in this lobby will get some, but your placement will determine how much you get. 𝐿36, 4-man up. Cerberus with 2, the Expendables with 3, and Roy with run. Duckmai had that feed a couple zones ago where he was absolutely blessed, but he's got to make his way across the road right now. He does have smokes in hand, so maybe he can survive for a little bit longer, but everyone's going to be looking his way. Roy almost certainly going to get a 4th place here. The mini does finish him off. Tanvu is back up, so knock to the res was not an issue. The Expendables remain 3 strong and will look to continue their push into the zone.
Yeah, just look at the minimap. It's Enter Force here with an absolute control of the center of the circle. So it's really boiling down to how Cerberus as well as the Expendables find a way to get a few pickoffs to open up a little bit more spacing for themselves. So 𝐿𝐿𝐶 as well as 𝐿𝐼𝐹 left for the side of Cerberus. Perhaps they will be waiting for that engagement to happen coming in from the Expendables and eventually look for some free pickings from then on. But 𝐿𝐿𝐶 has been spotted out already. 𝐿36 making it hard for them.
Look at that mini-map. Look at 𝐿36's line of cover. Look, that's just insane to witness. And of course, Cerberus and the Expendables are going to get into a little bit of a biff with each other, and 𝐿36 should be able to clean this up. So 𝐿36, fantastic spot for them. Will the duo of either team be able to separate or kind of get over their differences between each other and realize that the bigger goal here is 𝐿36?
Yeah, they definitely have to focus on this squad. I mean, this is just looking absolutely free for the taking for 𝐿36, so long as these other 2 teams actually commit to each other. Now, it's only 1 member left for the side of Expendables, so 𝐿𝐿𝐶 still trying to trade out with a lot of nades being held towards the side of Tanvu. That's going to be a lot off the hill. So they will be able to survive for only the slightest moment. Let's see if 𝐿𝐼𝐹 will be able to catch a few corners off. But it's been some huge rounds. Oh, that's a shot to his pan. He's pretty much lucky with that. So 𝐿𝐼𝐹 gonna quickly reposition to the back, and honestly, there's no safe area of play for Cerberus. We already have Sylphia closing in, so he should be able to spot them out.
I think the roof of that long building might be Cerberus's only hope. If 𝐼𝐹 can get on the backside, so 𝐿𝐿𝐶's already up there. You can probably get some wide angles. If 𝐿36 decide to get a little bit frisky with their peaks, then Cerberus can certainly capitalize, but yeah, I don't think this is going to go any other way, but 𝐿36 at the moment, the positions they have are just too good. Maybe letting the Expendables slip up into the center of the zone might cost 𝐿36 here, and letting them kind of slink through those smokes might be the determining factor here in 𝐿36's win. it's been kind of 2-2 for the Expendables and Cerberus for quite some time, and 𝐒36 haven't managed to get any kills onto either of these teams. Finally now, though, 𝐏𝐿 making some progress on that front. Tanvu down and Delwyn not really close enough to get that res. They are trapping Cerberus in, so Cerberus can't do anything to 𝐒36, and in the meantime, majority of the numbers for 𝐒36 will be focused on dealing with the Expendables.
Yeah, I just love the discipline coming in from Enterforce 36. They are taking it one step at a time as they match the solo score with Tanvu, leaving only Delvin by the edge of the map. So eventually they will settle the score with Cerberus Esports, with a couple of deflates now being thrown right in. Somehow they managed to survive for so long, closing in onto Sophia, though. Though he's through these hills, he won't be able to actually get all too much of these angles just yet. Cerberus Esports, we'll see if they could pick a few more pointers to maintain their lead. And definitely a David versus Goliath moment here, as we have the top of the bracket team versus 𝐒36 that definitely has shown some sign of struggle throughout the course of the turn. Now finally finding the angles here. Sophia almost hitting that one, but he's just going to go in for a push. Got that flashbang, but it's definitely going to be hard for 𝐏𝐿. He does get the shot connecting with a headshot onto Keen. Suddenly it looks a lot more doable for Cerberus.
Oh, not like this. Don't let 𝐏𝐿 activate. What a series of shots from him to open this up. Sylphie's got that wide angle, though. 𝐏𝐿 is accounting for it. The grows up, not good enough this time. 𝐿𝐿 trades it out. What a hero play from him. Making sure he can't get any more done. Prone Sololzi. Sylphia cleans him up, and it's all 𝐒36 right now. We thought maybe 𝐏𝐿 would do a traditional 𝐏𝐿 play, but this is 𝐒36 showing up. Finally, the team that has been at the bottom of this leaderboard for the longest time in this tournament, showing us what they are truly capable of. We start off day 4, night 1 with a 7-kill win from 𝐒36.
An incredible win at that as well, with how they've been able to control the entire section of that valley, making sure that certain teams do not get past through the north, and all the area of coverage have them just getting all the angles all the way down towards the southern plain. So that is just perfect teamwork coming in from the Japanese squad. 𝐒36 still showing us that they still have a lot of gas left in the tank.
Incredible to finally see, you know, what we know that 𝐒36 are capable of. And I don't think that was a win that we saw them really shudder in. You know, it wasn't one of those wins where maybe they looked dodgy. It wasn't a win that they didn't deserve. They certainly deserved that. And I think towards the end, it was just discipline all around for 𝐒36. Maybe you could argue that letting the Expendables and Cerberus get as close as they did was probably not part of 𝐒36's plan. But regardless, they kept 4 up to the end game, which means things didn't get too dodgy. So yes, very disciplined end game from 𝐒36. They show up to the tournament after quite some time being absent.
Yeah, this was so chaotic coming in from Panic Esports, to the point that we see a little bit of a blunder coming in from Pibby. And that just opened up a little bit more space for 𝐷𝐿 to be able to close it up. And of course, 𝐷𝐿 survives to the top 4 by the end of it all. Could have actually been Panic to be able to take that position if they managed to close it all out. But that fight through the hill, we see Armory, Daytrade, Cerberus have been going at it. These top teams have definitely shown their true potential, but for most part, each respective ones have been able to get a whole lot of points here in this matchup.
Well, talk about blunders from Panic. I'm sure we'll see it in a moment here, but that blunder between the teammates of eArena, it's certainly explainable, but yeah, unsure how that happened, and that definitely cost eArena a lot of points, and they definitely needed it. Okay, we didn't see the TK, but this is the aftermath. You can see the 2 dead teammates down there on the road, and eArena just fall 1 by 1 after that. This is, yeah, very good from 𝐒36. Obviously, they know that there's a player across that road. What shots from 𝐏𝐿, though? He's certainly showing up tonight. So did the rest of Cerberus that game. But yeah, too strong E36 for both those last two teams in the lobby. It was a fantastic showing from them. And of course, we saw some individual highlights from the members of E36 too. Wasn't necessarily, again, a win that just kind of came to them. Wasn't a win that they were fed in a compound and they didn't deserve it. They were missing shots. Their utility wasn't on point. Their players weren't really playing together. That wasn't the case. That was an E36 that looked disciplined. Their players looked on point. 𝐏𝐿 with that off angle to make sure 𝐏𝐼𝐼 couldn't do any more damage than he already did. So yes, a very, very well-deserved win from E36.
Yeah, and of course, that was incredible team play, but when it comes down to individual performance, if we open up the rounds here, having a lot of highlights onto how 𝐼𝐼𝐼 has been able to really open up the accounts for the side of Armory Gaming, and he just went on and on. It was multiple fights that they took back-to-back around that Tumasera area, and of course, by the time that they finish and move up the hills, if they got themselves into a little bit more of that trouble as well against Daytrade, where both sides didn't manage to survive all too long with the pressure cutting in from Cerberus and also some through the lower end of the hill as well. So out of that form of display, I do believe that they definitely have laser focus onto this final upcoming match of Miramar to be played out in moments time. So now I'm gonna miss Miramar a whole lot because we've got so many incredible clips from this map alone, but eventually we'll get into the taker rounds of Tago as well as Vikendi, but I definitely would savor every single moment from here on.
Yeah, it's obviously it's a map that's been in PUBG Esports for years and years and years now. It's gone through iterations, of course, but it remains a staple, and I think it should remain a staple as well. I'd much prefer to see the maps like Miramar and 𝐼𝐼𝐼 go through various changes rather than ever take them out of the pool. I think Tago, Vikendi, Destin, Rondo, they're all kind of perfect maps to shove in and out, you know, every now and then, change up the map pool, make it more dynamic for players when it comes to international and general PUBG Esports as a whole. But yeah, certainly Miramar and 𝐼𝐼𝐼, they should stay. And yes, we've only got one more Miramar remaining in this tournament, as sad as it is. I also am of the same mindset that, I am of the mindset of I would much rather be done with Miramar and be able to move on to Tago and 𝐼𝐼𝐼. Just because, you know, Miramar is not my favorite map of all time. It's iconic, don't get me wrong, and it has its own identity and playstyle. But I think 𝐼𝐼𝐼, especially finishing a tournament on 𝐼𝐼𝐼, there's just something really special about doing that. But yes, one more remains, and I guess the talking point really is, are you a team that's comfortable on Miramar? Are you a team that has, throughout the history of this tournament, performed well on Miramar? In fact, I'm going to look up the top performing team on Miramar right now, because if you've only got one more opportunity left on this map that you are so fond of, well, that's certainly something to think about. Cerberus is on top right now. I think, before that game, I believe, with 67. Armory Gaming with 48. Team Bliss is the other one that's kind of close up there with 45, and so is From the Future. So those four, Cerberus, Armory, Bliss, and From the Future, are the ones that stand out to me. Last chance for those guys if they want to get kind of maximum points on a map that they seem to be decently performing on. So yes, Team Bliss, Armory, From the Future, those are the ones that I suppose are still in contention. We've seen some great things from the Future on Miramar as well. They seem to be fond of playing the kind of unplayables, the extremities, and putting on a real show for us. So excited to see what this final map of Miramar has in offer.
Yeah, and back in our very first game, it didn't really seem to be the smoothest journey for FTF so far. But of course, this is one more chance for them to be able to claim it. While we take a look at the match leaderboard for game one, course, with 𝐿36 here getting chicken dinner, they walk away with a total of 17 points. But look at how close it is for some of these guys out there. AG have been able to net the highest kill points out there, so they will be able to secure 11, 12 for Cerberus Esports, and 13 for the Expendables, while we have 7 points for Roy, eArena, and X-Men.
Bit of a fall off from Valee, Ty, and Magnetic in this first game as well. Obviously, those were two names we highlighted yesterday as performing incredibly well. Valee, Ty put themselves from, I think they were probably bottom 8 actually, and shoved themselves right up into that top 6. Game 1 today hasn't started off well for them. Neither has it been for Magnetic, and obviously all those teams with kind of less than 3 points. It's not ideal. Unicorn Cyber, the other one that obviously fell out of the top 6 as we moved throughout yesterday. So looking for better performances from them. eArena with 7 points though. It's a spot that makes sense for them given their track record of just getting kills and kind of being up there in the mid game. But that blunder from them, it's so deadly that I really want to know what actually happened, because Jacob, it didn't look like he was in the map. Obviously, we can't see, but I think that's probably the most reasonable explanation as to why he ran over 𝐿𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑋 that was right in front of him running across the road. Didn't look like he was slowing down. And then, of course, X-Men, I think it was Leo in the back, just backstabbed them completely, and from there, eArena fell apart. And so it could have been a much better game from them, and it would have landed them much closer than just 3 points. Probably put them ahead of Magnetic, actually. The talking point for Valee and Magnetic in that game having a bad one is that it means they fall ever shorter of being able to qualify. And it's become very close, actually, now that we think about it, with FTF Armory Gaming as well. 20-odd points separate most of these teams from qualifying and not. We've got 5 games left to determine who's going to be able to make up that points gap.
Yeah, and with sudden slip-ups as well as some really rough run from FTF as well as Valee Esports, now we see such a close measurement when it comes down to that 3rd to 5th position, though there is still about a 14-pointer of a gap between them as well as Magnetic. But Magnetic didn't manage to capitalize on that situation, so one more round of Miramar to see if they will be able to at least make it a little bit cleaner at the very least. So when we move into the harder portions of the leaderboard, it's definitely going to be a tough chase for some of these guys of the Expendables. Though this was a great game coming out from the Vietnamese squad, there's still a lot more work to be done here. Cerberus Esports looking to be untouchable, almost reaching into that 200-pointer mark.
Yeah, certainly dominating this tournament right now. That wasn't the case necessarily on day one, though, right? And so it took them a while to warm up into it. But when they did decide what was going wrong, or maybe they were shaking off a little bit of rust, they're certainly here to play. And the other talking point about that is both them and Daytrade are going to be soaking up a lot of points. If they continue this performance and they continue to kind of be able to either get fed or play the circle quite well, then they're going to be soaking up a lot of points that everyone around them is looking to claim. And so Cerberus is going to have these, Cerberus is going to have these 15-point games, right? 15-kill games. But 7 or 8 of those kills probably could have gone to eArena, who need it, Magnetic, who need it, right? And so it's something you've got to be considering as we get into the real crunch time. The final few games of the night, you have to be actively going for your points. You can't just sit back, relax in a compound, and take that kind of 5-kill 3rd place. That's just not going to be enough by the time we end out the night. Everyone would have soaked up more points than you by that point. You need to be actively searching for these points, actively going for those plays, putting yourself in spots to capitalize fully on what the circle can do, where it pushes those teams. Yeah, it's not really any time for relaxation anymore. It's not time to play it safe anymore. If you're on the cusp, it's time to really go for it. Yeah,
and I guess that is where some of these pressure actually put them into some tough cracks. So but that's it. They definitely had a little bit of that, a couple of minutes to go in for that hard reset, moving into another new round here with a different perspective. So with that, we've got half a minute to go before we dive into our final run of Miramar. So hopefully we see a little bit of a cleaner run for teams like eArena or even for the side of Panic, which of course had a little bit of a hiccup into some of all these fights that they were assigned with. So with that, we'll see where this final flight will take us through the course of Miramar. Of course, we asked for Patona. I guess we have definitely gotten a glimmer of a chance, but we'll see. It
was an interesting circle nonetheless. This plane path is quite fair, though. Straight down the center, essentially, or straight across the center, rather, from the east to the west. No one's going to be disappointed with that one. No team upset. And that's kind of what you want going into the final night of games. No plane paths that are messy. No plane paths that mean you have to alt drop and all of a sudden, you throw some variables into the mix that you weren't necessarily accounting for. It can get quite messy, but not this time round. Very clean plane path for the last game of Miramar. Again, probably won't see any hot chops. In fact, I didn't get to make this point last game, but I think we were 9 minutes and 53 seconds in. So essentially 10 minutes into the previous game. before anyone even got knocked. So there was no early action. No one was messing around. These teams know what's on the line. And coming to this final night, they are all about minimizing risk. And so 9 minutes in to the previous game, we finally got that first knock. And the playing path wasn't as fair as this one, if I recall. A little bit more diagonal, I believe. Either way, it doesn't matter. Yeah, these teams are playing seriously. It's good to see. Good to see that they don't really want to risk anything early on. They'd much rather stay up as 4 and put on a show as we get later into the game. Obviously, they're dropping close to each other. Armory Gaming, Roy, kind of close. Power Grid, San Martin, maybe one of these Roy players could get on top of a hill and, take a player out of San Martin, something like that. Oh, never mind. Quite close. Didn't even realize that in the picture-in-picture. Panic and RXC maybe getting into it, but I think that RXC player's just gotten out of it. I can see on the map he's getting shot at. The traces are certainly in the air, but no damage dealt, no player lost, which is a good sign. We get a pretty played out circle as well, pretty iconic circle at this point. This is one of those zones where just off game 1, you could see probably where it's going to end, usually just outside of Monte Nuevo, near FaZe, something like that, right? Maybe to the west, closer to El Pozo, something like that. That's just my guess, right? Because I feel like every time we get this circle, it ends kind of around there. The other option, I suppose, the other more traditional ending is down to the southeast, but we have no idea. We have yet to see where this circle is actually going to go.
Yeah, sometimes this kind of circle does see a couple of hardship where some teams, they were pretty much dead set of it being around the area of Montenevo, but it could still somehow pull towards the in-betweens of both Chinky as well as Chupacera. So it always makes for some really interesting matches coming into these international rounds. So back towards the side of Unicorn Cyber, of course, they had a rough run in that previous match, which they struggled to even find a proper positioning where they were just caught on rotation. So at least now with a little bit more of a standard start, with them being already inside of phase 1, they should not have too much of a problem unless if they decide to go in for a long distance rotation, which they don't have to do so entirely. So that is definitely a little bit of a sigh of relief for the squad, while they will be looking to seek out for more points through those valleys that they plan themselves on through the playables. Well, from the future, same could be said, where they've been taking those corners over the south side of that previous matchup. Couldn't really find too much going for themselves. So now a question remains is that can these teams from the 6th position to all the way up to 11th, of course, still going to be a couple of games to go, but with a big win, that is going to give them that fighting chance for qualification, though gaps have been created from that previous round, and it's going to be much harder to do if they start making tiny little mistakes, and it will start to be unforgivable.
Just off game 1, it's become quite a bit closer between 3rd and, say, 9th, I suppose, all the teams on triple digits that aren't those top 2. So a little bit more exciting, maybe, than we initially thought when we started the night. And of course, as we progress, I can guarantee you that leaderboard is going to change up quite a bit. You mentioned Unicorn Cyber. I think that previous game, without context, when we see them on that minimap, not inside the zone, and the amount of teams that are in front of them, all I could think of was, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. Like, there was there's no chance for them to actually get inside that zone. Obviously, we don't have the previous context as to, the mistakes they made or the macro strategy that they implemented throughout the first few circles. But yeah, when we saw them on the outside, I thought to myself, that is just, insurmountable. No way that they can actually get out of dodge here. So unfortunate for them, game 1, but a team, again, playstyle indicates to me that certainly a comeback is doable, and I hope to see it because they put on a real good show. And I like to see solid PUBG. I like to see unit-based PUBG where it's kind of minimizing risk, but it's also playing as a unit. If you can play as a unit, oftentimes it means the vibes in the team are immaculate and everyone is on the same page. The leader and the coaches are all inspiring their men to the highest degree. Either way, circle, yeah, again, pre-played out. Everyone's setting themselves up in spots where they know that it's probably going to end. FTF inside Monte, they're in prime position. You've got Unicorn Cyber also in prime position up towards the north of Monte, kind of sitting around the FaZe compound, FaZe Hill. Daytrade kind of moving in on the south. Armory Gaming quite close just south of El Pozo as well. eArena maybe decent spot off to the west, as we see Reluctant Squad trying to move their way in. Obviously, Chumacera, especially the high ground, one of these spots that Reluctant Squad can just sit on top of, gather some information if they wanted to, and then make their play later on. So they're not in too much strife right now, not too much pressure, but look on that minimap, the Expendables are quite close.
Yeah, this could potentially be a huge battle that could erupt. And just in the care package, there is an MG tree up for grabs for Unicorn Cyber. Definitely will be able to supplement them with a little bit more firepower.
I like how the crate comes with 60 7.62. It's like the MG3 is going to rinse through that in like 2 seconds. Like, surely it's got to come with a few more bullets than just 60, right?
They definitely will have to have a lot more. I mean, put it 200, these players won't be complaining at all. So with that said, well, there is still Armory around that vicinity, so it wouldn't be relatively too safe for Unicorn Cyber to just simply claim that one for free. While Cerberus Esports having a good split going for themselves. Now, they will basically take control of Brickyard as well as the outskirts of Chumacera. Might actually be caught up with a few members out there of the Expendables also closing in. So this is definitely going to culminate into a long-range battle for the time being. But once it closes in, definitely these big teams will be fighting against each other. So the Expendables, in dire need of those points, will have very tough battles ahead of them.
Yeah, certainly. Again, though, one of those spots where oftentimes you see it shift down to that southeast. So if it does, well, the Expendables have a lot to play with. Kind of spreading themselves out between the prior compounds. And for their efforts, they've been spread out and they've spotted Jun. The rest of Reluctant Squad quite close, though. I can imagine a trade coming in. Jun doesn't have any backup, it seems. That nade is kind of good, actually. 32 damage. But Delvin got that first aid off just in time. He's going to back off now as well. He's got cover of his own. Oh my! The fadeaway grenade onto Jun inspires the Expendables a little bit to get closer. 777 now rocking up, putting himself inside Chumacera. They know that Jun is going to be near those unplayables. He's probably going to be a little bit exposed. It won't take much effort on the side of Expendables to get this flush. 777 knows his angles, knows how much LOS he actually has to the person that's currently covering Jun. All he has to do is look behind him and get that flush. But he hasn't done that. Yes, he will do that. He knows where Jun is. And so at the minimum, even if Jun remains in that little crevice, completely safe from getting flushed out by a gun, well, he's got no time, no chance of the rest of Reluctant Squad coming to revive him. So Jun is all but dead.
Yeah.
And the Expendables start off their game in quite good fashion.
And definitely need to ditch him there. And pretty sure that Delvin was just having a conversation with himself. It's like, oh, that nade was good, but I do it so much better. So that's going to be 1 point to be picked up. And of course, much needed from the side of the Expendables, as they will be able to hold through the southeastern corner really well across Chumacera. And they will be able to claim that until the rest of Xavage men closes in from the factory side. So that could potentially be another long haul of a trade between these upcoming squads into the area. While from the future, spotting out Ruse inside the compound, getting some really good shots through. But from the future, they're just hoping to hold up these elevated areas of the water treatment of Monte Nevo, being directly in the center of it all. But just looking at the corner of the map, this will basically dictate how teams will be pathing into the next area of play. Well, other than that, we don't really see too much of a commotion happening until the Great Migration happens. And it does pull in between, still pretty much centralized for most part.
Who knew?
But
who knew it was going to go here?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a little bit problematic for Magnetic as well as Ether 6, though. They're still in El Pozo, and they might need to fight their way into the zone.
Yeah, it's gone a little bit more south than usual. Daytrade's certainly happy with that. 100%. E36 moving in. Danawat, Magnetic, they need to show up tonight. Didn't on game one, but a second opportunity now here in game two. Kai's actually spun
no.
out. He's spun out, taking damage though. Is that what? There's decent cover from the boys of E36, but I don't think that's going to be enough to help out 𝐏𝐿, and it's not. Flucky gets him, Pure Boy, and the rest of E36 drive away. Stolen though by 𝐸𝐸. Maybe they should have been a little bit more focused on getting that flush, because that's a point that Magnetic desperately need. Gone by the wayside and stolen by Unicorn Cyber, another team that desperately need as many points as they can get. E36 will continue their rotation, but just as they did to the flush of Magnetics, they will take another of E36 down. Kine losing his life, and honestly, maybe a little bit too much complacency from E36. I thought they would be able to figure out that Unicorn Cyber was here, given that one of their members just got flushed from this direction. So maybe should have gone a little bit wider, put yourself a little bit more north, avoided the kind of control that, you know, FaZe Hill, FaZe Compound can entertain to a team. So maybe a mistake from E36. Either way, they find themselves inside Monty. Again, mostly on the northern side, a little bit off-center. So if it does feed the city, they'll be happy. But if they have to leave it, well, they could be totally screwed.
Yeah, they were still lucky to have two members to be staying intact, because that was such a rocky ride to cut into Montenevo. But at least they will have a little bit of a safety net until the rest of the challenge comes in from Armory Gaming as well as from the future. But from the future, with that split going on, they're a lot more occupied to fend off against some members inside of eArena, as well as some pressure coming through from even some members of Armory Gaming. So they won't be picked off just yet. And through the minimap, there is also Panic Esports joining in from the hillside. So that is going to be interesting to see how they will be able to challenge FTF on top of those hills.
Yeah, what will they be able to do? Kind of equal high ground. Maybe FTF's is, you know, slightly better. Probably in the driving seat of that. In fact, we can see the high ground that FTF has. It's matched, I suppose. If Panic can get up onto those unplayables, then FTF and Panic can kind of go at it with DMRs. But it'll be difficult for Panic to actually cross up to those unplayables without using vehicles. And FTF will certainly see them. They'll gather that information, and from there, FTF can just play based off that. But for the moment, Panic have all driven inside that small compound there with the double white and the single, and FTF have full information. Pretty confident that there's 4 up inside that compound, and they'll certainly have a lot of options as to how they want to deal with Panic. The only caveat for FTF is that it's only Trick and Orca and up here. So the other 2 members of FTF are down inside Monty, which means they will not be able to get involved in a fight that Orca and FTF take, or the Trick takes, sorry, with Panic, if that's the case. That said, it is a very nice feed, basically to all the teams inside Monty. FTF have prime position right there in Jungle Gym. Panic probably want to get a little bit closer, see what they can do to weaken the team on high here in Jungle Gym. They haven't really seen any presence from this position, so maybe they're thinking it's either weak or there's no one here. FTF certainly will be aware that Panic might want to make this push. It's a 2v4. We saw them lose one in that previous game, but they've got backup now, actually. All of FTF have regrouped. They have no idea Panic's moved up. Actually, they've spotted them now. The DMRs from the background will ring out. It's a nice spray from that work to open it up.
Great spray and bring out the Panzer, but not having that wiggle room to go in for that open peak. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 will be able to catch off Akarin, so more trouble lies ahead for the rest of From the Future. First pressure coming in from Magnetic as they manage to close in from the north point, and now putting enough pressure to put Panic Esports into a really awkward position, but they will be able to trade back. Turners now knock onto 𝐿𝐿𝐒, and they basically take on 2 fights at a go. Panic Esports at least will be sheltered for now, but FTF, they got to quickly reset and get themselves back up, because more and more teams are joining into the city of Montenevo. Well, I was taking a look at the minimap as well, where we have EA taking 2 sides of the Valee, which could either go really well or really bad, but they will be able to regroup on the lower end of the factory hill. So From the Future, they managed to recuperate. So, of course, a lot of damage has been done already. A little bit of wear and tear through all their gears, but it's going to be spotting a lot more teams moving into the vicinity. So, as much as they got all these intel, they could be able to capitalize on this.
Yeah, both teams, Panic and FTF, kind of scraping away with very minimal losses. No team lost 1 player. And in that situation, obviously, third parties are aplenty. And either team could have lost a lot more than they bargained for. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 down and out. Armory Gaming not starting off this game too well, but they are inside Monty. And if this circle feeds the city, then 3 up. Dynasty, Riz, Shanks, they can certainly put on a show. Leo knocked down as well. The Expendables getting involved elsewhere on the map. 777 knocked back though. Daytrade feels like every time we look at the kill feed, one team is versus another, but then there's a separate team, a third team getting involved from a distance. Everyone just kind of homogenous at this point. This lobby has become so familiar with each other at that point. The 777's actually flushed out too. So not a good start to the game for the Expendables, but again, just like Armory Gaming, it's recoverable. FTF spot, so good. All of the industrial cover that they have, all of the high ground advantage that they have, they're going to be able to farm up a really decent amount of points. And Miramar circles are currently broken. So this phase 4 shift straight onto those unplayables. A little bit closer to Monty as well. But FTF will be certainly rejoicing. E36 as well, sorry. Victor's from previous games sitting dead center.
Oh boy, this is going to be so rough for those who are coming in from the south side because eArena's got it all covered. But that nade from Nurent has just shut off Valentine Esports completely, as they will just have the entire squad blown to smithereen, and Daytrade just make it look all too easy. Wow, and this is just starting to boil here within the city of Montevideo. eArena, like we have expected, will be able to get that perfect coverage for those that are cutting by, and this is more trouble lying ahead for the rest of the Expendables. But we'll have a little bit of a bump onto their journey, and somehow it will still remain intact, but not for long. Tanfu drops out of the vehicle with pressure coming from Daytrade at the same time. But eArena will be able to secure it, while Tycon has been able to catch out Poochus while all of that was going on.
eArena in the low ground here, not a spot where you're usually able to capitalize on kind of kills coming your way just because you're low ground, right? You're not really going to be able to see too much. So as soon as those players start driving in your line of sight, it's skills that you have to capitalize on. Here though, in Brickguard, it's Cerberus onto Daytrade. The victors of these fights with these two have usually been Cerberus. Daytrade, I believe, have got a couple wins under their belt against their rivals, but Cerberus are far too dominant in this tournament right now. Careful not to get knocked, Taisaki, because Daytrade's certainly looking to capitalize on it, but they've also disconnected from this fight, gone their separate ways. Now their focus is turned towards X-Men. They've rocked up in a car, Belmoth down and out. Nurens has to recover again. Highlight play already this game. We're now looking for a second one, but Leo and Payne combined for 2 knocks onto Daytrade, and maybe it's too much, maybe it's enough. Daytrade will go out again, just down to Nurens, and Cerberus licking their lips at the moment, thinking they could get involved. How much can they really get out of this fight when it's almost so close to being over already?
Yeah, they're starting to be held into the corner of the map while we have another big nade coming in from Team Bliss. Monty just blowing up RS to bits, though we didn't manage to actually catch too much of that because too much is going on here in Montevideo. From the future, as we expect it to have a really good POV across this entire section of the map. So that's it. Cerberus Esports just having so much of a struggle, and they need to basically decide whether to push towards the side of Xavage Men or eventually go in for a big wraparound, which is a lot harder to do considering the fact that Roy Esports is still over onto the eastern side of the map. So with this shrinking in, it will still give a little bit of space for Hitmas to work with. So Cerberus, they probably will go in for the push against the Masters team.
Probably. I mean, what other option do they have if they start to rotate out? I think X-Men probably just catch them as they leave. Walker looking this way as well. What a feed from FTF. A spot where I think it's pretty easy to, to have a decent game. Would be surprised if they don't. They've got such good advantage to basically everyone in this zone. Once these equal high grounds have been pushed out as well, so once X-Men's gone, once Cerberus' spot is out of the zone, FTF will reign supreme over the entire lobby. Little bit of time until that happens though. Tarnish knockdown as well. You can't be suffering knocks like that if you want to, or if you're going to have to eventually take the fight with Cerberus. I can see blue zone grenades coming in from the Vietnam team. Another one knocked down from Roy this time. They're there on that northern side. And Cerberus with a field day here of utility. Throw nades into that top floor. You're almost guaranteed a kill if you can get one to land at the feet of one of these X-Men players. But so far, that's not what's happening. A nade into the bottom floor maybe will do better. There is a knock inside this bottom floor. No Molotovs. Whoa. There we go. Another nade. Tarnish knockdown again. That mistake of getting knocked in the back is going to come back to haunt him. But Payne's putting up decent defense. Another blue zone grenade knock from 𝐼𝐼𝐼. Cerberus certainly on top of this, but Haisaki's lost his life. Look at those blue zone grenades completely engulfing that double white. It's now 2 flushed out from X-Men. What much more can they do?
It's just so clean coming from Cerberus. They just got all the angle coverage without needing to fully commit into the building. And Payne, he's down to the last HP left. Pressure still on from the side of FTF. So not too much of a safe room to play out. So Cerberus, they will basically seize the bottom floor at the very least and just leave Payne at the moment to be dealt with later on. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 still trying to clear off the angles through the windows. Well, of course, not willing to fully commit just yet. They still have to get a little bit more recovery done. Well, all of that is happening. We see a little bit more pressure being built towards the side of Team Bliss by the corner map with shots coming from Akita. And Valee will be able to find Trick in the head. I'm not even sure where exactly that was coming from.
Yeah, I mean, they've been there on that kind of northeastern side for a while. Turns out they have some pretty decent angles onto the teams around them. For Cerberus right now, ooh, got to be careful. Oh, that's an opportunity. Nade prepped. Sophia on the push. Down though, couldn't get that spray. That is devastating for Payne. That is a gimme kill. And he loses it out. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 completely caught. Pants down. Still couldn't capitalize. Now it's just down to Xavier. Top floor with a shotgun, certainly deadly, but 𝐼𝐼𝐼, little bit of Pika's advantage, little bit of reaction speed, and it nets him to kill. Xavier down and out before he could even shoot a bullet out of that pump shotgun. And now Roy wants to get involved. Cerberus, they were just in a fight, but it's over. Duckmine knocked out of the bike as well. Not really certain that he would ever live through a kind of rotation like that. And as Roy approached the fight with Cerberus, they are torn apart on entry. Roy down and out. They tried to get something done, tried to third party, but Cerberus prepared as ever, as they usually are. And that puts them 2 points away from breaching 200.
It's just so unreal on how he has managed to respond in just that split second and also reacting to the oncoming engagement coming from Roy Esports and perfectly defending that compound. Now needing to cross the street, it's still going to be troubles lurking ahead for the side of Cerberus Esports, but they're well on their way in. While Aquarin's going to seek out for more. Devasty goes in for the push. They'll be able to clear up members of Unicorn Cyber, but that is going to be the last stand. A valiant effort, but not enough to take out UNC.
Really nice defense from UNC, and they keep multiple members up as well. That could have gone terribly, but it did not. Armory Gaming couldn't put up a fight. The man advantage too strong for Unicorn Cyber. Bliss have now kind of approached that spot where FTF own, where Panic have been for quite some time. One of the downfalls of the spot the Panic have chosen is a spot like this. They now have to leave, but there's a massive open area between them and safety, and Bliss looking to capitalize on just that. FTF as well. Panic caught between a rock and a hard place. Happy's gone down though. E36 still putting up that fight towards those unplayables. Maybe E36 could have more of an impact here than we initially thought, but I think their fate remains pretty similar to the fate of the teams around them. FTF probably just going to clean up no matter how close the teams around them can get to FTF's high ground. FTF will still have that advantage. Yes, they are down 2-3, but it's not an advantage that you're going to let go very lightly. Dusky down, Cow down as well. The two OS teams falling one by one, and FTF looking to capitalize on as much of this as they possibly can.
Yeah, they're just being squeezed by the pressure of the zone, and from the future, just absolutely getting those God angles upon them. So there's really not much left on the tank for the side of the Oceanic teams, just hugging tightly by the edges. Of course, having Eagle 36 to be on the lookout at the very same time. So Monty, he's just by the edge, will be spotted out. Once it does subside, there goes Team Bliss. Decent run into the top 8, but they didn't manage to get all too much out of the whole chaos that we've seen so far inside of Monty Nevo. 𝐼𝐼𝐼, though, so far playing such a great defensive game throughout the course of the battle, as they've been hugging tight into the factory grounds and finally opening up a little bit more room to challenge the rest of From the Future. But guess what? the circle actually brings it out to a half coverage through the streets. So eArena, they don't really have to push all the way up to the factory hills.
𝐷𝐸 silently in the spot to maybe take the win, to be honest. If this circle continues to shift off this high ground, then everyone's going to end up in the line of sight of 𝐷𝐸. They parachute off those rocks. 𝐷𝐸 is going to be there to capitalize. Completely profit off your misfortune. A couple teams caught out of zone, Unicorn Cyber being one of them, but off the back of that Armory Gaming fight, they're still 4 up. FTF losing Happy in a spot like this is so devastating. You have this advantage for so long, and then one of your players gets knocked on the edge down to a nade. They have to find a way to recover, and I think for FTF, one of those ways is by letting all the teams around them fight and being the third party, letting everyone else take the early engagements, and then FTF's the one that cleans up. Unicorn Cyber looking to move up these rocks, but as they do, E36 will get closer and closer, and eventually you can see that collision happening. Sylphia will look this way eventually. He's brought Pure Boy over as well, so a fight between Unicorn Cyber and E36 probably eventually going to break out. Maybe eArena look to get involved too. They run up that dirt road. They stab E36 in the back. All the while, you've got Cerberus and 𝐷𝐸 who want to claim as much kills as they possibly can in a zone like this. They don't want it to be a boring win. They want it to be as exciting as possible. They don't want that 3-kill win. They want that 15-kill win, but how much more kill opportunity do these guys really have? Unicorn Cyber now making that final push up the hill.
Yeah, speaking of push here, there is pressure coming in from the future with a few members breaching into the water treatment area. But you will be able to at least parkour across to get a little bit more of that cover. So that's definitely a little bit of an advantage for FTF. While Trade finds one out of UNC. Jacob now pushes through, catches the members of Eagle 36. Only Pure Boy left, but he's not going to be spotted just yet. To that now having some tough area to play with, just needing to hold out against C-Boy and will not be able to survive to make the final 5. Unicorn Cyber somehow being overwhelmed with that form of push, trying to take that space, but not enough to be able to spot out FTF members. And despite their efforts, they walk away without more of that 15 kill streak that we have expected. With full squad strength, they could have actually done so much more.
Yeah. That was kind of like trial number 3 for FTF, and they passed again with flying colors. So many moments for them where this high ground could have fallen apart. You look back to when Panic tried to make that push. You look to when Bliss and Panic had to leave that compound, right? And FTF were suffering knocks because they want to go for that aggression. And then, of course, Unicorn Cyber make that push, and again, FTF remains stoic, defending this high ground. They have passed every test so far, but there are many more tests to come. The eArena now looking to up their points per game. Not usually the team that we point out to win the game, but certainly a team that can deal a ton of damage. Jacob has been an absolute highlight and continues to be. Force 36 eliminated. Cerberus down to 1. 𝐷𝐸 now leaving the safety of that double white, pushing up again. They don't want it to be boring. They want it to be exciting. And talk about exciting. It's always high mass when we mention that kind of word. It's always high mass to deliver in moments like this. He'll go down eventually, but not without a nice couple sprays. FTF now, they'll get that res, maintain high ground position, but eArena and 𝐷𝐸 are the final 2 tests for the Indonesian team.
Wow, what a round it is, as we see all these action starting to dissipate, especially here heading into the top 3. It's definitely going to be hard to flush out the rest of from the future unless if there's going to be a shift that will direct them through the street. But even so, they've already got all these elevated POV to work with. So it's all about getting into the right position to capitalize onto teams like 𝐷𝐸, which hasn't really shown themselves all too much. There is a good spread going on. Tigger, as well as the rest of eArena, will definitely have a lot more struggle to try to secure this chicken dinner. But what a recovery round for eArena, considering that previous matchup in Miramar didn't end up the way that they wanted it to be. Could have been so much more. And finally, they're here to push as hard as they could. And so far, I've gotten just about enough kill points, but this chicken dinner will definitely put them in a much safer spot.
It's working out for them so far. And yeah, again, reminder, 𝐿𝐴rena team that was in the top 6 after day 1 and day 2 fell out of it yesterday. Now looking to shoot their shot at getting back up. And of course, Jacob putting on a show remains probably the highlight player of this 𝐿𝐴rena squad. FTF, they didn't actually get that res like I said they would. So they're down to 2, but they maintain this high ground advantage. We are in phase 9, ladies and gentlemen. How long can FTF stay on top of this unplayable before they need to jump off, before those parachutes become their only option? RXC looking to capitalize on both these teams, both 𝐿𝐴rena and FTF. They've got the low ground, and that star, well, it's in RXC's line of sight. So everyone eventually needs to make their way down there. 𝐿𝐴rena, it has to be super clean here onto FTF. They can't lose any members to the Indonesian squad, or their late game is going to be very, very stressful. FAP, what a man to be put up against first. A star player for RXC, has been across basically every tournament I've been able to cast him in. 𝐿𝐴rex's tasked with dispatching of him. Sat inside that corner, sat inside that crevice. Behind smokes though, so 𝐿𝐴rex is allowed to maneuver around a little bit. Shot at from on high, that's FTF. Pushing 𝐿𝐴rex back a little bit again. These smokes are going to dissipate. FAP's going to have a line of sight, and 𝐿𝐴rex is totally unaware. Don't think he saw him. Don't think he heard him. He's so close. Oh my! Never mind. The hipfire double heady. FAP goes down, and this is 𝐿𝐴rena maybe with a chance at the win.
And they managed to actually spy out the rest of FTF jumping through. So Jacob's going to claim that one for free. Finding Armory as well from the future. Have played it excellently to that point, but just get shut off completely. Now Jacob will be spotted out. But now with only 𝐿𝐴rex left, what more can he actually do? Repsec Esports will find themselves in a much better position. So it's all down to Tigger. And what does he have left in the tank? Only a flashbang, but if there is a frag grenade, that would basically seal it off. But Repsec Esports, they got the numbers to work with. And here goes the chicken dinner once more for Vietnam with 6 kills on the block.
Oh, certainly a win that RXC will take. One of those games you could see coming to them from quite a while away, especially when that, I believe it was phase 6, phase 7, shifted towards the road. You thought, okay, RXC are in a really solid spot to take this, and they didn't waver, did they? They didn't let it slip away from them. They maintained low ground advantage. Usually we talk about high ground advantage. Usually we're talking about the team that has the highest spot in the zone has the advantage, but not that time round. RXC with the low ground, that's what mattered most. That's what they kept advantage of, and that's what net them the win. What an effort though from 𝐿𝐴rena. What an effort though from FTF. What an effort from many, many, many teams in this game, in that lobby, in that server, in those final circles. It was a very entertaining one to watch. But in the end of the day, of course, it was RXC to claim the win. Better spot than most of the other teams who had to eventually find their way off those unplayables.
Yeah, I've got really high praises for all the teams on board. And I was just looking at how Cerberus has been able to survive so long because they had to cut in from the southeast corner that had a cluster of teams upon them and somehow make it out into a top 5 finish at the very least. So in the early game, we see a couple of all these pickoffs and some highlight plays, and we finally get to see this clip with Daytrade pulling off that perfect defense with the nade.
This one though, this one was crazy.
Oh yeah,
Cerberus took their sweet time with this X-Men team. Daytrade, kind of a formality at one point. That was devastating to see from Pain. That was one of those moments where it can turn the tides of battle, but it just never did. HiMass very quick onto that top of the stairs peak. And then we go to the Monty battle as well. Many battles in Monty were had, but this one was mostly isolated. No one else really getting involved. And of course, Unicorn Cyber come out on top up against Armory Gaming, who had 3 members. A spot where FTF as well, by the way, could have lost many, many more people than they did. When you're controlling this kind of high ground, often you are the target of everyone else in the zone. And so many times you can falter, you lose too many members, and you just lose the game off the back of that. But FTF did not falter. They didn't waver until they absolutely had to, until they had to jump off those unplayables. They kept 2 alive, which is commendable from them. What an effort from HiMass as well. This shot from 𝐿𝐴rex, FAP was just not prepared for that in the slightest. He came around that corner, whipping his barrel in that guy's face, double quick heady with the hip fire spray. And yeah, certainly.
Yeah, there was
certainly an excellent play.
There was so many microsecond decisions that have been seen through the highlights out there. 𝐿𝐴rex is one of them, and we've got HiMass that have shown a masterful display on how he handles team fight entirely for the side of Cerberus.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
Well, to me, it was impeccable of how FTF defended that water treatment area of Montenegro, because honestly, that wasn't exactly the cleanest of covers when you're playing around that area.
Yeah.
And with so many angles of coverage, somehow they've kept themselves with 4 life for most part until they need to leave that vicinity later on to jump towards the lower ground. And well, it still sees the rest of FTF getting some much needed points, while some of these teams like Unicorn Cyber have definitely shed a little bit of that limelight, though I kind of wish that Unicorn Cyber have been able to play it without too much of that overconfidence when they were pushing some of all these areas. And first, they got punished for it, even despite them having the numbers to work with.
Yeah, kind of a push that Unicorn Cyber, as soon as you start to make that push, it doesn't really matter how it turns out at the end of the day. Well, of course, the result matters, but when you get to that point where you have to make that push, you just kind of have to make plays based off instincts, right? And if you get too aggressive or you're too passive, yeah, well, it just kind of is what it is at that point. You have to make that play, and so whatever is going to get it done in your mind in that moment is kind of what you go for. 𝐷𝐸 with 16, very evenly spread though in that top 4, 15, 15, and then 13 for eArena, Cerberus, and FTF. Then there's a bit of a drop-off. We fall down to E36 with 7, Unicorn Cyber with 7 as well. Panic get up there with 5, Bliss the same with 4, and the rest of the leaderboard kind of falls off from that point. So consistent points gained from some of the teams that need it, but of course the ones that needed it the absolute most, eArena, FTF, 𝐷𝐸. Those guys still in contention. 𝐷𝐸 probably not so much. They might fall out of it as we continue on with game 3, game 4, but certainly will put themselves up there much more in contention off the back of that win. But very important points for both FTF and eArena.
Yeah, but we're also looking at the stagnation of Magnetic, so we will expect that to be having them into a very risky position on that leaderboard later to be displayed. So I'm honestly not too certain as to who would be able to at least gain much more off of it, because when we look into the course of Miramar, how this one actually plays out, first, TE this time struggling a little bit more in that early game and only finding it at 1 point, so we won't see too much of that progression coming from the side of TE. So they couldn't break into the top 6 just yet, but more chances to be created later on in Tego as well as Vikendi. While FTF also has been relatively consistent from what they have shown to us for these past couple of games. So with that said, CES will be the first team to break into the 200-pointer mark with 203. Daytrade still unmovable here in 2nd place. While we take a look at 4th position all the way down to 6, they're within the 120 margin. So it definitely is going to be a little bit of a struggle for Magnetic to break off this cold feed that they've had inside Miramar. So Roy somehow sees a little bit more of that opportunity to cut through.
Yeah, we really need to keep our eye on Magnetic and Roy and the Expendables, even Team Bliss, Unicorn Cyber as well, right? Those are the guys that, look, they're far away, right? And in a lobby like this, it's going to take a really good game to make up that gap. But again, certainly doable. It's just not something you're happy to look at if you're a player from Magnetic. I mean, 12 points is certainly, you're certainly capable of pulling that off. But in a lobby like this, sometimes those points slip away from you. Cerberus has a 15-kill win. You don't get as much as you want, right? So it's still a number that can make you a little bit nervous. And Valee Thai, maybe there was a little bit of a worry that they were going to fall off a little bit. First couple of games haven't been too good for them, but they had such a great day yesterday that they still remain in that 5th spot. Same for FTF. The consistency keeps rolling for them. They've been in 3rd for quite some time. As soon as they lost 1st spot, they haven't dipped out of 3rd. They've been there consistently throughout the entire run of games so far, and it's fantastic to see them continue that consistency. We move to Tego, though, for game 3 of the night. E36 and 𝐷𝐸 with the first 2 wins. And honestly, those are teams at the bottom side of the leaderboard. So maybe there's a little bit of a trend here that's going to be gained throughout tonight. We see the teams that haven't really gotten too many wins actually get some wins. And then during those wins, we see the teams that need those points actually come through, like your eArenas, like your Magnetics, hopefully at some point later on tonight. But Tego is map 3, a map that is obviously quite team fight heavy, quite fundamental heavy. So if you understand how to take those team fights, if you understand how to abuse and use and utilize terrain, you're going to be loving life. But of course, obviously, 𝐏𝐏𝐀𝐒 can go completely separate and completely awry as well to your expectations. We have no idea what we're going to get into, but I'm sure we'll enjoy it because 𝐏𝐏𝐀𝐒, I mean, look, it's coming to the map pool, and as much as some people might say it needs some ironing out here and there, I agree. 𝐏𝐏𝐀𝐒 remains a map that I'm very excited to watch every time it comes up.
Yeah, though it needs a little bit of ironing out, I kind of really like how it's been able to really shape 𝐏𝐏𝐀𝐒's place in the realm of PUBG Esports, where this type of team fight heavy play style definitely benefits those teams that are proactively seeking for eliminations to be garnered from the early game all the way into the ending of it all. And you did touch on the trends as well as what went on throughout the course of the run. Now, I kind of see a little bit of the same narrative for Valee Esports, just going back to the playoffs run, right? They had that sudden burst into the middle of the playoffs run, and then on the final day when it matters the most, you start to see them having that cold feet going on, and first their fans definitely are still left in the worried state heading to the final game of the finals today. So I'm hoping that they will be able to still survive by the tail end of this tournament, because they have so much of that potential, but certain times they just haven't got those moments to display what they're really made of. And I think their trouble for those runs inside Miramar has always been about those rotations that has been seeing them being cut off very early on. So hopefully not the case moving into 𝐏𝐏𝐀𝐒 for this Thai squad.
Yeah, I loved what we saw from them yesterday, and obviously we haven't seen it at the start of today, but you are 4 more games. One of them is 𝐏𝐏𝐀𝐒, and we're going to end on those comfort picks of 𝐼𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻, sorry. So certainly there's a lot more to come from them, and for many other teams as well. One of the reasons I love ending on 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻 is because it is so comfortable for so many teams. It's that map that you just know what you're going to do basically every time. Every circle that pops up, it's one of those games or one of those maps that provides entertainment every single time. Right, and so that's one of the reasons I love ending on 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻. I also would have preferred we go 𝐏𝐏𝐻, 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻, but we've got that real kind of map in Big Handy that we will go to after this game and after that break, of course. But we get 𝐏𝐏𝐻 now, a little bit of excitement before the break, of course. 25 seconds until we arrive. Plane path. Well, it hasn't showed up on my second monitor yet, so I can't actually spoil what the plane path is. But I'm certainly interested to know what it is. Is there such thing as a bad plane path on 𝐏𝐏𝐻 Contra? No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think that's probably a very unanimous thought. Maybe it's got to be super extreme to one side of the map to actually be a bad plane path. So I think anyone or most of these teams are going to be happy with the one that I'm looking at right now.
Yep, and that's it. Let's hop right in as we're nearing the midday of the tournament, with only a total of 4 games to be played out to conclude the victors of the tournament. So far, it is Cerberus Esports leading the pack in a very confident fashion, already breaking into 200 points. Still, Daytrade still trying to give them a little bit of chase, but like what you've just mentioned back in Miramar, they haven't really had that clean track record when these two teams collide in a team fight. So maybe 𝐏𝐏𝐻 will see some of that classic rivalry once more from these set teams. So to unveil the flight path, it will be starting off from the shipyard, heading all the way down south onto Songnam.
Panic and Roy going at it still. Probably more important for Roy at this point. Panic not, certainly not out of contention for qualification just yet, but Roy is on that cusp, right? So a hot drop like this needs to go their way, or they need to get out of it safely. 𝐸𝐺𝐻 dropping 2. Quite spread, actually. If you look at that map, that's a decent spread for 𝐸𝐺𝐻. Same with E36 as well. But it's really this hot drop between Panic and Roy that I'm looking at. This is the one that we haven't really seen go either way throughout the history of it. Haven't really seen a clear victor in most of these hot drops. And I think finally this time round, just based on where both these teams are on the leaderboard, we might actually see a little bit more aggression. We might actually see one of these two teams go for it, or both teams go for it. TiVi's already on the attempted and off angle, but Zest is doing the same thing, which is Probably a testament to the mindset of both these teams. Get an off angle, see what you can do from that off angle. Pivy is unaware of Zest's position, though. This could be disastrous. You can see Zest off there in the background looking for someone from Panic to rock up, but that person from Panic's already arrived. It's Pivy. He's already inside that warehouse quite close to you. Zest will continue looting. He'll spot out for one player arriving, you know, every now and then. Every couple seconds he'll look outside, make sure he's not getting flanked, but I think he's already missed his timing. Yeah,
he definitely missed it right now. But Pivy will have the support of the rest of Panic Esports to be able to really give him a little bit more of that coverage from the back. So Zest, he's just going to pull all the way onto the outskirts, leaving the city section of Yeongcheon for the time being. We'll be able to, of course, have a couple of angles to work with to supplement if Roy decides to go into the entanglement with the rest of Panic Esports. But just like all the other days, we don't really see that full-blown team fight inside of that hot drop area of Yeongcheon just yet. Well, inside of the area of the circle that appeared into the center, it's really interesting to also see that RXE has been able to find themselves a really good spot, and they will be hoping to cut off certain teams passing by, and that's going to be Xavier driving through those hills. So he's got to slowly scout this one out, or else he'll be caught out by surprise. That will be taking charge over onto one corner of the hill while we see a widespread going on coming from the rest of the members of RXE.
One of those things about Tega, right? You can rock up on a hill, but the tree density doesn't really lend itself to information or visibility, unfortunately. So Xavier's got to be very careful, like you said. Has spotted out, I think he spotted out Danahan actually, and was looking at the map. Either way, he's careful of the compound. A little bit of a rotate camp or attempt from Panic. They got close to the bridge. Pivy was ready for Roy to leave Yeongcheon, but the shots didn't land in Panic's favor, and so Roy gets out of here. Again, this hot shot ends with not really a clear victor. Roy, yes, they leave. They keep 4 up. Yeah, Panic don't get any kills, but can you really even call it a hot drop at that point? They're basically just sharing the city like you would Lost Leones or Yasnaya. And just so happens that Yeongcheon is smaller than both those cities, so there's a little bit more tension involved. Oh, Xavier's got him close. Quite close. That's
very close.
That's 3 kills if he was closer than he was, but I think he's missed his opportunity. Still has a little bit of a window. The spray comes out. Shots do land, but he runs out of ammo. That is devastating for Xavier. No extended mag, unfortunately, for him. And the 2 players on the bike escape with their lives.
Could have been a quick double for Xavier, but of course, not enough supplies to be able to eventually wear them out. So they'll be able to basically regroup, as they both have a lot more of that coverage of Buksansa for RXE. Bliss coming up close to the rest of Eagle 36, trying to hold off a defense here with those nades pretty much up and ready. XK spots out the US, moving into the direction as inside, also taking a different angle of this fight. Cal first one to bow out, and the rest of Eagle 36 just having that perfect angles to work with. Now down to only inside, and Kane's cooking up a grenade. He locked right through, so no way out for the rest of Team Bliss. It's going to be an early exit for the Oceanic team. Tough journey for them so far in the final matches.
Insight's asking, what happened to my team, man? All of a sudden, he was the last one left. 3 members of Bliss just got knocked in an instant. E36 cleaned them up. Well played from them. A little bit of a compound fight that maybe X-Men could get involved in. Yeah, I mean, X-Men on the sidelines, right? They're certainly looking at a third-party opportunity, but not being super aggressive. They are shooting DMR shots from far back. Now they're getting involved. And 777, rude awakening from him. This isn't as isolated as you thought. They are certainly getting involved. Leo opening up, Tarnished opening up. A little bit of team damage, but that doesn't really matter. Stolen out, though, by UNQ from the compound. Another one onto Valee tie. Another potential loss from them. A devastating loss at that. Yeah. They're kind of close on that leaderboard. They've got a little bit of safety to work with, but if they lose this compound fight, it gets a little bit more dodgy. It's the Expendables as well, actually, that are in this fight. Tanvu, the last one up. They're one of those teams close to potentially contesting for PGS qualification, and Tago hasn't gone their way so far. It's against rivals as well. The start of this Tago has delivered on all fronts, and X-Men, yeah, they've been third-partying, but look at their kill count. It's 0. The Expendables lose Duck Juice as well. Flushed out, completely gone. No Taego for him. Delwyn certainly going to get flushed out too. No chance Tanvu can make that res. And so Valee Tai will win this compound fight without losing a single member, mind you. So Valee Tai's consistency from yesterday, while it wasn't here on Miramar, yesterday was when they got that win on Taego, the win that we thought they never ever should have gotten. Looks like at least Taego is one of the maps that they fancy, and Tanvu will get out of there. The Expendables run slowly coming to an end, and Valee Tai's run to remain in that top 6 continues to be consistent.
Yeah, and Valee Tai Esports continues to have that form of tenacity. First, getting that little help coming in from the some of the members of X-Men definitely opened up a little bit of spacing against the Expendables. But I was really curious as to why the rest of X-Men didn't choose to commit. I guess with the lack of information and a little bit of pressure coming from TE, it sees them trying to reposition and absolutely missing that window where they could possibly get a lot more out of, as we saw. From those kind of areas played, they could basically claim a lot more. Reluctant Squad, though, going up against the rest of Roy that are on the lower ground. Some damage being done, but Long High still trying to work this one out. Not going to have all too much of a clean area play, especially with the pressure of playing this as a duo. The members from the side of Roy now starting to actually push upwards with a couple of flashbangs pop towards his way. Huang finds the perfect opening against Simon. One down, more to go. Same situation for Roy, now only down to 2, but a little bit of a tap coming in from afar that will send Reluctant Squad all the way back to the hill, unable to claim that kill as PV will still that point away.
Yeah, nice little yoink from Panic. Roy as well, again, another team on the cusp. Falling short on Taego. It might actually just come down to Magnetic, man. That might be the only team we can really rely on to get themselves up there, to actually get into the fight. But even then, Thunders is already knocked. They're winning this fight up against Unicorn Cyber. Well, I say that. They've just kind of traded blows. It's 1-1 at the moment. Hudat is looking for an alternate angle, trying to get something done, trying to make a play for the team. Sapao is flushed out. And Magnetic certainly in the driving seat now. With that player flushed out as well, I think it's time for Unicorn Cyber to disperse. And you can see on the minimap, all 3 of them go their separate ways. Magnetic have won this fight, and they will get that res as well. Stuck in the blue for the moment, but that's not an issue in phase 1. So they've got plenty of time to decide where they want to go. Unicorn Cyber, again, not disastrous for them, but their woes continue, losing 1. Ooh, Reluctant Squad. Close to the remaining members of Roy, who again are looking to claim as many points as they can. And they've got a couple. Reluctant Squad walk into their trap, and Roy now up to 4 points.
Yeah, they managed to eventually settle the scores here. 4 important points out there. Well, of course, looking back at the situation with UNC as well as Magnetic, it really seemed like Unicorn Cyber tried to actually choke them to a corner, but that was a good defensive setup, though needing to tank the blue zone. It's still very early, and Magnetic keeping themselves very healthy into the run. Now finds their way into the south side with a lot of playable area. So I would expect Magnetic to have a very good run heading into this round of Taego. While we move over to the side of Panic Esports, Roy definitely have seen a little bit of a battle already, while Panic joining in with a full squad. Sure, not sure if they've gotten a full intel onto the members of Roy. But Yimcook, if there's anyone to be able to basically turn the tides of the battle, it's definitely going to be Mai. So we'll see if they will be able to fare if they were ever to go on that exchange. But Cerberus Esports now moves into the city of Hosan and will eventually meet up with a few members of the side of Unicorn Cyber that have just arrived to the scene from the south side. Don't really have too much compounds to work with and a lot of open areas in between. So all they basically can do is just to tag each other through those window panes. Well, won't expect them to basically commit to a fight just yet. A little bit of a standstill between all the teams at the moment as they're waiting for the next circle to pop.
Commitment from Cerberus, Unicorn Cyber, and the last remaining member of the Expendables into Hosan this early on, this off-center is interesting. But it is a city you can play out of. especially if you're on that eastern side. So not too terrible. And obviously Cerberus up with 4, they can make whatever play they want. This is probably more of a kind of a reset play from Unicorn Cyber, I suppose. Just get ourselves somewhere safe. And it looks like to me they are much more focused on, you know, ratting and letting people walk into them rather than anything else. But I think Cerberus are already aware of that. I think they saw Unicorn Cyber come in, or they heard their cars arrive at the pretty much exact same time. I think it's Tanvu, the last one up for the Expendables as well. It's probably going to look to third party that eventual fight if it does come to fruition. So Lolzy on the roof. It's probably just going to be a stalemate for quite some time because Cerberus don't really want to make a push until they get a knock. But is Unicorn Cyber really going to offer up a knock? I don't think so.
I don't think so
Unicorn
either.
Cyber are just aware of Cerberus is aware of them. So I guess we'll wait and see. In fact, Cerberus probably smartly enough are backing off. 𝐏𝐼𝐺 might remain close. He's got that kind of cross covered between the part of the city that Unicorn Cyber's in and the rest of it. So 𝐏𝐼𝐺 can probably sit still, just chill. But the rest of Cerberus are going to look to the eastern side because that's the side that kind of determines how well you place when you put yourself inside Hosan on the eastern side, or on a circle like this at least, mind you. If you want to access to the center of the zone, then you need to be able to leave out the eastern side, unless you want to go for some kind of wrap. But that's not what Cerberus is interested in right now. They're going to put themselves up a little bit more north too. And again, I think 𝐏𝐼𝐺 will remain. A nice split from Daytrade. X-Men, decent spot. FTF probably going to have to fight Armory on edge. E36 controlling their southern side quite nicely. Magnetic, decent spot on the west for them. The circle, it's shifting now all the way to the north. Cerberus in a fantastic spot. Daytrade will be happy with their location. Valee tie.
Wow.
Again, more potential for resurgence on Tego from them. And more fights will happen on that south as well.
Yeah, I've been keeping my eyes on eArena. They've been having trouble on their rotation and being caught by members of Magnetic as well as 𝐏𝐿. They've been moving around that school area and finally giving themselves a little bit more of that direct area to just cut through into Hosan, but that's basically to the crosshairs of the rest of Unicorn Cyber, so they're definitely ready to take them on. But 𝐼𝐺, he takes this opportunity to spot out who that's running across the corner, and UNC just got caught out within the city areas. So Cerberus Esports suppressing any form of attack coming from the side of UNC. So that's great for the side of eArena. They get to claim this hill for themselves, and Destroy is still here to try to fend off against Sizzy that has been able to claim a little bit of a shack for shelter. But this is going to be a long haul of fight between these three teams, and eventually there's going to be TE that's going to be joining in the picture as well. Oh boy, this west side is just going to see a lot of bodies dropping to the ground.
Yeah, and Cerberus is getting out of there too. They want to focus on the northern side of Hosan, which is very smart from them. Just kind of avoid all the chaos on the southern and the eastern side. Unicorn Cyber will move in eventually. 𝐏𝐼𝐺 no longer providing that pressure, so they can take this kind of isolated 4v4 with eArena, but the same thing is kind of happening for eArena. They don't really want to get involved either. They've left that building that Unicorn Cyber is nading. They are focusing more towards the north as well, except a little bit more central this time. They can't really fight towards Cerberus. Armory Gaming, Dynasty has gone down. Claimed out by Tanvu. Again, solo for the Expendables, trying to get as many points as he can. Look at them, 103. Qualification is 122. And so Tanvu needs to put on a lot of work. FAP's gone down, flushed out too. Flucky gets that. Maybe a decent game from Magnetic coming in. A good start, a little bit of momentum could be gained off a kill like that. Devastation for the player, or for FAP, sorry. Couldn't really get involved. Armory Gaming now pushing towards Tanvu. What much more can he get done? Nothing. Didn't really expect more from a solo in that situation. He did get another knock, so commendable effort from Tanvu, but Armory Gaming too strong in that situation. Actually, they'll lose Shanks off the back of that knock, so Tanvu didn't necessarily do his job for the Expendables, but he certainly weakened Armory Gaming.
Yeah, and now more and more of these nades are dropping by from the side of Unicorn Cyber. There are a lot of opportunities out there for Unicorn Cyber. They haven't been able to seize any form of points so far. Still at 0 for the moment, which I thought that for sure some of these guys will be able to book something for themselves. Manhung trying to open a little bit more space, driving past members of the side of Daytrade. And now Rapsec Esports goes into a trade-off against the rest of Magnetic, just cutting body edges here, bosom grenade onto 𝐿𝐴𝐵. So he's going to have some tight areas to find a little bit more room to breathe on top. as Tanan tries to force him off the rooftops. Got the AUG, and that trade will see Tanan out in the open. Magnetic slowly wins this one, but there's still more to cover. And Rapid Esports eventually falls, but at a cost for Magnetic.
Saved by, Thanawat saved in that situation. Escalusia down and out, but Magnetic will take those 5 kills again. Starting to think that maybe they're the only people that could put up a fight towards that top 6 in this game. On Tego, like they did yesterday, well, they're certainly in the running to do so. eArena now doing what they do best, kind of mid-game, phase 4, phase 5, phase 6. They just seem to rack up kills no matter what. Unicorn, Cyber, and X-Men, both the victims of eArena right now. Panic onto E36 in the kill feed to FTF onto Valee Thai. There are team fights happening everywhere at the moment. Rotational kills. The center of this zone looks barren. Seems like no one has been able to actually get into the center of zone. Everyone's getting caught out on the edge. The members of Valee Thai probably just going to be latte up and remaining after all is said and done. Pure Boy down to the zone. Daytrade, they've got a fantastic spot to control this southern side. So much kill opportunity to teams rotating in. We can see that happening with FTF too. They'll take out UNQ. FTF have a job to do to finish off Valee Thai, and Daytrade don't seem to want to get too involved. They'll leave FTF to their own devices. They've got these western side, I suppose, to focus on. Unicorn, Cyber, Solo, eArena as well. Daytrade have other priorities. Valee Thai, FTF, it's 3 up. It's a 4v3. Nades getting thrown out. No one's really in grenade distance. I take that back.
Wow.
Well-placed grenade from Happy opens up the account onto the remaining 3 members of Valee Thai.
And they're starting to be cornered up by the rest of FTF. Blue zone grenade to eventually flush him out. 14 HP to work with, but just about enough room to pop that first 8. Quick Venture will still seek out Latte. And there's only so much more that they can basically do here in the open fields. FTF has really got this entire sector close up, so it's only a matter of moments till Megaloss eventually goes out for the count as well. That's how Esports relying on Megaloss to make some incredible plays happen, but that's not going to be it for this time here in Tego. That's high down on 10. Well, X-Men's been able to catch out the rest of the members of Daytrade. We saw them being in a great position, but they were eventually overwhelmed. And I'm not entirely sure how exactly that one happened, but definitely a lot of pressure coming in from eArena much early on has been able to dispossess them from that location.
Damn, action everywhere. Hard to keep track of it all. Panic caught out on that northern side, neighboring with Roy. Cerberus trying to hold them out. Panic have cars. I can see Lightwork hopping in one at the moment. So he's moving that Dacia over to the rest of his teammates because that's probably their only option right now to get out of that sticky situation that they're in. Put themselves in the middle of the zone. You can certainly see, if you look at that map stream, look at the mini-map, there is plenty of space available for Panic to play if they can actually get there. They can make that rotation in that car safely. Losing 1, maybe losing 2 is justifiable on a rotate like that. Probably similar story here for Magnetic as well. They've got 1 car. Only 2 people can fit in that, so maybe someone has to be left behind. This is Panic, though. They've got to make that rotation. A little bit of damage taken. They've got 2 cars to work with. The UAZ and a Dacia. They go straight towards Roy, put themselves on the northern side of zone on the edge. They didn't want to go any deeper than they needed to. A little bit of road ridge for them to work with. Or terrain, sorry, for them to work with. Looks like a road ridge from this angle, but it's more of a hill. And the only cover they really have is the 2 cars they brought with them. Look at this. Look at this. Those cars act as a target, and if those cars don't act as a target, the players certainly do. It's a beautiful grenade from High Mass. Panic now. We're not prepared for that. High Mass with that 3rd. Make it a 4th for us, baby. Just clean this up. Clean up Panic. It's all 4 High Mass. Starts it off with the nade. Little bit of a spray, a little bit of DMR action, and High Mass continues to deliver in this tournament for Cerberus. They remain on top, and those 4 points will probably make them stay there. It is so clean, effortless from High Mass.
A perfect ace in the hole. He just got that perfect angles, and that nade definitely was one of the best we've seen so far. But Panic really had no opportunities to even maneuver off. They put their vehicles down to create a little bit of bunker to defend themselves from the wrath of FTF from afar, and IMAS just does it all perfectly alone. So now with a little bit more of that spacing created over at North Point, we'll see how this exchange is going to go, especially with Roy sandwiched in between FTF as well as Cerberus Esports. This may actually pan out to be the same sort of episode that Panic Esports went through as well, but at least Roy's got a little bit of a cover for the time being, but they don't really have the essence of time. 20 over seconds, zone's going to close right in, and by the time they step out of the rock, it's going to be a high mass game, ready to receive another 2 points.
Got to move in now. In the cover of smokes, not enough. Tycon's there. Spamming the smoke. Stopped in his tracks a little bit by Jacob from the side. And High Mass and the rest of Cerberus now have to move in. Not in zone, and eArena has their sights on Cerberus right now. A little bit difficult. You can see that in front of them there's not much to play. Sololzy has to leave that compound. Tycon stuck on the edge of blue. High Mass is desperately looking for something to cling onto here that they can just survive with. FTF, consistency as always. 6 kills for them so far. 3 people up heading into this late game. Got to take on the Titans of Magnetic and Flash. Of course it's Flash with the Mortar. I saw him in the playoffs with some very accurate Mortar shooting. It'll be the same going into the grand finals. Opens up the account onto FTF. And of course, Daytrade have always had the superior position here. Compound, roofs, everything for them to play for in a game like this. Not sure how close they'll be able to get to Cerberus. I think that point gap is a little bit too much to make up, especially considering Cerberus aren't going to have, you know, back-to-back-to-back 0-point games. But certainly Daytrade will take a game like this, make that gap between them and FTF even bigger, solidify their spot in second. High Mass again opens it up. The spray isn't as clean as it was previously. Happy's got that car cover to work with, and FTF actually combining here onto Cerberus. This is potentially dangerous for them. Is the defense of FTF too much? Walks into the crosshairs of Sololzy. Happy down and out. This has to be a clean 2v1 from the remaining members of FTF. It doesn't really look that way. Trick actually kind of caught out in the open. There's no ammo left for Trick. It's now a 1v1. Sololzy, he could get it done here onto the members of FTF. Of course he does. Cerberus do not relent, Contra. They do not give up. No matter what spot they are put in, the members of Cerberus deliver every single time. What a 1v3 from Sololzy. 𝐾𝐿 again delivering.
And he just hunkers down to that very tight corner, and he did not even flinch for a second. Despite the type of heroics that FTF wants to bring to the table, they were unable to catch him out. And that split second, it was between him as well as 𝐿𝐿𝐼, and 𝐿𝐿𝐼 just couldn't really get the gun out in time. Oh, that was just excellent coming out of Cerberus Esports, but eventually we'll see them closing out into the top 4 with them being withered down in that sort of fight. Now, Daytrade finds themselves that opportunity to first close up in a little bit of that gap that has been created. Blue Zone Grenade eventually will have Fluky to be knocked down. Taiwan still trying to tank it all out. Should be able to go in for the save while eArena finally makes their way through. It's been a tough journey in the early game, but somehow eArena still has that full squad strength after surviving some of the battles across Hosan. Now we'll have the full idea of where Magnetic's going to be. A lot of all these nades to flush them all out, and Jacob just had that cleanest run out there. So all they have to do now is to spot out the rest of the position of Daytrade to close this one off. 4 versus 3, still manageable for the side of Daytrade. Let's see what they've got.
eArena pissed off that they fell out of that top 6. They're not having it. They'll put themselves in contention for qualification and solidify it. On 𝐾𝐿𝐼, it seems like the resurgence map for so many different teams. And with Cerberus gone out of the picture, it's a very pure fight between eArena and Daytrade. Daytrade, they've had that compound for the longest time in this zone. I think we saw them in it in phase 2. But now finally time to maybe leave it. The edge is in, so they've still got room to play with, but you can see eArena already surrounding the compound, making sure that the angles of Daytrade aren't super ideal, limiting what options Daytrade have. Smokes are needed to get these players off the top hill. I saw them with a car. Maybe I'm mistaken. Either way, smokes are needed to cover those top 2 players, and so 𝐾𝐿𝐼 will provide those. Careful not to get knocked as well. Just to make it off that top hill, maybe that's the play. Maybe they want to get those cars off that top hill, put them in a spot, you know, kind of in that field just to the west of where Daytrade is. Maybe that's that linchpin spot. That's the nail in the coffin for the Daytrade members. Either way, 𝐿 trying to piece this puzzle together. Do it as easily as they possibly can without losing any members. That's the struggle for them right now. They've got 2 cars. That'll certainly make it easier. And I think the safest play for them is just go north. Kind of group up towards where 𝐿𝐻𝐒 is right now. Don't do anything too fancy. Don't do anything too tricky. They've got this kind of low ground, little bit of a ridge to play with as well. Smokes are up in front, and 𝐿 set themselves up nicely for this endgame.
Yeah, meanwhile, Daytrade doesn't seem like they really have too much of options unless they basically pick off the flank angle coverage coming in from the side of 𝐿𝐻𝐒, like you said early on. So a lot of all these flat grounds here are making it a lot more difficult for Daytrade. If they do have any form of supplies of smokes, they could still perhaps create a little bit of a passage for them to traverse towards either 𝐿𝐻𝐒 or just look for another opening pick heading into CZ's direction. But it's definitely going to be a lot harder to actually catch them out with those ridges to provide a little bit more of that cover for 𝐿𝐿. So all 𝐿𝐿 has to do is to be on that trigger discipline, watching out for some of all these angles where Daytrade will be cutting through for an exit. 𝐿𝐻𝐒 still plotting this one now. So tricky for Daytrade to close off this game. And they don't really have all too much of time left. Less than a minute from now, they really got to make a firm decision. But with shots coming in their way, it's just making things so difficult.
Yeah, I don't know what Daytrade's going to be able to do to get out of this one. Got them fully boxed into 𝐿𝐿. No angles that Daytrade can really peek without taking damage. They have to extend themselves out of the compound to take or to put those smokes down. But as they do so, obviously, 𝐿𝐿 is looking at them. 𝐿𝐻𝐒 with a nice headshot. They're going to hop in those cars. They'll make this final stretch. A couple UAZs for Daytrade's troubles is all they really have to make this final push. They've let them get out of the compound for free, but those nades follow up nicely with a ton of damage onto both Puchils and Flash. 𝐿𝐻𝐒 opens it up onto 𝐿𝐻𝐒 as well. He couldn't get out of the compound, no car for him. And so the last 2 members of Daytrade, what can they really do? 𝐿𝐻𝐒 again delivering for 𝐿𝐿 as he always does. It's Puchis with a P90 and a very thin tree to work with. He can try peek. He can try get these nice kills off with that P90, but certainly not the win. 𝐿𝐿 take it, and they take it cleanly. It's 8 kills for the Thai squad.
Yeah, that was an important win for 𝐿𝐿 to stabilize into the final few rounds of play here in day 4. And they have been able to just really suppress whatever advancements or plot that Daytrade has. We see all these well-timed grenades really cooked to perfection to slowly wither them down. And eventually you see that widespread to be able to cover grounds, moving no chance at all for Daytrade. And just moving back into their journey inside of this map, it wasn't easy at all. They moved in from that far south, needing to deal with the E36 and also having some Magnet members on their trail for most part. And when they move into Hosan, you see members inside of Unicorn Cyber, and somehow they manage to squeeze into the city, hold out for the time being, and finally create this spacing to play that end game. But speaking of magnetic, this was that fight that erupted that have definitely seen so much casualties between the 2 squads. Repsec bows out very early on, and first, there were a lot of chances that 𝐿𝐿 has also created for themselves, picking a few through the run here. And they've just had pretty much the engines running very well since Miramar heading into this matchup.
What a Tego game that we had. Oh, that was clean from 𝐿𝐿. One of the closer moments for Daytrade. Highlight after highlight though for Cerberus. This one's going in the high mass montage for sure. One of the cleanest 4Ks I've ever seen. That spray would have solidified it as probably the cleanest I've ever seen, but he had to go to the DMR instead. But an excellent show of skill from one of the world's best. And then, of course, 𝐿𝐿 had his day in the sun as well. The spray didn't land for high mass, but 𝐿𝐿 was there to save the day. FTF not ready for what 𝐿𝐿 had in the back pocket. And this is a highlight to remember from this tournament for sure. Trick, don't know what happened. Ran out of ammo. Spray just wasn't there. 𝐿𝐿 completely capitalizes on that. That flashbang was good from Simoy. It would have been better when, Trick was actually taking that fight. But 𝐿𝐿 quick as ever gets that nice little 3K. So, yes, and then eArena, of course, you didn't really see them losing that game. They were kind of always in the best spot to take that win. Daytrade put on a good fight, being able to leave that city, or that compound, sorry, and doing it for free, essentially, in those two UASs and spreading themselves out as well. It was nice. It was a very nice attempt to get it done onto eArena, but not good enough. eArena probably always in the spot to actually claim that win.
Yeah, and just looking at the streak going on for eArena, they're definitely in that poised position to be able to secure themselves that spot with only 3 more games remaining. So long as they don't basically fall flat with 0-pointers throughout the course of these 3 games, then I think that they are definitely in a really, really good spot. But heading into this matchup, it still seemed a little bit shaky for certain teams like Unicorn Cyber, which I thought they would have actually gotten so much more in that situation where they were dealing with some pressure from the side of that whole Sound City. Cerberus was in there to suppress them on whatever type of aggressive plays that they tried to form up with, and that just gets absolutely canceled out. I guess like there's just all these unfortunate circumstances that really puts them a little bit behind. But nevertheless, it's great to see that they are very confident in trying to go for some aggressive plays throughout the course of the battle. But we'll take a look at the leaderboard right now. eArena with the win will secure that total of 18 points. Meanwhile, it's a tie between Daytrade as well as Cerberus Esports, both with 12, and only in one short, it's going to be FTF with 11. But Magnetic somehow pulls through with a total of 10. Everybody gets a little bit of something there, except for RS as well as Team Bliss.
Yeah, it's good from Magnetic to get those 10 points. It's obviously a game that they would have wanted a lot more from, considering how close they are to qualifying. But 10 points means that there's a lot less stress on them, right? It wasn't a game where they got nothing, kind of like their first couple games of the night. So it's good from them to actually be able to get some points going into the break. And then, of course, following it up on the last few maps of the night. Yeah, you mentioned Unicorn Cyber has kind of fallen off for them, unfortunately. Again, loved watching them night 1, but they continue to fall out of the points. Daytrade, Cerberus, FTF, eArena all will be happy with the points that they gained. Important for eArena. Very, very important for eArena. FTF as well. The consistency from FTF has been extraordinary throughout this entire tournament. And it's another game where they get 10 plus points. So they'll probably remain in 3rd unless someone has a really, really exceptional game. We're about to see for sure, though. FTF, 12-point gap between them and eArena. eArena now up into 4th. Off the back of that game, Armory Gaming down to 5th, unless that was what it was before we got started. Honestly, can't remember. All I know is that top 6 has remained the same throughout the entire night. eArena certainly making a safety buffer between them and falling out of the points, though. Magnetic are now 7 points away. Again, mentioned how important those 10 points were. Well, the gap at the start of the night was 10. Now it's just 7. So they are still in the fight, very much still in the fight. Roy as well, they got 6 points that game. Obviously would have wanted more, but they are still in the fight too. Expendables is probably the highlight out of that one, not getting anything. Team Bliss as well, falling short. Unicorn Cyber, as you mentioned. As this night progresses, we are slowly seeing the teams that are going to rise to the occasion. We are slowly seeing the teams that are probably going to just fall short with inconsistent performances. It's just the way of, the land is just what happens in competitive PUBG. You have to be able to have good games back to back. And if you can't have good games, you need to get those kills, you need to get those placement points where you absolutely can. So yeah, it's unfortunate for those teams, but at least there's a few teams making it close.
Yeah, and at the moment, it really looks to be the battle between some of all these Thai squads in order to qualify for the PGS. Well, of course, not too far behind are all the lists of names like Roy and first Unicorn Cyber, and as well to be part of the picture. But they will need to have a big round going their way in order to still be very competitive to the tail end of the tournament. But with that said, we will have a little bit of a time for them to re-strategize on how they want to proceed forward, because we're going to go on a break, and when we do come back, we'll bring you into Vikendi and first to the final 3 games to see who will be not only the victors of the APAC qualifiers, but also to see who qualifies into PGS 3 and 4. We'll see you guys in a moment. Till then, of course, get some good rest.
Hey guys, this is 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from Team Bliss, and I'm ready to smash the Thailand Quiz 101.
Hello, I'm Sophia from Interforce 36 team. And today I'm gonna play Thai language 101. Yeah, let's go. Maybe 𝐏𝐶𝐆 𝐾𝐏 final answer. Oh. Pai Chap Xiang. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Number one. Cha Long Kat Xiang. Oh. Yeah, okay, I think Pyran Net. Yeah, Pyran Net. Oh. Okay. Fat Mon Ko Pong. いや、ナンバー3、リップって書いてあったから、ちょっとやばいかなと思って。RIP。Yeah, final answer. Fat Mon Ko Pong. Yeah, okay. Tom Yum Kai. Maybe noodle? No? Noodle? Okay. I think 𝐏𝐿 Oh no! 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 Chance.
I have to say it like this. Okay, to prepare myself, I would Q-cup kick. Q-cup kick for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh wait. Chatting with your part-time lover. Oh yeah. Yeah, but also my teammates are sometimes my part-time lovers too. Well, normally I'd just flush them. I'd kill them. So I would make sure that they never did that again. So I'd take them out of the game. So I'm gonna Ying Sam Fuyen.
Huh?
How did I say that? Yeah, Ying Sam Fuyen them is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna flush them, kill them. Fire you dead. Oh! Yeah, no, they're okay with it. It's okay. They like it. If your team gets to win a chicken dinner, what will you do? I like to sing. I like to sing a lot. So when I win chicken dinner, I always sing. So sing is this middle one. It's To Hai Mia. To Ha Mia. For your girlfriend or wife. Yeah, that's singing. That's it. Yeah, maybe. Well, I see, after the tournament ends, we go down to our local bottle-o and we celebrate. That's what we like to do after our tournament, because we always win. We always win at the end of the tournament. Yeah, so we always like to go celebrate. So I'm gonna go, oh my God. Pai Tam Bun is what we do. We celebrate. What is that? Oh. Sometimes we like to pyranuet. How do you say that? We do that to each other at the end of the tournament. Like quit the game. Rip Kai Wong, rip Kai Wong, and leave the game. Gone, exit. I uninstall the game. No more PUBG. Oh, what? No, I don't do that. Yakinki, yeah, that's like a yak. Yak's an animal. That's a cow. That's like a cow. Yeah, I'll try some yak. Yeah, yakinki. Yeah. I should try that. Yeah. No, that's okay. No, it tastes nice. No, trust. Oh, 100%.
Please come to watch and support us in this PGS APAC qualifiers 2024.
Hey guys, I'm 𝐏𝐿𝐶 from Team Bliss. I hope you support us and I hope we take out the dub. I hope we win.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. we've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐿 school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi, I'm Akita from Team Bliss, and today I'm going to be playing Thailand Questions 101. Fighting!
Hello, I'm 𝐷𝐿 Team Cerberus PUBG. I will play APAC qualifier for PGS. Today, I'm gonna play a Thailand Quest 111. Let's go!
Rongfa Yaban. 33% chance. Rongfa Yaban. No. I need to get my eyes checked, you know? I like the sound of cowboy. That sounds fun. But Safan Kwai sounds very traditional. Yeah, it sounds pretty nice. I like the word paragon. I'll choose number 3, Safan Kwai. Yeah, it definitely sounds fun. Yeah, I'll bring Monty with me. I think A. Yeah. Yep, first one. The Nong. Okay. Nong Mi Fine Ru. Nong Mi Fine Ru Yang. All right. Okay. Oh, that one's hard. There's so many W's. I'm gonna have to choose the middle one. Daytrade. But I'm gonna gamble. Well, the bottom one kind of looks like it would be a slur word. Pai Fek Mamai. Mai Tao Rai. Nikon Rukai. Pai Fek Mamai. Yeah, you gotta tell them off after you beat them. They all work. You could say all of them. Team Fom Chump Nai. Team Fom Chump Wow. Team Fom Nang Sao. 90? I'll take it. I choose the bottom one. Team Fom Nang Sao. No. Yeah. I respect my enemies. We're all friends on the battlegrounds.
I think Gông phá giả bản. Gông lại là Gông phá giả bản. Yes. I'm from Thailand, bro. Xá phạt khoải à. Nhưng mà ta là cái cầu được. Nón khó tan nổi. Nón khó tan nổi. Oh, what the hai chắc đi. Nó khó tan nổi. Đã chập leo. Yeah. Đã chập leo. Em sẽ nói là bái phục mày đại. Câu số 3 nè. Bái phục mày đại. Bái phục mà mày. I'm the best. Tem phần trăm nè. Tem phần tập nè. Yeah.
Thank you for cheering Team Bliss on. We're gonna qual, I promise. We're gonna do our best. And we're gonna beat them all. Fighting.
Please join in watching the APAC Qualifier tournament and cheer on the Cerberus PUBG team. Thank you. Love you guys.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐿's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And if you just joined us, this is the PGS APAC qualifiers. We're down to only 3 games left to see who will be moving their way into the PGS 3 as well as 4. And first joining me here, you've been incredible so far to work with Extreme. And we've got so many incredible games coming our way. And I'm just starting to, of course, realize how much of an effort these teams have really put in to be here to play these couple of rounds. And it's all boiling down to these 3 games here. They need to put in their A game every step of the way. And it's been looking really good for the Thai teams. We'll see if there's going to be challenges up ahead coming in from Roy Esports, the Expendables, as they're also vying for that top 4 spots.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll go to the leaderboard once we get into a game, but there are certainly challenges, certainly people who are rising to the occasion when necessary. I don't think it's been super strong from those challenges just yet. We've seen Magnetic remain close. I said 7 points. I believe 7 points was the gap before he went to break, and obviously that's not going to change during the break. So I believe it remains 7 points. And then, of course, there are teams below them within the 10, 15, 20 point mark between them and qualifying through to PGS 3 and 4. So challenges remain. And in the last few games of the night, not only are things going to get crazy, we start with 𝐏𝐿𝐻. 𝐏𝐿𝐻 can be kind of up and down depending on how you play it. You know, 𝐏𝐿𝐻 can kind of go sideways quite quickly. So that could be a pretty exciting game for the leaderboard at least. And then, of course, we go to 𝐿𝐻, which is the comfort pick of every single team. You don't even get to pick it. You just play it. I'm talking like we veto the maps. We don't veto the maps. You don't have a choice. We go to 𝐿𝐻, and of course, everyone's going to be familiar with that. And yeah, I can't wait to finish on that map again. I've explained why. But yeah, there are certainly challengers who are looking to rise to the occasion. But that top 6 seems to be pretty consistent. They don't seem to be kind of wavering too much. They don't really seem to be under pressure. They don't really seem to be kind of losing out. FTF remains consistent. Valee Thai had a fantastic game on Tego, so they've got a little bit of a buffer. eArena thought they might have disappeared. They haven't. They are certainly back. And then, of course, Daytrade and Cerberus, they're GPT, yeah, but they remain dominant 1 and 2. So those challengers have a lot to get through if they want to make that top 6.
Yeah, I definitely want to give a lot of credit to FTF as oh my goodness, it's already getting to me right now. Well, FTF's effort into putting so many points for today, where we see them having such a run in every single map that has been played out so far for today. And I guess like some of the limelight was taken away with, of course, heroics coming in from the side of Cerberus and a couple of battles coming in between the way. And first, Cerberus so far really looking to be unbeatable here in this tournament. So we're journeying our way into 𝐿𝐻 to see what kind of curveballs will be set up for some of all these teams out there. Definitely will be a challenging round before we move our way into those angle matches. So with that said, we'll be taking a look at how this one will play out. Well, we do get a little bit glimpse from our map feed. So wherever you go with this flight, most often than not, these teams should be able to secure some really good areas of play, especially it being pretty much directly over the center. So it's more about if we're going to see those early action, but more often than not, throughout the finals, we don't really get too much of an explosive start for some of these teams.
Well, 𝐿𝐻 is a map that can get quite explosive quite quickly. Playing path is pretty fair. Unlike on Tego, I think you can probably have some pretty rough playing path in 𝐿𝐻, but not so much this time around. It's basically straight through the center of the map, a little bit diagonal, and so no one should be upset. So, game 1 of the night. About 10 minutes in, and no one had taken a knock, right? 10 minutes in was the first time we saw a knock. Coming through the next couple of games, maybe that changed up a little bit, wasn't really focusing on it. But coming into 𝐿𝐻, I don't think we're going to be waiting too long before we see the first knock. Traditionally, that's just not what we've seen. People seem to be landing quite close to each other. The way that the terrain works allows them to get cheeky peeks off, get close to the neighboring squads, right? And so on 𝐿𝐻, I'm expecting probably a knock or two within the first couple minutes. But looking at the map, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that narrative is not necessarily going to be the case today, because obviously there's a lot more pressure on these teams in these last few games. They don't want to risk anything. That was the reason why game 1 was so kind of stagnant up until that 10-minute mark. 𝐿𝐻, though, a little bit different map, so maybe that's going to change up. Daytrade quite close to UNC and the Expendables, but nothing is going to come of that. They will rotate away, as is basically everyone else. That circle, yeah, seen it before. You know, I don't think it's necessarily too extraordinary. It obviously doesn't have a bunch of water in it. It's not super. It's not like a devastating hard shift. And obviously you've got tons of rotate lines to enter through. So a standard circle for us on Vikendi.
Yeah, pretty interesting if it will end up around the facilities of Cosmodrome. Of course, that will eventually give an edge towards members of Eagle 36 who goes in for that direct drop. In 𝐏𝐿 so far, of course, we've seen what happened back in Tego. They tried to look for those early pickups against Magnetic, against some members of Cerberus, and even members of eArena. Unsuccessful so far. Doesn't seem like they were not trying at all to actually go for a lot of all these pickup points, but every time they try to churn up with results, they get held back with suppressive fire coming from all the other teams that kind of halts their progress for a little bit. And them currently in some really tough situation here with 99 points, still needing those double digits to be able to close out those rounds in order to keep it competitive against Magnetic holding on to the cornerstone. When I say Magnetic, it's actually Valee Esports with 127 points. So quite the chase there with about 28 to cover for some of these teams.
Valee, another team that we praised a lot of yesterday, and for good reason. They were exceptional, getting themselves out of that bottom 8, putting themselves up in that top 6. And by the time we had finished yesterday, I think it looked like they weren't really going to fall out of it. I think they had such a good day, if I'm recalling correctly, that top 6 was pretty set for Valee. But that doesn't really remain the case anymore. They're 7 points close to dropping out of it. Obviously, Magnetic trying to do their best to get up there. And I think going into these last 3 games, unless Roy, the Expendables, Bliss, Unicorn Cyber, X-Men, 𝐷𝐸, unless they have an exceptional game and get close, Magnetic is going to be the team we have to keep an eye on. Magnetic is going to be the contender going into Vikendi here and then Erangel coming up, because they're close and they've shown that they are still in contention to put up points. The thing about UNC, X-Men, 𝐷𝐸 doesn't seem like they are consistent enough to be able to contest with that top 6. UNC, again, great day 1, but they've completely fallen off since then. And they haven't really remained dominant enough to be close to that top 6. Magnetic, however, have been putting on performances kind of hot and cold, yeah, but they still end up very close to that top 6. And so historically, I'm looking at them and thinking, okay, if anyone's got a real shot, it's them. I think 𝐷𝐸 could come out of the woodworks with a crazy win out of nowhere and maybe put themselves up, but then that bank, we bank on them having a consistent game after that, and I haven't really seen 𝐷𝐸 do that. X-Men, we're looking for them to dig deep as well. Bliss, we're looking for them to also dig quite deep. Roy, they've been quite nice, right? They've been kind of a nice show for us. They've been in a lot of end games, and yet here they are, just shy of top 6. Another team certainly capable of putting themselves up there, but we need to see what they can do here on Vikendi.
True enough. And speaking about Magnetic, that first round inside Tego, definitely see them going on a pretty hot form, getting into the take-up battles, which sees them seizing a lot of all these elimination points by the end of that run. And thankfully for that, because that run inside of Miramar was absolutely treacherous, not only for them, but also for Valee, which is why you do see certain rounds, not too much of a movement happening around that 5th to 7th position. Armory Gaming at least looking to be very set for at least another round to go. 𝐿𝐶 Esports opens up a little bit of a trade against the rest of PE that's cutting by. Won't be expecting them to turn back for a commitment. So for most part, in the early game here, with the circle skewering in towards the northeastern side, most teams are just looking to secure positions. But wow, Fab's gonna be able to find an early Panzer to cow. What's really going on here on the hills? I want to find out. Vince, you? Yeah. Okay, they're just going to be pushing up ahead. I guess that's exactly what happened there with 𝐷𝐸 already covering a lot of different angles here. So a little bit tougher for the side of Team Bliss, which have a really hard time for this final day of the finals. Magnetic coming in from the background as well. Certainly looking to third party.
He was opened up onto 𝐾𝐿. Now Monty has a hell of a job ahead of him to finalize 𝐷𝐸, even get anything done towards them, and he's alone. So nothing that he can do. Overwhelmed by the forces of 𝐷𝐸 Esports, and Bliss now have no other option but to back off. They had a break to reset. Hasn't really done them any good. They lose 2 off the bat. And we'll have to slink into their happy places and look for some sort of placement points to this game. Something to be happy with to get out of this game. And Magnetic don't really get their opportunity that they wanted. They probably would have wanted Bliss to put up more of a fight. Maybe Monty gets one of 𝐷𝐸 is knocked, maybe another member of Bliss is up close that can also do the same, and then Magnetic can get a third party. But instead, Magnetic don't really get anything from that. They get a bunch of information that Team Bliss is close and that 𝐷𝐸 have weakened them. Team Bliss down 2, so that's what Magnetic have right now to work with. Probably also a little bit timid moving into the zone, just knowing that Team Bliss now down to 2 could be anywhere, could be in any compound that's coming up, could be in any piece of terrain. So Magnetic have to be careful of that. They don't want to lose any members, especially when they are as close as they are to qualifying. And everyone else just kind of slowly moves into zone, as you probably usually do on Vikendi. Slowly moving into zone is probably the smarter play a lot of the time than just sending it in, because again, there's not really many sightlines that allow you to get the information you want. You kind of just have to hope and pray that there's no one around that corner.
Yeah, teams will need to be very disciplined into setting multiple checkpoints for them to cut their way across into the zone. And for most part into the center, you'll expect a lot of teams already having some traps being set up, as we have Levany to be the centerpiece of what will unfold later on into these upcoming battles. 𝐿𝐵 all alone, trying to get a little bit of catch against the rest of Roy. Good damage done towards the side of 𝐷𝐸, as they will have to turn the other way around. Daytrade trying to actually flush them aside as they set up through the corners of Villa, not allowing any form of access at all to the rest of Roy. Only Simon T gets that free passage, but he's pretty much cut off from the rest of his squad. So Daytrade, if they're looking to close in upon him, they could do so, but with caution, of course, because Roy is still around the sector. And eventually, if eArena wants to also butt in, they could also do so while moving in from the south side.
Everyone's setting up nicely, to be honest. Haven't really seen too much action early on, just the 2 members of Bliss down, and since then we haven't seen anything. Everyone's finding spots, nicely settling down. We even have enough room in this zone for teams to do multiple kind of 2-2 splits, separate themselves as wide as they possibly can. So it's good so far to start Vikendi off. Very measured play from everyone involved. Of course, that usually means we go from 0 to 100 really damn quickly. And especially on this next circle shift. If it goes out towards the water, that's pandemonium. If it goes deeper into the island, okay, that one's not too bad. Yeah, there's some water involved, but fight lines available. Villa, probably a point of contention. Roy will quickly snatch that up. Daytrade moves deeper onto the coast. FTF in a fantastic little split in the center of that zone. And I think the pressure for these teams on edge might be a bit too insurmountable for them to justify staying and fighting. They might want to find something a little bit more central for their troubles.
Yeah, they definitely want to secure a better spot moving forward. But for teams like Unicorn Cyber, they're hoping to farm some numbers with pacifies, cutting into the north point of the circle. Well, there's all that migration happening. We might actually see a little bit of pickoff in between with Daytrade. So far, not really finding all too much, though. There is the Expendables that have just arrived in the scene, trying to take some coverage over onto the hills of the forest. Should be good for them to plan out, but there are members of the side of Team Bliss slightly weakened from that earlier battle, and Insight, speaking of which, has been caught off by the Juice. So only one member left for the side of Team Bliss. Akita will hug by the corner of the coast, from what it looks to mean that. And the Expendables so far, at least off to a decent start. I want to see how many more teams will be journeying their way towards the area that the Expendables hold, because eventually Magnetic will be cutting in from north. Same goes to Cerberus Esports, but Akita fights back managing to put one knock, a grenade to at least secure the kill here. Now down to Delwyn to see if he will be able to flush out the final member of Team Bliss, but he's holding down just fine. Akita trying to do the best that he can. But this is starting to get a little bit overwhelming. But if they're going to be spread out like this, he could still find some spacing to work out another kill.
I don't think Akita's going to be able to live through this. To be fair to Akita, he survived for so long. So much pressure has been applied to Akita. And all he's done... Oh, okay. There you go. Akita down and out. Bliss fall in 16th. And the Expendables lose 1 on that. That's not too good for them. The Magnetic boys are up here getting close and personal, seeing if they can get another third party. But just like last time, the fight is over before Magnetic can get involved. Cerberus with sightlines of their own. I believe Daytrade also stole that kill onto 777. So somehow they're getting involved in this fight too. They're kind of close to the coast, so it makes sense. But yes, failure for Bliss. Success, I suppose, for the Expendables, but at a cost that you wouldn't normally enjoy taking when it's just one person. Generally, that's something you're only happy, or actually, generally, that's something you're never happy with, especially this early. That should be a trouble to get. Aiming now down 2 members. Seems like we've walked into a bit of a reluctant squad trap. JM flushed out. I'm sure Shanks will be soon flushed out as well. And it's just down to that dynamic duo we continue to praise in Dynasty and Riz. But this is a fight that they aren't too keen in taking. Dynasty stays. It allows Long High to get a little bit closer. Dynasty now caught out in the open on that ridge. Ooh. It's just Riz up. Armory Gaming losing it out to Reluctant Squad entirely. Dynasty maybe getting a little bit too greedy. Caught out by Long High, who, to be fair to him, was incredibly aggressive and justifiably so. It was a very good opportunity for him to run at the remaining members of Armory Gaming, and he profits off of it perfectly.
Yeah, all caught up one after another, and Reluctant Squad have been able to really hold down the line and hunker down. So they will basically secure a few more pointers off the bat here and see if they could just flush out the entirety of the squad. Whereas the Expendables, they wrap around from the coastal quarters of the northeast and now journeys their way into the direct center. They may opt to look for a challenge against the rest of FTF, or maybe just book the corner of the hill where they will be able to spot out more teams passing by. And I was really surprised to also see how certain teams have been able to manage, especially for Magnetic, because they were having 2 members cut off by Cerberus to be moving into the coast as well. And eventually they just bit a little bit more time, and now still having everybody to survive for the moment. Perhaps like Esports having some good ground control over onto the North Point. So they will be able to just make their way into phase 3 very safely without too much of a commotion. Whereas I'm looking at Valee type Esports as well on the minimap, where they're going to be nearing the rest of eArena. Though eArena is currently split into 2, Enter4 now having some trouble of their own, getting burned up and also blown to bits by Fab.
Down and out. E36 couldn't get anything done on Vikendi. Cleaned up nicely. Expendables now, yeah, getting involved with Daytrade. 3 kills so far for the Expendables, so not bad, but it needs to be so much better if they want to put themselves up there for qualification. And up against Daytrade, well, what better test? I suppose Cerberus is the only better test in a lobby like this. But Daytrade will suffice. It's a man advantage to Daytrade too, and the Expendables seem to just be hunkering down. There's not much that they can do in a spot like this, but you certainly like to see them do a little bit more. Panic, trademark bunker play, and it's worked out. 2 down onto Cerberus, and Tycon's just got to get out of there. Panic have completely sprung the trap, and another one finished off by Dusky. Panic success off that bunker play. Cerberus had absolutely no idea, and Panic cleaned it up nicely. So well done from those boys. We move straight to this Expendables fight. We go straight back to it, sorry. Daytrade now making that push in. Expendables stuck in that house. Daytrade looking to finish it off. They've got the utility to do so. Delwyn's on that flank. Didn't even notice. Daytrade have no idea. He's by that road. Delwyn's got a really good opportunity here. He can't really flood this either. If he gets 1, then he's got to have space to back off. If he gets 2, that's job done. But he's been spotted out. Spotted out. Headshot put down incredibly low. He's got to back off. This could be Daytrade all day.
Yeah, the Expendables, they are pretty much in an open area where Daytrade will be closing in upon them. Meanwhile, RS has got themselves a couple of members of Magnetic And that's going to be a lot of trades happening all across the minimap as the Expendables will still have Delvin to go in for that pickoff. That flank eventually went a lot better as it turns out to be. Marines trying to trade here, but still unable to pick off Delvin just yet. Duck Heels holding down the line, suppresses Puchus. Belmoff trying to see if he could basically pop a few more days to just create a little bit more nuisance for the Expendables, but they will basically pull wider into this area. And with a big nade to cover off the rest of Magnetic, this is just a horrendous run for Magnetic now. They've only got 1 point in this match of Vikendi. And this is just going to be so much harder to do when they move into Angle later on.
Yeah, certainly. Reluctant Squad, what can you do? Already had some success in this game. Down to Roy, again, another one of those teams we highlighted as needing to contest and needing to contest consistently. Stuck inside a house, similar spot to so many teams we have seen previously. These house battles, the moments in time when there's a team outside that has full control of the players inside. Oftentimes we've seen it go awry and go in the favor of the team inside the house, stuck without any options. They often come out on top. Not this time, though.
Ooh.
Bang 9 knockdown and out. That Molotov's good. Reluctant Squad up to 6 now. No way their momentum allows them to get away with anything but success here. Jun's been knocked. Nice nade from Simon T. He'll continue to throw another one out as well. Maybe that can flush Jun, but they won't do it on that first throw. Jun allowed to live, and another one puts him down low. Molotov in the hallway too. This is Roy being completely choked out by Reluctant Squad, but a bit of a stop has been put to this assault because they have to res Jun. Smartly so. Don't want to let him get flushed out. Don't want to take that fight without the full man advantage. All the utility, though, for both these teams has been basically wasted. Utilized, probably better word to use here. They don't want to let this one slip away. And so Roy remains stoic. Reluctant Squad continue to just try and attempt to take these players out.
Yeah, Roy Esports absolutely cut off. They got nowhere to go. That's going to be safe for them. So Hong's just going in for the flank. We'll be able to catch one, and then pretty much we'll eventually flush out the entirety of Roy Esports. And Reluctant Squad is just so good in this close quarter combat where they've managed to not only successfully claim Roy, but before that, it was the entirety of Magnetic that they've been able to completely shut down. So now they've got that pretty much cleared up. A lot of open space for the rest of Reluctant Squad to work with from the southern end, but it pulls deeper into the Western Plains there. That's how Esports, they've already secured pretty much a good quarter of the map already. So we'll see what could they basically make out of this, because if they do get that chicken dinner right here in this match, they would be able to surpass, not only surpass some of all these teams out there, but firmly plant themselves into a proper top 4, even top 5, with Magnetic already down for the count. So this is that perfect opportunity to do so. Now we see Unicorn Cyber just by the edge of the map here, needing to deal with the rest of RXE pressing on.
Oh, good nades. Not only does it stop RXE in their tracks, but it causes their elimination. 3 teams combined and RXE fall. Unicorn Cyber now with some freedom to maneuver around that side of the map. Daytrade caught out of position, out of the zone. Shot at now, or sorry, taking shots at Reluctant Squad, who currently, I suppose, are the squad stopping them from having a clean rotate into the zone. Dragonov as well. Long range to be doing it, but those shots certainly landing, causing some pressure. And off the back of that pressure, off the back of these Reluctant Squad members rotating in, Daytrade will do the exact same. It's rush hour over here on the eastern side, and there's some drive-bys happening as well. Belmoth, off that kind of distraction, has got a knock onto Vinamilk. It's allowed Daytrade to pull up. It's allowed them to get closer to Reluctant Squad, and Reluctant Squad will be regretting letting them get this close. Damage put onto the member on the edge of zone. That's Hwang. Hwang's gone down. Another member driving out from the blue. It's Jun. Reluctant Squad was so good this game, but too much time wasted during that compound fight with Roy that it's allowed Daytrade and all the teams around them, including eArena, get full control of them.
Yeah, as much as we see so much effort coming from Daytrade to open up not only space for themselves, but to create those possibilities where they could claim those numbers, eArena arrived in time to snatch all that potential points away. Now, trouble lies ahead for the rest of Unicorn Cyber, needing to leave this hill as the rest of Xavage men are just covering their tracks so far, only relying onto the smokes here to get a little bit more cover off, while they will try to at least open up that space through the left as well as the right. And on to the far left, that's going to be FTF joining their way in, so they won't be in trouble just yet, so they could just focus fire onto the side of X-Men. Now, this flank's looking pretty good for Manhung. Let's see if he's going to be able to actually get more out of it. Daytrade, overwhelmed by the rest of eArena, gets a little pixel right underneath the vehicle, but not enough to take them down completely just yet. Gonna try once more. Manhung runs out of the bullets while the rest of X-Men fights back. Leo finds more. Pain, he'll be suppressed. And Leo is all down to him. Can he find all of the remnants of Unicorn Cyber? He's down to a HP left. Manhung seals the deal.
Oh, Maani goes down as well. What an insane play from Manhung. X-Men try, fail. Unicorn Cyber survive. What a 4v4. I feel like that had everything. And yet both teams fall too short. Valee tied now. Look at them. Look at this endgame. Phase 6, it's just 3 teams alive. How often do you see that? All 3 of them as well have 4 members up.
It just went by so quickly.
Yeah, this game went by quickly. That 4v4, though, felt like it went on forever.
It
that
really
was just
feels
back
like
and forth consistently. There was a moment where couple members of X-Men went to go and flush out Manhung, but then they got distracted, and I thought that was it. Absolute insanity. FTF now, I suppose the onus is on them to move into the zone. They've got a foothold in the edge, but eArena looking to stop that. I think FTF, though, certainly with the more direct shot to the high ground. Valee Thai not really having any impact in this game just yet. They are kind of on the side, on the western edge of the zone, not really wanting to get involved in this fight. But as soon as they realize that there's only 12 people alive in the server, maybe they have no other choice but to move. Maybe they have no other choice but to get involved. I mean, what better opportunity to claim the win than to third-party FTF and eArena when they do take this fight?
Yeah, the perfect opportunity is right now. And with those shots, is absolutely sublime from Simoy as well as Aquarin. They will find 2 dropping out of that vehicle. Now, eArena finds themselves in a difficult spot from the future, eventually closing in upon them. Coming in from all corners, Jacob eventually getting overwhelmed with a launch of attack coming in from him, happy with M4. And Walker in wrapping from the back as well. There's just no cover at all left for the side of eArena. He gets that pixel shot right underneath the vehicle. And Trick's going to be able to seal it. Now only down to Aquarin. Not much the Indonesian side can basically offer from that point onwards. And Valee Thai Esports, they kept themselves quiet, and they will go in for a chance for the chicken dinner.
Look at Trick, man. 6 kills. One of the highlights on that one-call roster. Combining to this, Simoy as well on 3. These 2 have been excellent this whole tournament, and that consistency from FTF has always been there. Even in their cold games, their hot ones are what puts them on top of the leaderboard. Maybe off the back of this win, they could start to contest Daytrade in that second position on a wrangle, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. How many points do they rack up? Do Valee Thai throw themselves out to the blue after losing a couple members, or do they give all the kills to FTF? In fact, do FTF even win the game? Valee Thai have a couple foothold positions. Lete is the wide man at the moment, all the way up there on the north, making sure that FTF can't wrap that way. There is a little bit of an LOS that I suppose one of those FTF members could abuse, could exploit. Happy probably the closest to do that, but Lete is there just in case that is going to happen. Megalos has to back off now as well. He's getting shot at, though, completely in the open. The backup of the rest of the Valee Thai members has to be on point if Megalos is to survive this, but Trick's found an LOS, but not enough bullets land. Megalos survives. And thankfully for him, because if he went down there, that's FTF with the man advantage. And off the back of that, they can make whatever play they want and probably succeed. Not the case, though. We remain in a 4v4.
Yeah, FTF, they got a few options available for them, though not much time for them to decide here with 5 more seconds with the zone closing true. With a push coming in from the side of Happy, if he does spot out Latte, this is going to be pretty huge for the side of FTF to open up more of that spacing through those forests, as well as a little bit of coverage coming in from the creases. So Valee Esports, they still secure majority of the region, but they did allow a little bit more room to breathe from the side of FTF. So far, still unable to pick up Megbuff just yet. But they eventually will be able to find some damage to be done towards the side of Aquarin as he repositions and will be stuck by this rock and a hard plays. The rest of FTF journeys their way into close proximity against Megloss, and he's absolutely prepared to take them on. Valee Esports take one after another, Trick and Happy down. Now let's see if they're going to be able to close this one cleanly. Valee Esports, they should be able to just have a clear line of sight. Chimoy's down, only Aquarin left. I don't think there's a chance ever for them to take out Valee Esports. They've been working their hardest throughout the course of day 4 and finally seeing themselves a chicken dinner by the end of the round in Vikendi.
It's a 5-kill win from Valee Thai, one that they obviously deserve, but a game that we didn't really see too much from them. We only really got to spectate them when we reached that end game. FTF, on the other hand, put on a show for us. They were our entertainment that game. Them, eArena, Daytrade, couple fights with Reluctant Squad. We had plenty of entertainment, but the victor was Valee Thai. A win that they need, although they are quite, I suppose they're in a decent spot to avoid not qualifying, but certainly a win that will keep them in contention for top 6, if not book their spot straight to PGS 3 and 4. So it's a very necessary win from Valee Thai. And again, consistency from FTF. That probably keeps them in that 3rd position. They've been there again for quite some time. They never relent and never let that go. So it's fantastic from both teams involved. Seems like there was a moment there from FTF where they thought, okay, this is our time to go and make that push. And yeah, like you said, Valee Thai just fully prepared for it.
Yeah, and on top of that, another big winner into this round is going to be UNC that makes their way into a top 5 finish at the very least. And RS definitely gave a heck of a fight to not only AG, they shut down Magnetic and also dealt with some of all the other players out there. And Panic, of course, with that signature play down in the bunker, having too good of a success. I didn't thought that will have just worked out as perfectly as they planned it out.
Well, to be honest with you, every time Panic goes down there, it should kind of pan out, but no one ever actually commits to run down there, right? Because the way Panic are playing it, everyone should run to the trap and Panic should profit off of it quite easily. And finally, throughout all of the times we've seen Panic in bunkers, there's actually a team that fully commits and runs down there without properly scouting it. And Panic, yeah, reaped the rewards completely cleanly. So it was always destined to kind of pan out. No one ever just really committed down those bunkers. But finally someone does. It's Cerberus. And yeah, Panic easily cleaned them up. Unicorn Cyber, this fight, I mean, what a fight for the ages, right? It went back and forth, man hung, this flank always was going to pan off until a moment where I thought X-Men had him cleared out. And then they got distracted. Another UNC member took some shots and Manhung was allowed to live off the back of that. eArena putting up a decent showing as well. Eventually they fell short though to FTF. Their spot just kind of inferior to the high ground of FTF. And yes, Valee Thai, they claim the win. A very silent win from them. Only 5 compared to what we saw yesterday on Tago. But it's again a win that Valee Thai will happily take. We'll see the leaderboard in a moment, but I know for certain that it's going to make a decent buffer between, I believe, them and 6th. I think they were in 5th before that game.
Yeah, and when we look into the overall leaderboard, it's still pretty much shaky for Magnetic as we see them also getting flustered by some of all these plays being brought in by Reluctant Squad. So I'm not too sure if they managed to get some recovery because we don't really have the camera pan onto them all too much throughout the course of Vikendi. But this is definitely an important round for UNC out of those massive fights over onto the mountain. While, of course, like what you said, Valee Esports, very, very important win. So they should be locked in if they could just put a few more pointers in this upcoming 2 rounds of 𝐼𝐸. So that's pretty much it. So there's barely any more room. Now it's really down to see whether if Magnetic or even Roy has what it takes to overcome this form of setback they put through here in the final 2 games.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. FTF actually get the most points out of that game. Valee only get the 15. So yeah, truly shows you the performance that FTF put on in that match of Vikendi. RXE with 10, eArena with 9. So only 3 teams over the double digits mark. And then I suppose, yeah, Unicorn Cyber, they get 9, Reluctant Squad at 9. So it's, you know, a few games here or there where we see those kind of teams, you know, the teams that are not necessarily backmarkers, but they're kind of low down there, unfortunately. Only a few games every now and then do we see them get those kind of necessary 9 to 10 points per game. This is one of those. Unicorn Cyber not putting up a terrible performance, certainly still in the running as well, and this game should help them out. The Expendables continue to fall short. Probably the team that, again, on paper, you'd expect to see up there in that top 6. Doesn't seem to be having the same resurgence, same comeback as Valee, the same comeback as eArena. They certainly are the odd ones out to me this entire tournament.
Yeah, and I guess that with Erangel coming up next, there will be a little bit more comfort for all the teams that are on board. So still anything goes here for the final 2 rounds as we prepare for the penultimate battle. So as we get a quick update of the total standings thus far, I guess the top 3, we're going to see pretty much a consistent number coming in from these squads, while eArena plans themselves a lot firmer into the top 4 with their outstanding performance of today. So 1 win from Valee Esports, and now you see that 12-point gap created, pushing AG as well as Magnetic into a dangerous area of play.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's Armory Gaming on the cusp, right? They're the ones who have now kind of fallen to a point where it's dangerous. Magnetic, they were 7 points away from top 6 the previous, well, before we went to Vikendi. Now they're 9, so obviously falling a couple points shy in that match. And Armory Gaming, yeah, it was Valee, I believe, in 6. Either way, now it's Armory Gaming. Doesn't really matter. That top 6 is all that Magnetic is vying for, and they just keep falling shy. They just can't have that kind of epic game that we've seen them have before. I mean, you look back to day 1 when there was a couple games, day 2 as well, where they were just up as duos or solos and had extraordinary performances from Magnetic. And since then, it's been kind of flat. A decent performance yesterday on Tego when they had 3 alive. But coming into today, we haven't seen too much. They had that 10-point game, and that obviously keeps them in contention. But beyond that, nothing notable from Magnetic. And that sucks, because these guys, when they're on fire, are absolutely something to behold. I thought when we started the night that we would have a little bit of a narrative where the teams on the bottom side of the leaderboard were going to get all the wins, and that's completely shaken up now. eArena with 1, Valee tied with that previous, and so we moved to normality once more. And it's the final 2 games on Erangel, the home favorite for everyone, the map that everyone loves, undeniably, the one that everyone is just, it's, you can't go wrong. You cannot go wrong with Erangel. It's like sushi. You can't go wrong with sushi. And if you hate sushi, well, there might be something wrong with you. But yes, Erangel is a fantastic map to end it on. It's the one that creates the best storylines, I think. That's probably one of the best ways to put it. I think Mirama's good at that too, but I think Erangel is just kind of this perfect green paradise. The best storylines, the best zones that pan out. They're clearly identifiable too. Even if you're someone who's new to PUBG Esports, you can watch an Erangel game and identify what terrain's good, what terrain's bad, and from there you're able to build up a sense of what's going on in the game. That's one of the reasons Erangel is so beloved by so many, and I'm very happy that we get to end this tournament on that note.
Yeah, of course, we will have a really good tempo of play coming in from most of these squads out there that have, of course, been playing so many of all these matches, as this is the go-to map for a majority of them for most part, with a lot of different areas of coverage, where even if you throw them the curveball of having it in the island, we're seeing how it basically played out over the weekend, where for certain teams have a very strategic way to even go for gatekeeping strats or going for those parachutes to drop directly into the island. So with so many alternatives to basically work things out, I wonder what will even surprise some of these guys out there. I'm basically hoping for something that is a lot more difficult for these teams, especially if we do get ourselves maybe a finish around, you know, South and North George in between that river. Then it will be a little bit wishy-washy for these teams. But more often than not, a lot of all these teams, they're very happy to play around the direct center of whichever field may be, depending on, of course, the terrain of how they play this one out. But throughout the course of all the matches that has been played out in Erangel, it seems like, you know, Cerberus so far still one of the top performers out there, but the Thai teams so far have also been showing some great results heading into this particular map. So still, anyone's here to take with 2 rounds to go. Pressure definitely starting to affect members of the side of Magnetic. So it's really down to them or even Roy Esports, 2 of these potential spots to be able to take over, though a little bit more of a difficult run for Roy. So they need to ensure either it's going to be a chicken dinner and another healthy win or a top 4 heading to the final map of the night. Yeah, and for both Roy and Magnetic, their points on Erangel aren't super high throughout the tournament. At the top of the board for Erangel, like you mentioned, you have Cerberus on 60, Daytrade 57, X-Men Esports at 52, and then below that, there's a bit of a drop off. But at the kind of bottom end of that drop off is Magnetic with 28. So maybe worrying signs for them. I find a hard time believing that anyone's going to fall short on Erangel just because it's not their favorite map. That doesn't seem to make sense in my brain. You can make that up for Vikendi and Tego if you wanted to, but I don't think you can make that same excuse for Erangel, not for how long we've been playing it. So we're going to get into games shortly, but yes, Erangel, again, one of those maps where everyone is familiar. Even like you said, like you mentioned that if the circle ends up kind of on that river, right, that separates the center of the map, even those circles, the ones that are 50-50 on Erangel, are played out enough to where the decisions aren't necessarily super stressful. Like if it's a 50-50 circle, oftentimes there's the players' minds can be quite calm just because they played that circle so many different times. I think it's probably a different story for Miramar if there's a massive unplayable rock in between you and having a good game on the other side of that unplayable rock. Sometimes that can be a bit stressful because the sight lines and the maneuverability into that zone is just straight up blocked, right? There's just no way inside. That's not really the case on Erangel. So yeah, even if the circle is really dodgy and teams aren't super happy with it, they get caught off, maybe it's a hard shift. I still think, again, yeah, these guys are going to have a much easier time navigating them because they played them so much. And again, the circles are so played out. So I'm looking forward to whatever Erangel has in store for us. Yep, me as well. When we take a look at the journey so far, I've been really impressed with, you know, certain teams that have been putting on a great showing, especially those coming in from the playoffs. It definitely wasn't the easiest of journey for From the Future when they were fighting for the chance here. And once they move into the playoffs, you see that pure confidence. You see the way that they've been able to navigate the early game so successfully, and with a lot of not only great defensive setups that they've been able to hold true, but when they go in for launch of attacks, they look incredibly clean. And I guess like there were a couple of fine examples here throughout the course of the finals, which, you know, they've been able to secure very consistent top 4. So it's great to see. Of course, they'll be joined by so many of all these great names as well. So these final 2 games, we'll see if Valee Thai Esports could still hold onto that position, especially with a massive win from Vikendi to supplement what they currently have in possession. So 30 seconds from now, we move into our beloved map, Erangel. Hell yeah. Good way to end the night. What's the playing path? It's dodgy. It's not super good. It's kind of west of Georgia Pole down to Military Island. A little bit diagonal, kind of favors towards Nova. You'll see it in 10 seconds time. We'll get there eventually. But yeah, probably not the best playing path for teams looking to make a run at that top 6, depending on your drop spot, of course. Alt drops are available, but on a playing path like this, how many alt drops are seriously available?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of hot job, not necessarily out of spite or leaderboard position, but out of necessity. There might just not be enough space for teams to actually claim on a plane path like this. I think we're also going to see probably a heavy stack towards Military Island. Oftentimes, that's the alt drop location of multiple teams. Oftentimes as well, Zaki, kind of northeast, right? Those are going to be your traditional alt drops, but you don't have access to those on a plane path like this. So where are you really going to go? I think the only option you have is military. It's a little bit more forgiving potentially than what I'm making it out to be, but it still can be a bit stressful, especially when you hop out that plane, see a team next to you that you're not really used to seeing. It's going to be a while until we see some action as well, but come 25 seconds time, we'll know whether teams are contesting for hard spawn cars and things like that. Multiple teams out towards the eastern side of Military Contra. It's Magnetic, Panic, E36 as well. eArena dropping Military. Do Panic and Magnetic want to go towards Milta? Do they want to drop Novo? E36 isn't really getting involved. If they both go towards Milta, that could cause some problems, certainly for Magnetic. But if they decide to back off, which one of those I would expect to do, just go straight towards Nova, but yeah, I guess neither of those teams are doing it.
It really does seem like Magnetic as well as Panic, they are on course to be moving into Milta, but it does pull into the island.
There we go.
Well, I finally get to cast it. You managed to get it over a weekend, but we're happy to do it all over again. So good choice coming in from certain teams to be moving their drop into the island. While some of them can play for keeps to block off bridges, or looking at teams like Cerberus, Armory, as well as Reluctant Squad that will be securing some of all these passage into the island. So far, of course, they got different plans. If they do have emergency parachute, then yep, that's gonna be a perfect time to eventually use it first. So all eyes now onto Magnetic. How much can they bring to the table? Looking at their position, they will have to first finish off this task to overcome the obstacle on board. They will have to wipe out the entirety of Panic. Of course, Panic will never give them an easy fight.
No. Not in the history, generally. Magnetic, though. Nice spread. Lightwork's going to make the push, though. Straight up in Magnetic's faces with the DBS. Obviously, very deadly in situations like this, but how aggressive does he want to go? That glass break almost indicated that someone vaulted out, but I think it was fake. I think one of those Magnetic players backed out of that vault. Gave Lightwork a bit of a scare. His crosshair was on those windows. Damage dealt towards Pivy. The Panic players arrive, and he's lucky with the first knock. Hiding in the bathroom, though. A complete shutdown on the side of Magnetic. Panic, no chance as they run into that double white. I didn't even know he was in that bathroom. I had absolutely no idea. When we switched to him, I was as surprised as Panic were. There's just one remaining now. Escalution will cop a nice headshot from Suspects, but Thanawat's here surely with the trade. The Mark 12 comes out. Suspect deals a decent amount of damage, but Escalusion gets it. 4 points on the board for Magnetic off the bat in Game 5 of the final night, and it's a perfectly played 4 versus 4. Never expecting, even me, did I expect there to be someone hiding in that bathroom. Didn't see it on the minimap, thought the player was upstairs, so as soon as they switched to him, I thought, oh, okay, this is over for Panic.
Yeah, neither did I. That was a perfect angle to catch everybody by the staircase. And just like that, Magnetic keeps their hopes and dreams alive, and also securing that clean 4K by the end of it all. So if they are on this form of trajectory, they should be pretty much having a lot of space to play with. If they want to swim over or take a boat, it's absolutely fine for them to cut back into Novo or wrap around the island to get that clearer passage over the south. So plenty of opportunities, but they will first have to loot up. Daytrade has already gotten themselves a book with Puchu's basically docking in any moment now. Now, what's really interesting to note is that, man, they've always surrounded that southwestern end, so might be able to eventually catch out Puchu's. I'm not too sure where exactly will the rest of Daytrade be. It seems like the other members are still hanging around Prima, so taking a different boat to be able to regroup with Puchu's eventually. While Reluctant Squad gets shot on sight. That's going to be from the radio towers all the way up top, and that is 𝐏𝐿36 that will be keeping their eyes on them. at least they get to count how many teams have been able to get past. So early movers advantage into the island. RS though, they need to find a place to call home, and that isn't going to be exactly home for now, with Pure Boy giving him a little bit of warning signals, but that's just pretty much about it between these two squads.
Yeah. Enter Force 36 on top of radio. Nice sightlines from them. Pretty ideal spot on a military zone, but of course you can shift to the west and then a spot like this becomes obsolete. But if it shifts to the east, E36 Love and Life. Valee Thai still in North George, probably a spot where an emergency parachute is justifiable. Got cars to drive around the city and go from apartment to apartment, but this circle's quite far away. Also on military, probably not too bad to, well, definitely not too bad to send it on an emergency parachute, even if it's late. So much space for you to be able to play. Magnetic are going to go for the hard spawn, grab that boat, start floating their way across to Military Island. They could have gone towards the bridge, but this is a safer play for them. And I think off the back of the 4 points they got at the start of the game, they don't want to risk this game being being bad in any sense of the imagination. They now know that they're kind of in a good spot to capitalize on that momentum. They've already got 4, so placement points, backed up by whatever other kills they can get. This game puts them in a really good shot to qualify. And so this is no time for them to risk crossing a bridge, gathering information. It's also costly in terms of time for Magnetic. And what's much quicker is just to group up, get in that boat, send yourself to Novo or the southern side of Military and play the game out on foot from there. Military, one of the reasons I love it is because it is so playable on foot. One of those zones, one of those locations on Erangel that is basically exclusively playable as foot. On foot. Until you get to inside the actual military base or maybe on the southern coast, then it becomes dodgy, of course. But majority of it is very playable, similar to Stauber in a sense. And Armory Gaming, the first to take an emergency parachute in this game, and they end up with CPOC completely for free.
Yeah, going directly into the center of the office buildings as well as apartments, while AG will be landing pretty much safely with a couple of members of eArena to be able to spot them in their position. Is he already having a P90 at hand? Well, we take a look at Cerberus' journey into the island. They're still pretty much taking the northern approach as they're hoping to be able to spot out any passerbys through the west side of the bridge. So far, all the teams are not rushing to get into the island as they're very careful about what is in store for them if they ever to journey their way through the bridges. And high possibilities of a couple more teams to be taking the parachutes in, just like how AG did. But where exactly will they land? We'll find out in a short moment. The other two teams that could potentially travel through vehicles is going to be Unicorn Cyber as well as RXE. But in the meantime, the Expendables, they are setting up from Pachinki. So we'll see where exactly will be the spot of their choice. While Magnetic has finally arrived to the southern corner of the map, absolutely safe. Not going to be having any form of teams nearby. The only slight problem is that if it goes into the far corners of the west, then going on foot is going to be a long walk. But at least it's going to be open for now for them to cut halfway through the mark before they even meet any members of X-Men. So for most part, we expect majority of the teams to be able to get into the islands very, very safely.
Yeah, they're doing just that, aren't they? Even if you're in a glider, should be able to make it across without taking too many shots, if any. Destroy with a good scout play. Probably could have backfired if there was a team camping the bridge, but he knows for certain that there isn't. So he'll make it across safely, as will the rest of Unicorn Cyber. They have that western side. Shots are now being taken by Tycon, but very long range. Oh, yep, parachute. All right. He just abandoned that. Abandoned ship, essentially. Pop that parachute and Unicorn Cyber and destroy. We'll be able... Ooh, okay. Wow. Well, that one's a little bit harsher than I initially anticipated. The Expendables, timed that perfectly so they can hop off their emergency parachute as that circle pops. And that's going to put them in a fantastic spot. X-Men, similar great spot to where we saw them yesterday on that south. A couple other teams in spots to, get some rotations off, I guess. But there's a lot of teams caught out of position on that circle.
Oh, it's going to be a direct challenge for the Expendables as they are just landing right on top of X-Men. And this is going to be some free picking, and Carnage instead gets red. How on earth did Dylan get that off the bat? He just basically landed and just found himself a really, really important pick because they were standing on top of the roof. And now having a little bit more of that free spacing, the Expendables picking whatever they can, finding two. Xavier suppresses one. So this is going to be a full commitment from all ends. But there is pressure coming in from the rest of Reluctant Squad that is upon the center of the field. So it's not going to be a clean fight after all. Savage Man tries to push out, but unable to do so. While Team Bliss will be able to find Belmont lurking in the middle of it.
Savior down to his own nade. Leo gets one back onto Duckjuice. This is not clean from the Expendables, but neither is it clean from X-Men. In fact, I don't know how Savior knocked himself to his own nade. I thought that might have just been a byproduct of kind of the fight and not really his own fault, but now I'm struggling to think about how it's not his own fault because it was just a straight 2v3. He had a nade in hand and he goes down to it. So, okay. Maybe he got knocked and then dropped the nade on his feet. Either way, the Expendables now back up to 3-man strong, and Leo's doing his best to make that 1v3 happen. Smokes out to deny space, deny time, but the Expendables just turn tail and go the other way around. They'll take this fight from inside the middle of the compound. I think they've spotted Leo across. They certainly have. Down to 70 HP, 777 inside the building, and the rest of the Expendables just combine to take down Leo. He won't survive for much longer. It's Duckjuice with the final kill. That's 4 kills for the Expendables, and that's a trade they'll certainly take. They lose 1, but they get nice spots in the zone. They get 4 kills to their name. They can build off that for certain.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be them reaping all the form of rewards that they can heading into the late game if they go unchallenged. As much as it looked a little bit dicey, it worked out completely fine for the Expendables. Whereas Team Bliss definitely have caught a lot of attention being in the middle of the hangar. The POW now finding Akita, and there's just going to be a small little leverages that Insight could basically work with to eventually get that pickup done. But Armory giving them a little bit of a tough time coming in from an off angle as well. Reluctant Squad continues to pummel down more and more of these bullets, making life hard for Team Bliss. It's been so difficult for the Oceanic team. And just like that, they bow out once more.
Well, we saw a resurgence from them yesterday. Coming into the final day of competition, they have looked entirely flat. Not much compliments you can give to Team Bliss, and as the final game approaches, it is looking far too late for them and the teams around them to actually make it through the PGS 3 and 4. Reluctant Squad with it's a spot in the center of the zone. I'm not going to call it a fantastic spot. On a zone where that spot gets fed, oftentimes you're more limited than anything else just because you don't really have actually meaningful cover to play around. It's just kind of a couple crates that are set up on the east and west. Maybe you've got that wall that's on the north, but anyone comes to the south and you better be utilizing your cars to proper effect. It can be quite difficult to play this spot. I mean, this crate's open as well. Venomilk is exposed to the north and the south. But for the moment, at least, they're not really the target of the teams around them. Daytrade remain alive, sitting inside of planes. No kills to their name. Belmoth already dead. A spot that certainly can go their way, and I think they're kind of playing it smartly at this point. Flash, he's sitting inside this bolt. He can kind of take shots elsewhere. He's got full cover, full 360 cover. He can take as many shots as he wants. Narun's in a similar spot. Maybe not all of Daytrade have the luxury of, 24/7 being able to pick their heads up. Some of them will be exposed. There we go. Pooch is exposed to that hill up there. So he's got to be a bit careful, but I suppose for the moment they're okay. Just playing survival mode. DMR shots are the name of the game for them right now. What can they get done? How many kills can they steal? Or does someone enter Daytrade's territory and get knocked out of those vehicles? Either way, still very much in the game. Back to Reluctant Squad 2, who again, just moving those cars around, trying to find that perfect spot to park them. It's all pixel perfect at this point, making sure that those angles cannot be shot at from the distance, making sure that you stay alive at all costs. The Expendables as well, just to the south of Reluctant Squad in that South Military compound, sitting very pretty. Of course, they can leave that, play the ridges to the north of that compound. They've got some really great options. And this is a spot where we saw Magnetic play on the first couple days of play, and they made a play that very much confused me, but they've got a second chance now. Not to prove me wrong or anything like that, but you have a decent game out of this position. So excited to see what Magnetic can do from this spot.
Yeah, and they have been taking very safe options available as they are just cutting by the corners of the eastern side. And I've seen other teams really pass them by really closely, with Valee Esports having first the spine of the hill to be able to give themselves just about enough cover. So these two teams won't be seeking out at each other for the time being. And of course, have gotten a glimpse of the members of Magnetic. It'll be pretty hard for Sylvia to catch them out, especially with those ridges for them to work out. So Magnetic, they can just make do with this area for the time being, but once push comes to shove with a shift of the zone, then there may just be a little bit of trouble lying ahead for them to traverse through these open areas. So they might need to commit to a certain fight with the rest of Eagle in order to make their way safely. And once they do, there's going to be TE as well as RS that has been set up perfectly into the south as well as the center. Teams that are in the military base directly, they still have a little bit of spacing to play around that hangar. So good for Daytrade, good for UNC as well.
Everyone's got a plan on a zone like this. If it shifts far west, where do we go? Magnetic, one of the first movers in this zone. Valee stay put, E36 stay put. They'll have a chance to shoot at the driving by Magnetic, but no shots have yet been taken from E36. Finally, they ring out, but no damage has yet been done. 23, but no knock. So Magnetic get away with it, but they've got trials upcoming. They have to get through Reluctant Squad. They have to avoid dying to the Expendables. Where do Magnetic end up? Center of the zone, maybe. They can play the bowls in and around the middle of this zone, or they can go even further. They can emphasize the western side, play the kind of ridges over that way. Looks like Magnetic have ended up in the center. They'll play that Xiec, or at least one of them will, and he'll act as the cover for his three teammates who have opted for this little ridge here. And they've parked up their cars nicely as well. It could be that spot that can actually kind of net you a lot of points. I think it would have been better. It's hard in the moment, but it obviously would have been better to put one of the more beefier cars in the spot that buggy is in, because that's actually going to be a bit of a pain for Magnetic, because that's the shot, or that's the angle they're going to take the most shots from. So a micro mistake, but I mean, you really can't criticize that in the moment. That's so specific, but it's going to cost them a little bit of freedom for the moment. And yes, they've got Thanawat in that shack down the bottom. He acts as a very important piece of cover for them. If they start to get pushed, Thanawat opens that door and he has to do something.
Yeah, but upon Thanawat's arrival, they've already been spotted up by the rest of the Expendables. So it's going to be hard for him to even trade when there is going to be perhaps certain arrivals cutting into his corner. But for the meantime, it's going to be cleared up for now, while Valee Esports slowly work their way out from that eastern corner of the map. While we see perhaps some trades to happen here with Cerberus taking down a little bit of refuge into these two bunkers, but not exactly in the zone just yet. Daytrade finds themselves a couple of names through the crosshairs. FTF tries to cut past Cerberus, managing to find that pick off against Valee Esports when they're on their way out. So that's going to be a freebie for the side of Hamas. And he's also getting caught out instead. Magnetic now chimes in. Fuki finally finding a little bit more open spacing with the rest of Eagle needing to move into a deeper area of play. And the rest of E36 are slowly getting shut off every turn they take.
Yeah, not much room for them to play. Cerberus doing their best as well. Stuck on the edge. Can be difficult to play out of those fences, but they're putting up a fight right now. eArena, rock up, group up on these cylinders, essentially. Throw nades towards RXC. Stuck in that bowl, you can almost be certain one of those nades is going to land, or at least I thought so. 0 kills to eArena's name right now, and Speaking of nades, there's one onto Megaloss, completely separate from this fight, but one nonetheless. And Molly goes the way of 𝐼𝐸 as well. Valee tie gone, done. 5th position for them. They've got a bit of a buffer to work with, but certainly nerves will have hit their spines once they realize how close it is on the leaderboard. But I think they're mostly okay. I think they're mostly safe. Of course, we've got this game remaining and one more, so maybe not. Who knows? Either way, the Expendables looking to finish up 𝐸36. One down, kind gone, but there's fight back. A little bit of retaliation from Pure Boy on the side. 777 wasn't expecting that, and this is an extension from 777. This is him trying to maximize kill opportunity, leave the safety of those compounds, and get some free kills, get some third party, see what he can get done. He's lost his life for it. It's a mistake that you have to justify to your team later in that team talk, and I'm not sure how he's going to be able to pull it off. Not prepared for the members of 𝐸36. Riz as well. The rest of Armory trying to push their way out of that military base, but they haven't really been able to do it successfully. Shanks is down. 𝐷𝐸 now trying to cover for his teammates, but he's also stuck in the barrels. He's got to focus on his own life. There's so much for Armory Gaming to do right now, and this is the culmination of this military zone. It's absolute chaos.
Absolutely. As we see the turmoil here happening, Daytrade will be able to actually farm some numbers as more and more of these teams are moving towards that direction. eArena trying to settle the scores here against the rest of 𝐏𝐸 Esports, just denying them any form of entry, and just like that, Jacob will seal the deal. 𝐏𝐸 is just trying to make a desperate attempt, not having any form of vehicles to just move by it. Even so, look at a lot of all these open flat grounds that have all the other teams having great coverage. Armory Gaming so far shredding members of Unicorn Cyber apart. Only 2 more left for UNC. They've gotten 3 so far, but they should be able to get a good hold off of this. But Armory Gaming, they got some defensive cover for them to work with for the time being. No pressure for them to go on the push. eArena making it rain here with a couple of grenades towards the likes of Daytrade. Not going to be having it connect though. While Unicorn Cyber so far doing an excellent job despite having a couple of casualties here and there. eArena so far opened up that spacing over onto the north, but Daytrade, they will be gating off and anyone that comes by from the base.
All right. Circle pop, not too bad. Hasn't shifted far to one side, hasn't shifted far to the other. Nice shots from Zizzy. Shanks down. Probably out too, maybe, unless one of the Armory Gaming members can run over to him quickly. 𝐷𝐸 looking for it. You can see him on the map, thinking about it. Maybe Smokes need to go out before he can make that cross. eArena in a fantastic position, mind you. But they're out of it. They've got to make that push. Shanks does eventually fall. Riz will take out Tanvu, and I don't think we're going to see a halt in fighting for quite some time. That kill feed will be consistently lit up as they all try to make their way in. It's basically been that way since a couple circles ago. Everyone has to take some fights to enter this zone. Magnetic as well. They've got to start taking fights. So they're still 4 up. That southern side could be theirs if they win all the fights on that side. But right now, got to focus towards Unicorn side. But never mind. Back to 𝐿ERIX, who takes out Flash and traded equally by Pooches. Tig up, last one up. And fire on the molly. Pooches takes him down. It's a nice defense from Daytrade. They move on. They'll get that res. Their position is firmly theirs. eArena put up a fight towards them, but Daytrade won it with flying colors. And taking out Cerberus as well, stealing one away. Never mind. Twine got that one. So Pooches misses out on that little yoink. And Daytrade remain pretty stable inside this bowl.
Yeah, that was a perfect defense coming in from Daytrade, and now they will have that entire northern section cleared off, so they could start to focus fire onto Armory Gaming, which have them commit to the battle against Unicorn Cyber, and we've seen a little bit more of that commotion with the involvement of the Expendables, but they got taken out a little bit early on with that form of push. Who that, with so little health left, not going to be able to make the cut into the final 6. Flash getting a glimpse of Tycon, but just giving him just about enough space to squeeze through. Gonna be able to just give him a little bit more room, but Flash could still find an alternative angle to work this out completely, while Nurins so far having that perfect bird's eye view through the course of the hangar, while we see this fight erupt from the side of Reluctant Squad. Magnetic going on to push as they will seek one member down. Big nade coming off of the side of Thunder to be able to suppress Long High, while of course on the other side, we see huge battles happening, and we are losing names with even Turner's bowing out. Good tag team from inside of Simon, and up close and personal is Venomil that will shut off Magnetic completely.
That's devastating for Magnetic. Armory Gaming is still alive in this game, and they are 10 plus points ahead of them. Dynasty is looking to lock in PGS 3 and 4 for his boys right now. What a performance, though, from Magnetic. Decent attempt, but kind of caught out. Did some damage to Reluctant Squad, eventually ended up going towards Roy. Yeah, just not enough, right? For Magnetic, they were in such a decent spot too. One of those games where you can see them, if they win the fights that they take, then it's an easy kind of, 10-point gap that's made up really quickly. Not to be, though. This top 6 is looking indomitable right now. Dynasty as well. Already 8 kills for Armory Gaming. They just don't have a bad game, do they? Phase 1, they get their 4 points. They win that team fight. Then sometimes they move on to Phase 2. They get another 4 points. And then Phase 3 is another 4. And then it continues. And the domino effect for Armory Gaming doesn't really slow down all that much. Maybe it's over for Dynasty, but he makes it to the fence. Daytrade landing a couple shots, but not enough to take him out. He'll have access to that crate too. That's a fresh level 3 vest and helmet if it hasn't already been looted. But I think Daytrade probably... Or someone else, sorry, would have looted that much earlier on. Daytrade had been here for quite some time. So maybe Dynasty won't get exactly what he wants. Maybe a little bit of ammo, maybe a spare 8x inside, something like that he doesn't currently have. Either way, Daytrade have looked in control for the longest time, and they don't really look out of control in this Phase 7 shift. So the tests are still there in the Reluctant Squad and Roy. Roy with 1 kill. So for a team that we want to see contesting for top 6, or that are close enough, similar to Magnetic, 1 kill and 2 up in this endgame, probably not going to be enough. They could win this game, and yes, maybe that'll put them up there in contention, but they've got to do a lot more before they get to that point, and they need a lot more kills than they currently have. Blue Zone Grenade is going to tell Dynasty to move. He's going to have to crouch up, taking damage all the while. Never mind, he's just going to out-heal it. So probably a smart play for him. If he stood up and started to run, he might lose his life, but he stays cool, stays calm. Behind that crate, and Roy make the push.
And he's also getting peppered by the rest of the Reluctant Squad as he journeys across. Norins will be able to steal that point away immediately. Daytrade so far keeping their eyes locked onto target. Gotten 7 so far. And they will be able to focus onto the rest of the Reluctant Squad eventually. But with some of all these straight targets out there, Roy does not make the cut. They just got pretty much cornered into the far west with so little space to work with that truck. So now it's between these remaining teams, Reluctant, Daytrade, as well as Armory Gaming. Who choose whatever points that he could get, he'll be happy with that. Well, Dynasty, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to go off unspotted because Norins have already got his crosshair pointed there for the longest of time. So I consider this pretty much a 3v3 from here on.
Yeah, I feel like Dynasty might be able to snake in a little bit. Get closer to Daytrade and get closer to the zone. Again, yeah, not sure how much longer he'll be able to survive. All it really takes is one of these Daytrade members to look down that fence, spot out Dynasty, and he's done, right? Mm-hmm. All it takes is for him to kind of move out of cover or for someone to get some nice long-range DMR shots. The thing about this fence is that all it really takes is a nice controlled spray, even if you don't see the player, and you can probably kill them. The saving grace for Dynasty up until this moment was that crate, so that spray or DMR spot couldn't actually come out, but now it can. It'll continue to snake in, though. A little worm in the grass that could. And yes, otherwise it is a 3v3 with Daytrade high ground on that plain wing. Reluctant Squad not really being able to do much about it, unfortunately, but they remain in zone. And the pressure now is kind of on Daytrade. Dynasty's gone out. A valiant effort from him. Reluctant Squad still in zone. What do Daytrade choose to do on a zone like this? They have to get closer to that fence. That doesn't necessarily take them out of this game, but it certainly hands over the high ground advantage to Reluctant Squad.
Yeah, no matter the cost, they will still try to create a little bit more spacing. And June only managed to connect about 2 bullets or so, unable to knock out Puchus, and this is going to be a lot tougher heading into the final phase. So June now will be the first line of defense for the side of Reluctant Squad. Whatever he could basically get will definitely be a good opening for RS to eventually get some clean picking. But for Daytrade, it is definitely going to look a little bit rougher, especially with a lot of all these smokes already being expended. Them needing to bypass the fence is the first difficult task, but they've managed to at least create a little bit of that trail to be able to eventually see them run past. So RS, they gotta be on the lookout. Be anywhere just coming by a surprise. Flash count with the Famous pushing through, looking for Jun, and he does find it. Oh, trouble ahead for the rest of Reluctant Squad. Now slowly getting spotted out, and Flash does it all. Runs out of bullets though. Will still be able to put in that pressure, and not much more space that Long High could be able to hold onto. So Daytrade will eventually overwhelm them with Norrens looking for the final shot onto Long High, and that will be sealed by the end of it all. Daytrade with another win here in Erangel.
Trying to take the fight to Cerberus, aren't they? Unsure whether they'll be able to do it, but that's certainly a good start if they want to claim that first position. Cerberus have looked incredibly good, but Daytrade have looked equally good, to be honest with you. Just trading games back and forth, essentially. Daytrade get their win. Another win added to the tally for them. And of course, it's a GPT team. We expect a lot from them, and they deliver in turn. So it's a nicely controlled win from the boys from Thailand. No one really put up a fight against them, and that's interesting to say considering the spot that they were in. Planes can be so fickle. It can fall apart at any moment, and yet it didn't. Daytrade remained intact. They keep 3 up to that end game, and they take the fight towards Reluctant Squad. Reluctant Squad, by the way, probably needing to win that game. If they didn't win that with a few kills onto Daytrade, then it's probably over for Reluctant Squad's attempt at getting into that top 6. Some highlights from this game, though. Panic obviously losing out at the start. The Expendables, a very nice win here against X-Men. The balls on Delwyn, I believe it was, to drop onto that water tower were insane, and it actually paid off. He got the knock onto Tarnished, and that led them to a nice victory in that compound, and eventually led them to getting a few more points, but eventually just kind of torn too short. This was 777 losing it out to a member of E36 who he was just not aware was there. The arena up there, Crusade into the zone, was all right, you could say that. They got a couple nice wins here and there, but Daytrade eventually shut them out, and they went out quite abruptly. This was decent from Destroy, some nice mechanics on display, but I believe Armory Gaming too strong in that situation. Dynasty remained alive up until the very end.
Yeah, and Daytrade did have a firm grasp of the bull to be able to cut off any form of entry point for eArena and all the teams over north, while Magnetic tried to squeeze past the members of Reluctant Squad, and for the longest of the time they've been implanted into this area of play, so it was very difficult for them to be flushed by Magnetic. By the end game, we see first these two squads, Daytrade as well as Reluctant Squad, to be able to take control of North and South respectively. And Daytrade had just about enough resources to be able to go in for that very final setup. What we expect coming in from the squad that will be hit their way into the PGS tree, as well as for very, very good decision making in order to really push RS to what I would call a wall, but it's actually the blue zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was just, textbook pressure from Daytrade. They didn't let RS get any sort of advantage onto them. They didn't really let them escape the terrain and the crates and that wall that they had to play. Didn't really let them do anything. You could see Reluctant Squad kind of scrambling to get anything done towards the end there, and that's obviously quite heads-up play from Daytrade. As soon as Dynasty is down, all troops move up and just create this massive, barricade, stopping Reluctant Squad from doing anything. So yeah, very textbook play from Daytrade. And you know what? Cerberus and Daytrade, GPT teams. Expect a lot from them. They deliver. But what's really nice for us, essentially, is that they've made this leaderboard incredibly easy to read. They remain 1 and 2, which means 3 through to 6 are your qualification spots. And they haven't really faltered the entire time. Day 1, day 2, maybe it was a little bit dodgy, but since then, it's been very easy to read, very easy to understand. We don't have to do the maths. We don't have to have any iota of thought when it comes to the leaderboard. It's just that top 6 that qualifies from now on. And I don't know if Daytrade are going to be able to bring that fight towards Cerberus. I think Cerberus are just a bit too far ahead. I think Daytrade would need the 10-15 kill win, something like that, 25 points or so to actually beat Cerberus. And obviously, again, PGC points on the line. Cerberus at 300 now, and I believe second place is 270, 260, something like that, around that mark. So Daytrade will be missing out on those points unless they can really bring the fight to their rivals. But yes, I believe, and we'll see the leaderboard in a second, so I don't really need to speculate. But I believe that top 6 is not locked in, but close to it, which sucks to say because we don't really often see that in APAC. But I think the top 6 teams have just been that, little bit better than the ones below them.
That's right. Let's check out the leaderboards right now. Daytrade with a massive 22-pointer here to close off our final 2 runs of the night. And we have Armory Gaming here stacking up to 13 and Reluctant Squad with a massive 12 on top of that. Now, Magnetic, we were keeping our eyes closely onto them. They managed to pull through with 9 points. Is that enough? I still say that they will need to put in their best performance in the very final game, whereas Cerberus Esports as well as TE will be settling for 8 as well. And Grunt Cyber with 7, where we see decent performance coming in from the side of Roy to be able to get themselves 5. eArena, I guess I expected them to be able to reap more out of that military-based fight, but they've only settled with for, well, first, it's been a really tough round for some of these teams to play inside of the Sonovska Island overall. Therefore, you only see 1 pointer from a bunch of them, and some of them even none.
Yeah, it's difficult sometimes, right? It's an exciting zone, but yeah, it can be difficult. So, okay. Daytrade is close enough to Cerberus to make a run for it, which is good for this final game because we can have a different victor going into the final game of the night. But then 6th through to 7th, it's 13 points. Now, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I am going to play devil's advocate here and argue that for Magnetic, that might be a bit too much to make up, especially if Valee and Armory Gaming continue what they have been doing throughout the last couple of days, which is basically just getting a few points here and there, and then making it difficult for the teams below them to make up that gap. It is certainly doable. I've been saying that all tournament long, but that remains the case. It's not like we're talking about a 25-point gap here. We're talking about just 13 points. That's not even a win from Magnetic, and they can make that jump up to 6th. So it's certainly exciting going into this final game, but I'm not going to lose my head just yet. I think Magnetic have a lot of work to do. The same is obviously said for Roy, Unicorn Cyber, and the Expendables. 𝐷𝐸, I think, is out of it. I think everyone below 𝐷𝐸 is also out of it. So there's only really a few teams that can make it to PGS 3 and 4, and even then they need to have a miraculous game to be able to pull that off. I'm not writing out those teams below Armory Gaming because I know what they are all capable of. We have seen it throughout this tournament, so no reason for me to doubt them. I just think that it might be a little bit too difficult.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be the case. And in the instance where if we ever see a tie, and that will only formulate in a few factors, right? With 2 teams bowing out very early, and that has to be Valee as well as AG to not get any points in this final matchup. And if that is going to be the case, we will still see Valee Esports pull through because they have more placement points and also have secured a couple of chicken dinners to get by. So if that ever happens, it's going to be Armory Gaming that's going to be at risk, but it will still take a miraculous run. Today, it's been a really good day for Armory Gaming. I don't see a reason why they would be taking unnecessary fights here in the final battle. So their chances here are looking pretty good for them to qualify into the PGS.
Yeah, I mean, the attention is all going to be on Armory Gaming and Valee because, excuse me, those are the teams that are close to falling out, but not necessarily close enough. And so you have Magnetic close on their heels, but certainly attention is on those 3 teams because Magnetic is the only team really, if you ask me personally, I don't think that gap's going to be able to be made up. But if it was going to be made up, Magnetic's the one to do it. And I don't think, well, sorry, if it was going to be made up, they're the only team to do it. And one of those teams has to fall out. I think obviously Valee and Armory Gaming, both of those teams can't fall out if Magnetic move up. So one of them has to remain in that top 6. It'll just be very interesting to see which team does remain But yes, down to one game. Again, I started the night saying we should celebrate and praise APAC for what they bring to PUBG Esports. And I think throughout this entire qualifiers run, throughout the entire PGS 3 and 4 APAC qualifier, they have certainly shown us some very, very entertaining PUBG. We've seen individuals pop off, we've seen teams pop off, and it's finally down to this. Finally down to the final game. All that pressure, it's off some teams' shoulders, right? Some teams just aren't going to make it mathematically. It's just kind of impossible, but there's certainly still pressure that remains. So yes, we're going to get into that game eventually. I know everyone wants to see the conclusion of this, and so do I. Hopefully it's a barn burner. Hopefully it's actually a really good game to finish this off. Hopefully we see Magnetic with finally 4 alive actually performing well in an end game. Hopefully Armory, they get those few points that make it quite nervous. Hopefully Valee Thai, I mean, I don't want to see anyone kind of fall down, but I think we kind of need one of Armory and Valee Thai to not perform for Magnetic to make it exciting, but I'm not going to call for that. If whoever qualifies is obviously the best team to qualify. I just hope for a very good game of PUBG.
And likewise, so far, I've been absolutely entertained throughout the course of these weeks of coverage that we've had. And these teams definitely have prepped to their best of capabilities. And this is to celebrate all of their efforts, like you say, the extreme. So far, we get to see so many of all these personalities shine. And with all these variants of play styles all coming together in a melting pot, we are definitely seeing some really, really exciting games throughout the course of the battle, but it will come to a close here in Erangel, our final match of the night. Well, for all the teams that don't really have stakes involved here, I'm pretty sure that they'll be having a really good time in this game.
Yeah, well, again, PGC points on the line, right? So there's a lot of pressure off the teams that now can't make it to PGS, but they still need to have a good game if they want to, snag the plus 10, plus 20 PGC points, right? So still something on the line. This last game isn't going to be, a free-for-all brawl where no one cares about what's happening. There's still very much valuable resources on the line, right? So everyone's going to be trying. But yeah, they're trying for a lot less than PGS qualification. Still something, of course, and even if you're in 16th, you'll be trying your hardest in this game. This is probably your last chance for a while, definitely your last chance for a while to get practice and experience in a lobby as stacked as this. Not often do you merge together every single APAC region, including the strongest ones in both Vietnam and Thailand. Not often do you merge them together to create such a super lobby, right? So everyone who wants that practice and needs that experience, now's that final game. If you weren't taking notes, the previous 70 or previous 23 games, now's your chance. You want to take some notes and learn, make some amends from what you've done in the previous 23 games. You've got one more chance to do just that.
Yeah, and of course, I really want to commend all the effort coming in from, some of the teams that may not be moving into the upcoming PGS 3 as well as 4. Yeah. Well, of course, I want to highlight a lot of all these teams that are from the PJC region where we see them off to a very, very rough start. And then, once they got themselves pretty much warmed up, you see their adaptive plays to be able to come up really strong with some chicken dinners to be able to basically put them in the spotlight, especially opening up the day here. We had Enterforce 36 with an incredible play back in Miramar, and even back over onto playoffs stages, we see teams like Dopeness also having really great moments. So hats off to them. And of course, the PCR side have definitely done this proud.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a ton of highlights from Pixel Stars, Dopeness as well. You mentioned some good names there. In fact, it's been good to see the teams that going into day 1, day 2, you kind of thought were already out of it. Of course, you reserve those judgments until the leaderboard is fully finalized, but you also have to kind of make those judgments. You can't really avoid them. Either way, we've been waffling on for long enough. We're going to throw to a break because obviously something has gone wrong. So don't go anywhere. Probably should be a short break. And we'll be back with the final game of the PGS 3 and 4 APAC qualifiers.
Hey guys, this is 𝐏𝐿 from Team Bliss, and I'm ready to smash the Thailand Quiz 101.
Hello, I'm Sophia from Enterforce 36 team. And today I'm gonna play Thai language 101. Yeah, let's go. Maybe Chui Cap Kick Hui Cap Kick Final Answer. Oh! Pi Chap Xiang. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Number one. Cha Long Cat Xiang. Oh. Yeah, okay, I think Pyran Net. Yeah, Pyran Net. Oh. Oh. Okay. That Monkopong. いや、ナンバー3、リップって書いてあったから、ちょっとやばいかなと思って。RIP. Yeah, final answer. That Monkopong. Yeah, okay. Tom Yum Kai. Maybe noodle? No? Noodle? Okay. I think Yakinki. Oh no! 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 Chance.
I have to say it like this. Okay, to prepare myself, I would Q-cut kick. Q-cut kick for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh wait. Chatting with your part-time lover. Oh yeah. Yeah, but also my teammates are sometimes my part-time lovers too. Well, normally I'd just flush them. I'd kill them. So I would make sure that they never did that again. So I take them out of the game. So I'm gonna Ying Sam Fuyen.
Huh?
How did I say that? Yeah, Ying Sam Fuyen them is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna flush them, kill them. Fire you down. Oh! Yeah, no, they're okay with it. It's okay. They like it. If your team gets winner chicken dinner, what will you do? I like to sing. I like to sing a lot. So when I win chicken dinner, I always sing. So sing is this middle one. It's So Hi Mia. To Ha Mia. For your girlfriend or wife. Yeah, that's singing. That's it. Yeah, maybe. Well, I see, after the tournament ends, we go down to our local bottle-o and we celebrate. That's what we like to do after our tournament, because we always win. We always win at the end of the tournament, yeah. So we always like to go celebrate. So I'm gonna go, oh my God. Pai Tam Bun is what we do. We celebrate. What is that? Oh. Sometimes we like to pyranuet. How do you say that? We do that to each other at the end of the tournament. I quit the game. Rip Kai Wong, rip Kai Wong, and leave the game. Gone, exit. I uninstall the game. No more PUBG. Oh, what? No, I don't do that. Yakinki, yeah, that's like a yak. Yak's an animal. That's a cow. That's like a cow. Yeah, I'll try some yak. Yeah, yakinki. Yeah. I should try that. Yeah. No, that's okay. Nah, it tastes nice. No, trust. Oh, 100%.
Please come to watch and support us in this PGS APAC qualifiers 2024.
Hey guys, I'm 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from Team Bliss. I hope you support us and I hope we take out the dub. I hope we win.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. we've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐿 school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back from the break, and we will get ourselves ready for our final game of the PGS APAC qualifiers. And it all goes down to whether or not if Magnetic could pull off the craziest of heroics to be able to flush off teams like Armory Gaming or even Valee Thai Esports So Extreme. We've basically did some calculation beforehand. It will take a lot of effort coming in from Magnetic, and in specifically more than 14 points. And that's also whether or not if Armory Gaming or even Valee Thai Esports add more points on the block. So it's going to be pretty rough, but for whatever the measures are, I would say that the teams, they're looking to have a whole lot of fun to conclude all of their run here at the end of the APAC qualifiers.
Yeah, so, I mean, generally in spots like this, I like to base what I'm saying off what we've seen from the teams involved. What we've seen from Armory is phase 1 fights that net them 4 points basically every game. And so I think they're going to be a bit of a nuisance for Magnetic as they try to make that run into top 6. From Valee Thai, we've seen similar consistency, but not to the level of Armory Gaming. I think Valee Thai will still put up a decent fight, as they have throughout day 3 and day 4. Maybe not day 1, day 2, but certainly day 3 and day 4. And then, of course, you go to Magnetic and you think, okay, well, what have they done throughout this tournament? A lot of the best games, the games we remember Magnetic for, have been those duo performances, the ones where they just exceed all expectations and put on a show despite everything that is against them. They have had a few games here and there with 10 points or more, and those are the games generally where we see them up as, 3 or 4, when they actually have some manpower to work with. But those games in between, those are the ones that scare me, because those are generally the ones that Magnetic doesn't really get anything done. And so if they have one of those, then I think Valee Thai and Armory Gaming are safe. But there's all the chance in the world that Magnetic have an absolute banger, something we haven't seen from them before. They defy all expectations and qualify to PGS 3 and 4. We go to Erangel for one final time. Apologies for the break. A little bit of technical stuff had to be sorted out, but we are finally here. We are finally ready to determine who the hell is going to PGS 3 and 4.
That's right. For now, it's currently set to be a couple of teams that are poised in position to be able to get themselves that chance into the global runs to meet up against some of the finalists in PUBG Esports. So with that said, let's take a look at the flight path, as it will start off from the North Point all the way heading into Novorodnoye. So this is going to be a little bit iffy for those who are aiming to get those loots off from areas like Gatka or even Very Pure, but it's just going to be a little bit of a stretch. But for most part, these teams will have decent alternate drops to be able to work this one out absolutely just fine. This time around, it's only going to be 𝐏𝐵LE36 that's going to be moving into the island, whereas we see a flock of crowd around the north as well as center, with perhaps a contest for some of these hard spawn of vehicles and already having a run-in. Oh, that was just looking to be very dicey, but they're just going to go in for a little bit of Formula One action right now.
Look at that zone.
Course, and it seems like he's just going to play a little bit of bumper car. Well, this zone, though, does benefit Magnetic, so it really depends on how they hold. And oh, Cal, he's getting flipped, but I don't see why not. They're just going to have a whole lot of fun in this final game.
Well, that was delay tactics, right? The rest of X-Men are now here. They've got guns. Cal has to be scared at the moment. Can he get away from this, or does he actually fall? No time to stop in the compound either. He definitely dies if that's the case. He just has to basically choose the racing line, be the quickest man on track right now. Does Cal? Is he Max Verstappen or is he Nicholas Latifi? I guess we're about to find out. Payne as well, acting as George Russell, turn one. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, okay.
Latifi.
Yeah, exactly. I think Cal's got away with it. He's also got backup in the form of Monty here as well, so Monty has a gun to put up a fight. He's dissuaded the rest of X-Men to continue fighting this. A barrel, or sorry, not a barrel, a vector in the hands of Monty. And yes, a lot of fun at the start. But keep in mind that while we here on the cast are laughing our butts off, I think the boys in game are probably quite stressed, because that was a disaster that you absolutely want to avoid if you're 𝐏𝐿e X-Men, they get away with their lives. They don't actually lose anyone to Monty. Could have been disastrous, because I don't think they actually saw Monty come into that compound. But yeah, no harm, no foul, both of those teams. They both get the loot spots that they want. And yes, that circle is certainly something we have to talk about. That is a hard magnetic feed. If there was ever a game for them to make that leap from 7th to 6th, this is the game. It is so unfair for so many different teams. It is very far out to that southeastern side. Lots of water in, and if you count the space that is on Military Island as well, I mean, you may as well not count that space, because that's space that is probably not going to get shifted on. It's not going to see a lot of play, and so we've just got this incredibly difficult, hard Milta power shift.
Yeah, and most often than not, a lot of all these teams that journey their way across into this Milta field will be looking to find a pit stop at that lumber shack over on top end of the hill. So perhaps we'll get ourselves some really good battles around that region. But for now, teams will have to figure things out slowly. Milta power somehow being opened up, that will eventually be claimed by Panic Esports. Well, I guess the closest teams right now that will be able to take claim is going to be RXE, which will be moving into the shelter region. And even further from that point, it's just going to be guns pointed at them. And it's definitely going to be very, very interesting of how this one sets up so nicely for the side of Magnetic. But what do they do from here on? Because there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders to hold up a performance of a lifetime.
Just don't lose your cool. Easier said than done, of course. But they're in a spot where a lot of the decisions they have to make are going to be on the easier side. The most difficult decisions, I think, for Magnetic are going to be about, splits and regrouping. In the meantime, Lyrics has gone down for eArena. They're in that top 6, and they probably aren't going to fall out of the top 6. They dropped out of it for a moment. It looked quite dodgy for them, but then they came back. They came back all the way, put themselves up there in 4th with a couple nice performances, including that Miramar game as well that RXE won. Either way, I don't think they're going to fall out of the point, so congratulations in order, but not just yet. Not until the game is all said and done. 𝐿E36 making their way across the bridge. They're going to take a hard 90-degree turn to the coast and then make their way into the zone off the back of that. It's a smartly timed rotate as well, because Reluctant Squad aren't really set up in that pancake on the end of the beach, ready to camp any team that does come rotating down the beach. So I think 𝐿E36 get out of dodge for the moment. They're able to actually avoid any deaths on rotation. And yes, this is Magnetic, not as 4 inside this compound, but as 3. The other player for Magnetic is sitting inside that monkey compound. So it's the compound just to the northeast of Milta, named after a player, and that name just kind of stuck at that point. Either way, I said they weren't going to get caught out of rotation. Well, Pure Boy was a little bit late, I suppose, kind of stuck behind, and then He's lost his tires in the process, but I think E36 mostly should be okay, unless Reluctant Squad decide to make this push. Oh boy, Magnetic.
Oh.
Opportunity with some third party as well. Do they claim a pure boy or do they let it slip? Every point matters at this point. Danawat's got it. Good start to the game from them. A little bit of inspiration for the boys needing to make that push up to that top 6.
Yeah, I thought he's not going to be able to pick that up since he had to go in for a reload, but Danawat still secures one for the team. So about how many more? 13, I guess, for them to claim. But of course, this is going to be opening up the rounds for them. While what's also happening across the map is that AG is starting to cut by closely into some of the estate that is upon the factory area. Same goes to the side of Panic Esports that will take the entire factory down for themselves. So Magnetic, they're just hoping to secure themselves these 4 compounds that are pretty much in the direct center. So if hardships happen, which won't happen until maybe phase 5 or 6 later on, but Daytrade, immediately having Destroyer on the lookout, catching one, but not being able to find more in the form of Belmoth, as he will be able to make a very swift U-turn. Unicorn Cyber Esports, so far, having some really good picking, but their run has been over for some time, with a little bit of inconsistency being displayed here on the very final day. A little bit hard to catch up to at Roy, Magnetic, not even close to AG. So we'll see if they're gonna go on the full frontal approach, as they are having them chasing upon Belmoth. And this will carry on for some time. Oh, the trade coming in with a drive-by, and Belmoth somehow still finds it.
All right, well, not a good start for Daytrade, but I suppose recovered slightly. Again, they are going to PGS 3 and 4 no matter what, but they still want that first place spot over Cerberus. It's another battle we have to keep an eye on. We know that Daytrade is certainly capable of putting on a performance that can take Cerberus out of that spot. And for Team Bliss, their woes continue. Roy Esports camping the bridge. Probably an attempt from Roy to get enough points in this game where they actually have a chance of making PGS 3 and 4, and this is where they will start. A bridge camp that unfortunately catches Team Bliss, and it's 2 free points for the side of Roy. It's something that you, I suppose, need to do. If you're out of qualification, then desperate times, desperate measures, right? You gotta go for the plays that are a little bit more cheeky, the ones that, you know, your trump cards, essentially, the ones you know are going to work, but that you don't usually pull out because they come with other compromises, right? For Roy, it's time and space inside the zone. They'll happily sacrifice that for the moment to get the kills and the points they know they desperately need. Panic land themselves inside Mini Miltop, which is a fantastic spot for them on a zone like this. They will certainly be in control for quite some time, especially if the zone shift isn't too harsh to them. Neighboring with Armory Gaming. But not much damage will probably be exchanged from those 2 teams. Just the nature of the 2 positions. Armory will have their own problems, and so will Panic. A bit of an emergency parachute from Unicorn Cyber, surrounded in the blue by FTF. Now, this is very weird. This is very weird indeed. FTF preying on Unicorn Cyber's downfall right now, just waiting for that emergency parachute to arrive. And then FTF will rear their heads. Well, they can even see them right now. Do they wait until they get onto the parachute? They have to go beforehand, otherwise it might be too late. A nice headshot. One's down. The other player caught sleeping as well. Another one down from Happy. FTF just having a grand old time right now. A few free kills onto Unicorn Cyber, as that shift is a little bit more harsh than I thought it would be. A fight back, though, from Whodat. Trick's gone down. It'll be flushed as well, but well worth it on the side of FTF. They remain in third. These points will secure it as well, and Unicorn Cyber fall. A blue zone grenade from Happy. FTF with 3 points. Happy claim all of them, and Unicorn Cyber's tournament ends.
Oh, what a devastating end to Unicorn Cyber, but Happy definitely had some heck of an angle right there to work with, catching them on point the moment that they were about to get themselves lifted off. But I guess they have a really outstanding run back in the playoffs and have put on some really commendable games so far. So first, we thank UNC for that. FTF, though, well, I didn't really expect them to be so cheeky on their approach as well. So round 6, we see all sorts of shenanigans follow true. And of course, with such a difficult space to work with, there is still barely any playable land for most part, heading into phase 2 with about 50% of water still in play. So whatever space that they could get through the grounds, you see a lot of all these teams hugging by the coast already. Some of them just holding into the city of Milta entirely. That's what Cerberus is going to be doing for the moment, as we see the noisy neighbors Expendables going for an exchange against Pain, who's absolutely alone, with a few needing to cut by from the island side. So Tambu will definitely focus on to Pain for now. Good nades, though. Still got one more to prime into, and he does catch him out. Beautiful work from Tanvu. Now, where's the rest of him? He's just trying to seek some good opportunities, as will be alerted by Delwyn that has won through the shacks, and he takes notice a little too late.
So that was nice shooting from Leo. Xavage might actually be able to recover this situation. Delwyn moving in on the side, though. Ooh, a little bit of drive-by battle on that bridge. Doc Juice took some shots, but Xavier put some shots right back at him. Now he's got to back off a little bit. Humbled by the drive-by of Xavier, but Reluctant Squad aren't going to let him survive that easily. He's been caught out too, knocked. So the Expendables 2 down already at the start of game 6. Maybe they had a shot, but it's looking more and more dire as this fight continues. Leo now trying to continue that performance. It's a breakable shack, but no HE grenades to Leo's name. Delwyn, on the other hand, he's got some HEs of his own to throw Leo's away. Duckju's finally flushed out. Huang will get that from very far off in the distance. Delwyn makes a push across. Leo finishes him off. 2 kills to Leo, and the Expendables fall. A tournament that they will very much be wanting to forget. Expectations were high, not only for them, but for the audience as well. And 10th is certainly not where the Expendables want to place.
Yeah, pretty dismal compared to so many of all their successive runs previously. But Roy, they're really turning it up a notch, taking out a majority of the rest of Reluctant Squad upon their arrival. And things are really looking so good for this Vietnamese team. But they needed 20 over points, and
Magnetic.
Mathematically, it's definitely going to be pretty challenging. Circle will be pulled directly to the magnets of Magnetic.
Yeah. What an apt metaphor to make, right? Armory Gaming's still close to them, though. They're on that northern side. Nice 2-2 split from them. You don't really give them a shot at losing that so easily. In fact, they are regrouping now, smartly so. Armory Gaming is in a position where all they need to do is play safe, make sure they can survive for as long as they can. The kills will probably come to them. And then they can go out knowing that they've done their job. For Magnetic, the story's a little bit different. They need to go out and claim kills. And yes, the circle is on top of them. But how many kills can they realistically get? If they claim the win, well, they'll need a few kills to go along with it if they want to overtake Valee Thai and Armory Gaming. Cerberus making their push towards RXC. Nades go through those top windows. Fap is downstairs, but he's fully blind, taken out by a nade. Finished off by Haisaki, and now the rest of Cerberus move upstairs. Dizel puts on a good fight, but traded out immediately. Fundamentals on point for Cerberus. Highmass not even needed in that fight. It's a nice win for the boys from Vietnam, who make it even harder for Daytrade to take that first position.
Yeah, an absolutely clean take coming in from the top dog so far, showing us how to efficiently seize a compound from the grasp of other teams. Whereas Reluctant Squad, they've met up with the members of Roy early on and now struggling to keep themselves afloat. When I say afloat, they do have pretty much the coverage of the phase 3 for the moment, but we do expect it to shrink, and Roy is definitely on the lookout from the top end of the hills. Cerberus Esports still hanging by the edge of the city, and that could potentially be another good catch for Roy if they did manage to spot out some of these movements eventually. While Valee Thai Esports having Montay holding on to that sector. Van Nai really doing a lot of work for the Vietnamese team so far, while Armory Gaming, despite their efforts, haven't been able to get good angles off of this current compound that they are holding. So whatever points that they do get is going to be important to be able to keep the rest of Magnetic at bay. But so far, Magnetic haven't been able to catch so much of those points. Only with 44 players left alive, the chances are slowly starting to dim.
Well, we've seen good things from Reluctant Squad here and there. Flashes in the pan, some things to praise them about, but they're going up against Cerberus right now. One of them's already knocked. The other one's certainly gone in just a moment. The Blue Zone grenade is actually Cerberus's own, but it's good enough to take down Reluctant Squad in the process. Cerberus didn't even have to fire a bullet. What a very weird altercation. But either way, Cerberus remain on top, as they have for quite some time now. And Reluctant Squad's tournament ends in a very unsexy fashion, I could say. Both of you falling down to... Yes, both of you falling to the Blue Zone grenade without the enemy team firing a bullet. Not the best way to go, but certainly would have wanted more from the Reluctant Squad. I think Jun is obviously one of those highlight players we expect to see popping off all the time, you know, but
yeah,
part of this Reluctant Squad roster just wasn't good enough this time around.
Yeah, they definitely shine bright back in the playoffs, but this stacked lobby here in the finals was a tough ordeal for them to navigate in most of their battles. A lot of times, really, you're getting caught up in between some of all these phase 3, phase 4 circles. So, first, better luck next time. We do wish to see more out of the squad. Definitely promising. Of course, we'll have to work around their team dynamics for a better run. While Roy holding up their defenses with a lot of all these smokes being set up by Haisaki and the rest of Cerberus Esports looking to push through, but shots are being fired.
What?
And
oh, he DC'd, he DC'd. It was a DC.
Okay.
Game crash or something, so may as well take him down, take his nades, take his resources. It's all good. Not a problem.
I was worried for a moment if that was an unintentional TK, but yeah, that makes a whole lot more sense to me. So might as well make good use of these utility. A very untimely matter for that DC to happen, but it's basically a sport where you just have to prepare for the worst. So Des is going to be able to find one, and that's only 2 more left for Silent Cerberus, but they did manage to trade back, eliminating Simon in the process, while X-Men also goes in for a third-party altercation, really pitting Cerberus into a corner, and Roy takes this opportunity to rush this, but that vehicle puts him out completely, but it still will have Roy to come out on top, but it only leaves Zess all alone. Now Roy's run is coming to an end with Xavage measure to rain on their parade. Absolutely overwhelmed, but what a round has been for Roy Esports.
Gone in 8th, but I certainly agree. Roy have shown us quite a bit of promise here in the grand finals lobby of the APAC qualifiers. I am sad to see them go. They have shown us very good things, but again, not good enough this time round. X-Men claim their prey, and they'll move into the circle. They'll reverse into the circle in the case of Leo. Magnetic still inside the center of the zone. FTF alive as well. Armory strong as 4. Valee tie. That is the team we must focus our attention on. 1 kill to their name, out of zone. Close to being eliminated if Magnetic were to have a good game. What do Valee tie do? Daytrade have rocked up on Panic Esports. It's decent utility usage from Lightwork to dissuade them from pushing up that ridge and potentially even knock one, deal some damage, but it could also be seen as a waste. Those Molotovs could come in a very good use later on, but good enough pressure to stop Daytrade from actually pushing up, and a nice nade from Dusky. That's more like it. From the boys in red, there we go, another one from Dusky. These nades from that man have not missed so far. And Pivy on the push, what else do you do? Belmoth is ready for it. He'll be hearing the footsteps, so Pivy has to be careful. They're getting shot at in the distance as well, but it's a clean up from the boys in Panic. Daytrade gone. 4 kills to Panic's name. It's a mini-mill to feed that they'll happily take advantage of. And generally, a lot of the time, when teams enter those bowls, they actually stay there. They're allowed to live, but there wasn't too much pressure on Panic. They realized that, and they get the job done.
Yeah, I just love the different approach that Panic Esports did, especially the coverage coming from Dusky, getting themselves that perfect angle, and those nades, definitely pop into the perfect area of the bowl to just flush them all out. But X-Men so far has been really showing up strong after taking down some of the members of Roy. But Epicors joins into this array as they won't be able to suppress them from moving forward. But the drop back comes through. Kane taken down, and a flip from Tarnish. Oh, and the worst of timing, M249 to seal the deal. Sophia just makes it a lot more painful for the rest of X-Men. Now it's down to Pain. 1 versus 1. Let's see who actually wins the trade-off here. Just Sophia just having so much bullet to work with, so might as well just take this time to go in for a quick reset.
Oh, we really need to keep our eyes on Magnetic, Valee TIE, and Armory Gaming, all basically up in that kind of northeastern side of the zone. Sophia doing his best through the windows with that M249. His teammate in Kine finally falls to the blue. It's him versus Pain, a tournament that both these teams, again, probably hope to forget. One that they can certainly learn a lot from, though. Flashes in that top floor. This is the fight that isn't necessarily important for leaderboard position, but could be in the end of the day when Magnetic come to play. Either way, Valee TIE have rocked up. They found this ridge. Armory Gaming, I think that was 3 of them with nades in hand. An absolute artillery barrage towards the Valee TIE members. One succeeds. It's a knock from James. Another one from Shanks. Valee TIE look to fall quite quickly, but traded out evenly by Jacob. Helping out Valee TIE. X-Men fall, and eArena, when did they get involved in this fight? When were they allowed to show up here and decide what happens between Armory Gaming and Valee TIE? Jacob putting on a show. James and Shanks both flushed out. Kiss steals both those kills away. Jacob will be devastated, but Valee TIE remain in control of their spot on the leaderboard. Both them and Armory Gaming. Magnetic now with even more work to do. That 13-point, 14-point gap that we talked about needing to make up when this game started has now increased because both these teams keep getting kills.
Yeah, it almost looks to be impossible because if they want a shot at this, they have to clear everybody in the lobby, and there's not going to be enough numbers to work with, especially now with Valee TIE confirming their spot with those 3 kills acquired. Now, Magnetic start to actually form up and finds that opening pick against Sophia, taking out Enter Force 36. So that's 2. And we definitely want to look towards Armory Gaming. So far, they've picked up 1 as well. Only these 6 teams remaining here on our final matchup from the future. I spot up movements from Magnetic, and it doesn't seem like they will ever budge off of that location just yet. Panic will be able to claim a lot of all these great areas of play directly into the center, or more over on the south side, as they will form up against the rest of from the future. And now Magnetic decides it's time to work our magic, pushing out of their territory and hoping to catch as much as they can.
They need to, right? They absolutely need to, but Panic don't let them. Not in that case, at least. They clean up FTF by themselves. Valee TIE make this push towards Armory Gaming. Riz in that top floor. He's been so great all tournament long. Taking down Megalos is the start. Dynasty as well. I will continue to praise this dynamic duo of absolute demons. They both sit inside this mansion. eArena on one side, Valee TIE on the other. There's a DBS in play in the bottom floor. If any one of these teams enters that front door, you can guarantee it'll be a twofer for the man downstairs. Panic knocked down by Magnetic. Magnetic need to get these kills onto Panic, and they're making that push necessarily. eArena as well. Again, Armory Gaming pincered between these 2 teams. So difficult to know what to do. You can only just sit still. That's basically all you can do. Riz is here to cover that kind of backdoor entrance, make sure nobody enters the front. The position inside the kitchen is that linchpin spot. That's that unaccounted for position. We need to be seeing this Magnetic fight, but we're not. Panica putting up a decent defense towards that team that is currently in the running, but traded back by Flucky. Blue Zone Grenade takes out UNQ. eArena's taking the fight with the completely separate members. It's the DBS in the kitchen, but from a different angle. Tigger. Dynasty is down and out. Armory Gaming might lose their heads here. Suspect's been flushed in the meantime. Everything is going on right now between these top 5 teams. Kiss outside those windows. Prone on the floor as well. The DBS spots him. It's a nice little headshot. The helmet goes flying off. It takes 2 shots, but Valee TIE fall. The leaderboard is gone. And now my nerves rise just that little bit more. Riz with the pumpy, jumps out that window as well. What more can he get? Certainly capable in a spot like this, but through that door, that DBS is also equally dangerous. He's going to go for that flank, but they hear that door open. eArena know exactly what Riz is playing at right now. He's trying to bait these players, trying to dissuade them from actually making the correct play. He's going to move inside as they move outside. Riz now probably in control. eArena sweating at their fingertips. The pump shotgun, it's enough for one. It could be enough for two. Up against that DBS, damage done. DBS stays stoic though. 𝐾𝐿 can't get the shots. Not the same as Riz is getting. That flashes out to push Riz back a bit. That's exactly what it's done. 𝐾𝐿 again with another flash. What more can 𝐾𝐿 do? This 1v1 remains ever lengthy, and it's Riz in the end of the day to claim eArena. What a 1v1. Shotguns for all, and all through the doorways as well. Riz remains dominant and on top of eArena.
And he survives with 1 HP. What on earth was that? Pure mechanical plays coming out of 𝐿𝐸, and this is the reason why that he remains to be one of the best individuals in the lobby. And he just basically played it out to perfection, despite, you know, not having the best areas to make good use of, but he just played that out to perfection, like I said. I definitely want to see that in the highlights. And now, of course, our focus back onto Magnetic. There's barely enough players out in the lobby for them to basically pick up whatever they can basically do. They need all the points possible, and they find that pick against PV again.
I think if they win, it might be enough. I think they need these kills, obviously, but it might be enough to overtake Valee Thai. I know Valee Thai got at least a few points in this game. And with the leaderboard gone, we'll not know until it is all said and done. Magnetic in the spot to claim the win. Riz is down though, they lose out on that kill, but now they turn their attention towards Panic. Magnetic completely overrun the initial line of defense from Panic, and as best as they will do to fight back, there should be a trade that comes in here from Flucky and Magnetic, the team that is chasing top 6, get that win. It is 16 points, but is it enough to push them over the line? We will not know until we see the leaderboard, but what an attempt from Magnetic.
Wow, what a performance out there. They've got what they wanted, but is it enough? Is the question here. We'll have to wait for all the scores to tally because we've seen so many fights happening over the north side. Valee Thai, they've got some exchanges going. I believe there should be a few kills that they've managed to get from that exchange. And Armory Gaming also have 𝐿𝐸 to try to hold on for the longest of time. So how much would they be able to back on top of that? How much would they be able to offset? So it all boils down to this. But still, an incredible display from all the rounds that have been played out. Magnetic here secures the final chicken dinner. First, we get our final highlights of our last round.
We got what we wanted. We absolutely got what we wanted. I mean, we went for it at the end there. APAC always does. Magnetic putting on a show. And yes, from that position in the center of zone that they had, it can often be difficult to claim the required amount of kills. And to be honest with you, Contra, I think it might come down to the kills that they missed out on. You know, missing out on Dynasty might actually cost them qualification. You know, missing out on kills to the south, east, west, wherever they want to, you know, wherever they looked, right? It could actually come down to those missed kills. That means they don't go through to PGS 3 and 4. It could also come down to the tiebreaker, the placement points tiebreaker, which in this case, I believe would be won out by, oh, I was looking at it before the game started. Valee Thai, yes. When it comes to Magnetic and Armory, I'm not sure. So we're just going to have to wait until that leaderboard shows up to know for certain. But yeah, what a banger final game.
Definitely a banger here. And when we look into so many interesting battles, it's all the close quarter combat that is the most interesting. And of course, this one from 𝐿𝐸, an absolute masterclass on how to play in an outnumbered scenario. And first, with the conclusion of our chicken dinner to be claimed by Magnetic against Panic Esports, we still see a very deep run coming in from the PCR side, and that's definitely absolutely lovely. So with that, we will have all the games here pretty much wrapped up. So Extreme, I can't be more satisfied of the outcome. So it's been incredible weeks of action, and now such a dramatic way to close off the night as well.
Yeah. It's, again, I started the night by mentioning how many months we've gone through of qualifiers and practice and forming rosters and all of that jazz, right? That's all done. That's all gone. All the weights are lifted off not only our shoulders, but the players' shoulders as well. That's it, you know, that's the end of the APAC qualifiers run. If you started out playing from you know, one of your local regions through all of those open qualifiers and you ended up in this lobby, well, you know, congrats to you. A very commendable effort to go through everything that you have to get to this point. And if you're one of those teams that came through those local leagues, open qualifiers, and ended up going to PGS or performing better than you thought you would, then of course, commendable effort to you. I said at the start of the night, we should celebrate APAC for what it is and what they bring to PUBG Esports, and I think they've certainly done that. This was a stellar night of PUBG action for everyone to indulge in, and I am as honored to be here as I imagine you are as well, covering this fantastic tournament. Again, I cannot wait to see that leaderboard just to know for certain, because it was close enough to where we don't actually know. Like, I saw the amount of points that Armory and Valee had before they both went out, or at least I think I did, but then Magnetic get that win, they get 6 points. Is it enough? Is there tiebreakers involved? I genuinely have no idea. I'm not even, maybe I could look at the Discord and figure out, you know, who won based off an image being posted, but I'm not even doing that. I have zero clue, not an iota of an idea who actually qualified through. I have my instincts, but yet to see whether they actually come true.
Yeah, I'm just going to be waiting for what is going to be displayed on our screens to be able to, of course, give all of you guys watching back at home or anywhere that you guys are that final confirmation to see who is locked in for PGS3 as well as for. Now, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the APAC style of play will be displayed on the global fields, where we'll
it's always exciting.
So many different types of plays, because APAC have always offered all kinds of flair, and when it comes down to how they basically approach their battle. So this is where they will lock horns with some of the titans from all over the world. So by then, I guess that, of course, you guys will have new teams to, of course, be big fans of eventually, or if you guys are not already fans of, you know, teams like Gen G or so many more names out there in the world. So with that being said, it's time for us to unveil to you the teams that are qualified for the PGS3 and 4.
It wasn't enough, was it, Contra? Magnetic, they win the final game. Last chance. And there still wasn't enough. Valee, FTF, eArena, and Armory Gaming are the 4 teams qualified through to PGS 3 and 4. And if we want to stay on this for a little bit, I don't know how much time we have on this, but for FTF, what a performance from them. From PCR to PGS 3, damn, dude, that is commendable. What an effort from them. eArena as well, coming out first in the Thai League, 100 points above the other teams in that lobby. If they didn't make it, I think they'd be disappointed in themselves. Armory Gaming as well, they frag out, man. They are just so kill heavy, and they seem to win basically every team fight they take, unless they've been so beaten and battered that they can't. Of course, they make it. They're absolutely dominant in Thailand. And Valee as well, close, potentially close, 3 points between them and falling out. But look, they had put up a magnificent effort in these final couple of days, so it's fantastic to see them qualify through. What a top 6 we end up on.
Yeah, this top 6 definitely have represented the best of APAC, and for Magnetic, of course, they will probably have a little tough time sleeping through some of all these moments that they could have actually seized, but no time to even cry over that. I think they've had such a respectable run, and we can't wait to see them back at it again. Hopefully much better in these upcoming tournaments. And same could be said by all the 16 teams on board here in the finals, and not forgetting those that have also played throughout the course of the playoffs. So it's been amazing from what we have managed to behold here in the APAC qualifiers extreme. It's also a great pleasure to be casting alongside with you.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been really good. I can't name any errors. You know, I feel like throughout this entire tournament, you and me have been great. Production's been phenomenal. It's been quite smooth, other than lobby issues, but you know, that happens whenever PUBG tournaments happen, right? Lobby issues, crashes, whatever, right? But despite all that, we got through it all, we pushed through, and of course, throughout all of it, we had some fantastic PUBG, and of course, that's all down to the players showing up and putting on a show for all of us. Contra, do you have any final words?
Well, I just really have to thank everybody who's been spending time watching these finals as well as the playoffs. And of course, you guys will be able to see so much more. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button, like button, and anywhere that you could just follow all the latest news of PUBG esports or everything that has to do with PUBG in all sorts. So make sure you guys do so. All right. First, once again, it's been a pleasure to cast this tournament alongside with Extreme. So we hope to see you guys in the near future. Till then, take care and stay safe. So till then, good night.